understand that there are Hong Kong permanent residents living and working on the mainland. There is a large number of them, and we'd like to facilitate these voters to cast their votes. We've urged them to contact the REO, and in fact, we have begun our publicity effort through the network on the mainland and through media outlets on the mainland. We disseminate election-related information so that Hong Kong residents on the mainland will be made aware of, first of all, the significance of this election, as well as the relevant election arrangements. I understand, say, through the social media platform Little Red Book or Xiaohongshu, publicity has been enhanced with some good results, and we'll continue with our effort. Mrs. Regina Ip, no. What about the letter pointing to the location of the polling station? Secretary, anything to add? Earlier, the REO issued letters to all voters informing them of the new constituencies after redelineation. Now, this has been completed. As for our next step, before the polling day, another letter will be sent to each and every voter containing the polling card, which will contain details of the locations of the polling stations. Mrs. Regina Ip, Mr. President, this is the first election held after improving the district governance system. Now, other members already touched on implementation details. All in all, the government should ramp up its effort in publicity. I should have raised this question when the bill was scrutinized. Well, this election is called an ordinary election. That's what it's called in English. This is the name adopted before 1997. This gives this impression to the public that it's very ordinary. So in fact, we should call it a general election so that a new term begins after the election in Chinese. So perhaps an amendment should be made to the name of the election. I think that it would be better if we change the name from District Council Ordinary Election. Secretary, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mrs. Yip. Her comment is noted. Mr. Edward Lau. Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the Secretary. How are the names of constituencies decided? Because in North District there is one constituency called Robin's Nest and another referring to the countryside. Now, in fact, I've been asked by voters how they can access the polling station. Must they climb over a mountain? Because for the Butterfly Hill and a Robin's Nest, they are in the North District, but voters are deterred from voting because of the remote locations. They believe the polling stations are on the top of the hill or the mountain. Secretary, please make an improvement. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Lau. When we consider the name of the constituencies, we considered the district administration delineation, say Yau Chen Mong South, Yau Chen Mong North, or Taipo South, Taipo North. And in some instances, we consider whether there are pre-existing names and titles that residents are familiar with. In the process, of course, we consulted the district offices. They also provided input, and we use the names only if the names are familiar to residents. But of course, in the future, we'd be happy to take suggestions and comments. And if need be, we can put in place proper arrangements. Mr. Michael Tian. Secretary. The nomination period of this district council drew to a close this Monday. During the nomination period, the candidates of Round Table knocked on the doors of 241 district committee members to explain their election agendas. Some 200 DC members have failed to answer the door. 15 of them refused to listen to us. Among the 26 members who listened to our explanation, 7 of them agreed to nominate us, although 3 of them ultimately decided to withdraw the nomination upon informing the chair of the district committees. Now, we in the end had a success rate of 17%. In light of this experience, I think briefing sessions should be held before the future DC ordinary elections so that there is a face-to-face opportunity for prospective candidates to explain their election agendas to the district committee members as what happened during the CE election. There should not be any influence coming from the district committee chairs. They should remain impartial. Will you do that? If not, can you give me the reason, Secretary? Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Tian, for the question and the comment. We stress once again that under the improved district governance system, we have put in place new arrangements. That means political parties will have access to the voters' register with their full names and addresses. For those without political affiliation, they can approach the district offices to relay their request to the district committee members for them to consider whether to listen to your explanation on the, election agenda. We believe that sufficient avenues have been provided to prospective candidates to secure nominations. As such, we don't believe an amendment is necessary at this stage.
Question 2, Mr. Gary Chan. Thank you, President. There are views that as there will still be residential units completed in the vicinity of Pak Shek Kok in the future, and Stage 2 of the expansion program of the Hong Kong Science Park is underway, the transport infrastructure in the area is in a dire need for enhancements. On the other hand, the government has confirmed in the 2022 policy address the construction of the Pak Shek Kok station of the MTR East Rail Line, with a view to completing the construction of the station in 2033 or earlier. In this connection, will the government inform this council? 1. Given that the Shenzhen branch of the science park located in Futian has already commenced operation, and the first batch of buildings of the Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park, located in the Lok Ma Chau Loop, will be completed next year, whether the government will expedite the construction of the Pak Shek Kok station so as to strengthen the cross-border connections of Pak Shek Kok, Futian, and the Lok Ma Chau Loop as soon as possible. If so, of the details, if not, the short to medium-term measures in place to strengthen the cross-border connections of such areas. 2. Whether it has emphasized the difficulties that will be encountered in the construction of the Pak Shek Kok station and of the corresponding plans in place. And 3. Whether the time required for constructing the Pak Shek Kok station is subject to the development of its topside housing or other commercial projects. If so, whether it will consider implementing other development projects only after taking forward the construction of the station, so as to bring early benefits to the residents in Pak Shek Kok and members of the public working in the science park. If so, of the details. If not, the reasons for that. Thank you. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, the current term government advocates the infrastructure-led and capacity-creating planning approach in order to allow Ma Liu Shui and Pak Shek Kok area to better leverage their advantages as the Eastern Knowledge and Technology Corridor and unleash the development potential of adjacent land. The government has earlier invited the MTR Corporation Limited to study the construction of a new Pak Shek Kok station of the East Rail Line to improve connectivity of the Pak Shek Kok and Science Park area. The target is to commission this station by 2033. The government will also seize this opportunity to make the best use of the additional station to unleash the development potential of its adjoining land, to provide more housing and parking spaces, shops, and public facilities for local residents. In consultation with the Development Bureau and the Innovation, Technology and Industry Bureau, my reply to the question raised by Mr. Gary Chan is as follows. 1. The planning of the Pak Shek Kok Station is underway. We will expedite completion of detailed planning and design and statutory procedures with a view to commencing construction works as soon as possible for commissioning the station by 2033 or earlier. The Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park, or the HSITP, is located within the Lok Ma Chau Loop and is about 1 kilometer away from the East Rail Line Lok Ma Chau MTR station. The first 3 buildings of Batch 1 of the HSITP will be completed in phases from the end of 2024 onwards. To align with this schedule, road networks connecting the loop to nearby areas are scheduled for completion from the end of 2024 to 2025. Such roadworks include Western Connection Road connecting the loop and Santin, direct road link connecting to Lok Ma Chau MTR station, as well as slip roads connecting Lok Ma Chau Road and Fan Lang Highway, Santin Highway. 2 public transport interchanges at the loop and Lok Ma Chau MTR station will also be provided. The Transport Department will continue to maintain close liaison with relevant departments and, in light of the developments of relevant areas, arrange public transport operators to provide appropriate public transport services to meet the travel needs of users in the area. In the long run, we will provide railway services to the HSITP. The proposed Northern Link spur line will be connected to the main line in Santin and the new Huanggang port in Shenzhen, with intermediate stations at Chao Tao and the HSITP in the loop. The Northern Link main line will serve as the main transportation backbone of the Northern Metropolis, connecting to the East Rail Line and the Tuen Ma Line, forming a railway loop linking up the new territories and Kowloon. We are actively working with the mainland authorities and the MTRCL on the planning of the Northern Link spur line, with a view to reaching consensus on the implementation arrangements with the mainland authorities and commencing detailed planning and design in 2024. 2. Since the Pak Shek Kok Station project involves the construction of an additional station on the existing East Rail Line, the construction works must be carried out without affecting the safe operation of the existing East Rail Line. Therefore, one of the challenges of the project is that part of the construction works can only be carried out during non-traffic hours after the railway service at night. According to MTRCL's preliminary proposal, such works include the construction of a station platform, adjustment of existing overhead line and power supply system equipment, track works and crossover tracks, electrical and mechanical systems, installation of platform screen doors, as well as trackside construction, testing and commissioning. MTRCL must ensure that the works are carried out safely and that the railway operation can resume normal on time. In carrying out the construction, MTRCL also needs to take into account the regular railway maintenance and other concurrent projects in various locations along the East Rail Line, as well as the coordination of train dispatching work. In this connection, the allowable construction time during the non-traffic hours is very limited, only about 2 hours every night. In addition, since the Pak Shek Kok Station is positioned close to nearby residential buildings, night works must also comply with relevant statutory environmental protection requirements. Appropriate construction methods also need to be adopted to reduce the nuisance to the community. Based on these constraints, MTRCL is exploring the feasibility of packaging parts of the works as advanced works, with a view to completing the project sooner. In addition, the MTRCL is also exploring different innovative construction methods, for example, modular integrated construction and design for manufacture and assembly, to increase efficiency and shorten construction period. 3. According to the Development Bureau, based on the current plan and due to technical considerations, the Pak Shek Kok Station will only comprise facilities with direct relevance to railway operation, but not topside developments. Depending on the exact location of the station, the development of sites in the vicinity will not have substantial impacts on the development program of the station. The MTRCL is now refining the details of the land and station development proposals. According to the latest plan, the government will put forward the proposals around mid-2024 and commence statutory town planning procedures for the relevant development sites in 2025. Thank you, President. Mr. Gary Chan. President, in building the Pak Shek Kok Station, we are not just benefiting the 36,000 people who live and work there. It is for linking up the Science Park and the Santine Technopole in the northern metropolis. The Pak Shek Kok Station is located as a strategic node. Now, you mentioned the Northern Link. I gather that there will be 4 stations along the Northern Link. It will take 11 years to build. Similarly, when Pak Shek Kok Station was proposed by me in 2022 and the completion in 2033, it will take 11 years. 4 stations take 11 years to build. Now, 1 station also takes 11 years to build. How can you convince the public that you are adopting an infrastructure-led purpose strategy and that the MTRC is not procrastinating? Secretary, President, a railway must be built in phases, from the inception, planning, design, to detailed design and the work stage. Now, the Northern Link was proposed under the 2014 Railway Development Strategy. The planning started way ahead before the Pak Shek Kok Station. Mr. Gary Chan is right. The Northern Link has 4 stations. Now the Pak Shek Kok is only 1 station. There should be a difference in terms of the construction period. As I've mentioned in my detailed reply, under the 2014 Railway Development Strategy, we are adding more stations to existing railways. Now, compared with building an extension and adding a station, there are different considerations in terms of planning and works requirements. By adding a station to the railway, we have to consider that the railway is still in operation. We have considered, for example, conducting works on Saturday and Sunday and provide shorter services on weekends so that we can complete the works earlier. Now, actually, there are lots of challenges in adding a station to a running railway. We will continue to find solutions. Now, we proposed the Pak Shek Kok Station in 2021, but you must understand, preliminary planning is required. You have to consider the synergy between the station and other existing stations. It takes time to plan the details. That's why for the Pak Shek Kok Station, it takes more time for us to commission the station. Of course, I pledge that we will expedite the planning and building process so that we can deliver the station as soon as possible. Mr. Shanghai Long. Thank you, President. Secretary, I have been working in the Science Park for 6 years. Now, years ago, there were lots of complaints about the transport support for the Science Park. And I was very pleased to hear that there will be a rail line serving the workers at Science Park and the residents nearby. Now, I've only learned that it will take 11 years to build the station. It spans across 3 terms of the government. It is unacceptable. I drive to Science Park and you know how expensive parking fee is. The latest increase in parking fee was 50%. Now, the TMHK hospital is already in operation. There are always long queues in front of the car park. I urge the government to expedite the construction of the Pak Shek Kok Station. Now, in your reply, the Secretary said that you are adding a station on top of the East Rail Line. I think that is not the best way. Now, just like the racecourse station and the Sha Tin station, whenever there is a race, the train would pass through the racecourse station. If there is not, it will not pass the station. Maybe we can adopt that model. We can add an intermediate station between the science park and the residential area, so that residents can commute to Pak Shek Kok for work during peak hours and go back home via the intermediate station at night. Secretary. Now for the racecourse station, that is in fact a bypass route. Now we are talking about a new station and a new section of rail. You have to consider the angle of track works. You can't add a branch to a rail like roads. The angle must be larger. And also, the length of the railway is significant. The demand for land is great if we take this approach. Now, compared with the existing design, as the Pak Shek Kok station, in the north there is the science park and the residential buildings. To its left, there is a new residential block being built, as well as the TMHK's accommodation facilities. If we have to add a T branch at that junction, we will have to resume the land set aside for the residential projects and the TMHK's accommodation facilities. That is infeasible. But I reiterate, we will do our best to expedite the construction of the Pak Shek Kok station. Mr. Kenneth Lau. Thank you, President. Now, in 2021 policy address, the government proposed to relocate the sports center of the Education University at Pak Shek Kok to free up land to build Pak Shek Kok station. Now, the position is very near the Tolo Highway. If there is an accident, the entire New Territories East transportation network would be paralyzed. So how can you ensure that the construction works of the Pak Shek Kok station will not affect the daily operation of the Tolo Highway and the East Rail Line? Secretary. President, Mr. Kenneth Lau mentioned about the impact of the construction works of the Pak Shek Kok station on the existing roads and railways, and how we can mitigate that. In terms of design, planning, and a works plan, we will be considering these mitigation measures very carefully. Considering the impact of the works on existing roads and railways, we will include mitigation measures in our work plan. Once that is available, we will consult the public on the measures that we have in mind, and then we will canvass views and adjust the plan. Mr. Gary Zhang. Thank you, President. The East Rail Line is 100 years old. Besides the upcoming Pak Shek Kok station, there will also be the Kwu-Tung station. And by linking the northern link with the East Rail Line, there will be more patronage. And the northern metropolis will bring about millions of new population. Many of them will use the East Rail Line. After the resumption of cross-boundary travel, we saw that the patronage to the Lok Ma Chau spur line has increased to hundreds of thousands, just like that in Lo Wu. Now, even with the increased capacity, it is a shame that we learned from the MTRCL that before 2027, there would not be a plan to increase the number of departures along the rail. I hope the government can intervene. Now, if you have to buy new rolling stocks or new trains, it takes years. We shouldn't wait until the East Rail Line is at full capacity before we ask the MTRCL to buy new trains. Secretary, President, the member is right. From procurement, manufacturing and commissioning and testing, it takes years. After the resumption of cross-boundary travel, the passenger carrying capacity of our railways have changed compared with before the pandemic. For example, the Lok Ma Chau and Lo Wu stations, the number of passengers using the Lok Ma Chau and the Lo Wu stations were different compared from before. Now, it has been 9 months since we have resumed cross-boundary travel. The TLB, the Transport Department, and the Highways Department, as well as the MTRCL, have been monitoring the patronage along the East Rail Line. Besides the 2 boundary control points, we are also studying the patronage for stations along the line and the change. Now, considering the high-speed rail, the patronage has increased as well compared with before. Now, for the express rail link or the high-speed rail, the nearest station, the closest station to Hong Kong is Futian. Now, Futian is also a station along the Lok Ma Chau spur line. So we are taking stock of the railway network as a whole. We are monitoring the local and cross-boundary passenger flow of our railways. If there is a need, we will remind the MTRCL to take actions. Mr. Stanley Lee, thank you. We have been encouraging the development of innovation and technology. As a result, there has been an increase in the number of workers in Science Park. With the population intake of the residential blocks nearby, as well as the TMHK accommodation facilities, there is a higher demand for the Pak Shek Kok station. Now, we have to ensure that the plan goes well and is well thought out. The government must ensure the coverage rate of the Pak Shek Kok station is appropriate. Now, if the coverage rate is too low, maybe we have to consider building footbridges and provide shuttle bus services to enhance the patronage. Secretary, the member is right. That has been covered in our preliminary planning, as well as planning as well as land use planning for the vicinity. Now, to ensure that the station is fully utilized, we have to consider the catchment size of the station. We may have to build underground pedestrian passages or footbridges to enhance the catchment size. Now, there is no going back after the station is built, so we have to ensure that there is advanced planning. As I said, by middle next year, there will be a plan. Thank you.
Question number 3, the Honourable Doreen Kong.
President, there are views that the number of unauthorized building works, UBWs, in Hong Kong is significant. Such UBWs are not only illegal, but also cause structural safety problems of buildings and endanger the safety of residents. In this connection, will the government inform this Council, 1, of the respective numbers of removal orders and notices issued by the government this year for cases of UBWs, additional stories built illegally, and authorized occupation of government land, and the number of prosecutions instituted, of the number of cases of non-compliance with the removal orders, as well as the effectiveness of the enforcement measures and follow-up actions taken by the government under the risk-based principle. 2, of the number and percentage of cases in which the removal orders and notices were complied with in each of the past 3 years, of the current number of government officers dedicated to handling cases of UBWs, additional stories built illegally, and unauthorized occupation of government land, and whether it has estimated how long it will take to clear the current backlog of cases, whether it will consider increasing manpower to enhance the efficiency of case handling, and 3, whether it will consider making good use of technologies to introduce more ways of inspecting UBWs to enhance enforcement efficiency. If so, whether it has the details of the specific plan and a timetable. Secretary for Development. President, the Buildings Department and the Lands Department take enforcement actions against unauthorized building works and unlawful occupation of government land in accordance with the Buildings Ordinance and the Land Miscellaneous Provisions Ordinance, respectively. In view of the large number of cases and the limited manpower resources, the departments have to adopt a pragmatic, risk-based approach to set priorities for enforcement, according priority to cases of a larger scale, more serious conventions, or cases involving safety or environmental hygiene risks. In handling UBWs that are categorized as actionable, i.e., posing a threat or imminent danger, serious health or environmental nuisance, etc., BD will accord priority to enforcement by issuing removal orders to the owner and registering the removal order in the land registry, i.e., imposing an encumbrance. If the owner fails to rectify the situation within the specified period without reasonable excuse, BD will consider instigating prosecution. For cases of unlawful occupation of government land, the Lands D also adopts the risk-based approach in setting priorities by targeting illegal occupation involving large areas of government land, with land control action taken by posting a statutory notice requiring the occupier to cease occupation before a specified deadline. If the occupation persists after the specified deadline, the Lands D will take control actions, including taking possession of and clearing the property or structures remaining on the land. If the identity of the occupier can be ascertained with evidence, the Lands D will consider instituting prosecution. My respective replies to the various parts of the Honourable Dory Khan's question are as follows. 1. The relevant figures on enforcement against UBWs and unlawful occupation of government land by BD and Lands D, respectively, from 2020 to September this year are set out at the annex. Depending on the nature and complexity of the cases, the time required for handling each case varies, and it is difficult to make a generalization. Under the risk-based policy framework, the two departments will also review and adjust their enforcement priorities from time to time in light of the latest situation and public concerns. For example, the landslide incident on the Red Hill Peninsula has reviewed the safety hazard of detached houses with irregularities and are located near the coastal slope. Therefore, the two departments launched a joint operation at the end of September to accord priority to handling detached houses along the coast. In response to public concerns about unauthorized brownfield operations in the new territories, the Landies set up the Special Duties Task Force in 2019, consisting of some 90 officers, to step up targeted enforcement action against unlawful occupation of large areas of government land or serious lease breaches involving private agricultural land. 2. At present, there are about 720 staff in BD responsible for handling UBWs and about 610 staff in LANSD responsible for enforcement work in relation to government land. These staff are also responsible for other duties of their departments. The average numbers of reported cases of UBWs and cases of unlawful occupation of government land handled each year by the two departments are about 30,000 and over 10,000 respectively. It is difficult to handle non-compliant cases effectively on a sustainable basis by solely relying on increasing manpower deployment, nor is it the most cost-effective way. The departments reorganize and redeploy manpower to tackle the issue. For example, with effect from April 2023, the LANSD has consolidated the land enforcement functions at the district lands offices level, such that one single team can handle unauthorized cases in the same geographical area in an integrated manner. And BD has also set up a special task force to carry out special duties relating to building safety and expedite the clearance of outstanding removal orders. Where necessary, the department will consider outsourcing to increase its handling capacity. 3. The two departments will review and optimize the mode of enforcement from time to time to enhance the effectiveness of enforcement along the following directions, including on the application of innovative technology. BD will make wider use of drones to assist in the inspection of UBWs on the exterior of buildings. BD is also developing a new system for patrolling areas with patrolling vehicles equipped with cameras and LiDAR equipment. To identify damaged signboards, if the technology is mature, it should be able to assist in identifying UBWs. The LANSD will also continue to use drones and mobile devices to enhance the effectiveness of inspection and the overall efficiency of regular land enforcement work. 2. To strengthen law enforcement and deterrent effect by stepping up prosecution work. For example, BD will instead instigate not less than 3,600 prosecutions per year for non-compliant removal orders from 2024 onwards, streamline internal workflow, and leverage on validation by external professionals to expedite the handling of non-compliant cases. And 3, as stated in the policy address delivered last week, we'll conduct a comprehensive review of the BO to strengthen BD's enforcement powers. We will examine ways to increase penalties and consider streamlining prosecution procedures through summary offenses or fixed penalties, and at the same time explore lowering the prosecution threshold so as to be more effective in combating the erection of UBWs and breaches of BO. We will put forth recommendations for legislative amendments next year. Thank you. Ms. Doreen Kong, President, like what the reply said, well, the UBWs is a historical legacy, and the backlog of cases is in tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, and it is difficult to detect them because most of them are within the houses. As there is a large backlog of UBWs, would the administration consider, without compromising safety, encourage owners to report the same to the administration and waive their cases? Thank you, Ms. Kong, for raising this. Actually, this is being practiced in cases involving illegal small houses in the new territories. Several years back, the government said that small houses without posing imminent danger, we will just record them in a snapshot. And by the same model, in the latest legislative amendment, we will also look to whether such an approach can also be used in UBW cases in the urban areas. In fact, for cases in the urban areas, the BD has also classified certain cases as non-actionable. It doesn't mean that they're not illegal, but it's just that action will not be taken against them now because they are of a smaller scale. But even if this is the case, advisory letters and warning letters will be issued to them, and we have to follow up on these cases as well. So can we be more transparent? Can we tell the public in advance that these are the cases that we are consider as non-actionable, and that you should be doing something about it before we come to inspect you? So this will be reviewed in our legislative amendment exercise. Ms. Jovi Chen, I am representing the anti-Southwest residents. Last week, I visited a household, and a Qingyi resident told me that for illegal extension of shopfront, they will be penalized at once. But for those living in Red Hill Peninsula, they will not be penalized. Now, vegetable shop owners have a difficult time in making ends meet. And well, if you erect a UBW, your your property prices may go up, and the penalty is just $500,000 and 1 year's imprisonment. Very often, there is a suspension of sentence, while the landowners will take chances since the penalty is so light. In the main reply, the government is spending a lot of efforts and manpower in tackling the cases. Will the government consider increasing the penalty? Would you be linking the penalty level with the property prices? Secretary, the member referred to the fact that the prosecution threshold and the penalty level are different from those for, say, illegal shopfront extension, because the nature of these cases is different, and also the power conferred on us is also different. But when we review the buildings ordinance, we will be also increasing adding more levels of penalty. Now, if there is UBW, we will first issue a removal order. So no matter whether your UBW is large or small, the penalty remains the same. So we will be looking at whether, say, for serious cases, more serious penalties will be meted out to make the things more reasonable. Apart from issuing removal orders, once UBW is identified, the case should not be closed after the UBW is removed. Now, we don't often instigate prosecution. So can we consider that it is possible whether landlords will be prosecuted once UBWs are identified? So these are the areas we will examine. Mr. Vincent Zhang. Thank you, President. In the 2022, the long-term strategy housing, there are some 23,000 people living in UBWs and rooftop houses. In the inspections, we found that there are just 1,700 or so subdivided units. Can we step up our enforcement action if subdivided units are found in UBWs? There is a task force to be set up on subdivided units. Can we set up a database now so that better preparation can be made for the work of the subdivided units task force? President, Secretary. If there are UBWs in SDUs, there is already a breach of the buildings ordinance. The buildings department will each year inspect target buildings every year. 180 to 200 buildings will be selected for inspection, and some of them are subdivided units. In 2023, the target is to inspect 20 buildings involving industrial buildings, because sometimes there are subdivided units in industrial buildings, and for 80 buildings, they will be inspected because these contain subdivided units. When the buildings department inspects these buildings, they are focusing on the structure, say whether the means of escape is being blocked, and also the partitioning or structural walls are in compliance with the law. And they are not looking so much at the living conditions therein. And the government recently suggested that we would come up with a timetable roadmap to phase out the SDUs, and standards for SDUs will also be set. So the scope covered is wider than whether the buildings are just safe or not. So the working group or the task force will comprise representatives from different departments, and we will work together to see how enforcement should be best carried out. Professor William Wong, Secretary, you said that you would use new technologies, including drones, to inspect buildings. I would like to ask the issue of about privacy, because the interior of the household, the people living in the household will be can be seen. So how will you deal with that? Now, if the buildings department uses drones to inspect the exterior of buildings, they have already sought the legal advice. We are sure that this is legal because they won't do anything illegal. Before using the drones, the buildings department will inform the property management companies or the owners corporations of the building. Without these bodies, the buildings department will also post notices on the building so that people know that when the buildings department will use drones to inspect the building's exterior walls. Now, after the analysis is done, if images inside the household are captured, they will make sure that these will not be made public. And also there is a limit to the time they can keep such images. They have sought legal advice, and they will definitely communicate with the residents of the building. Dr. So Chang-Wing, thank you, President. All along, well, the more people have the perception or the misperception that the more UBWs there are, the value of the property will be higher. So the problem is serious. So I'd like to follow up on this. Will the government consider amending the law to increase the penalty for UBWs and those who procrastinate on removing the UBWs, so that you can enhance the deterrent effect of your law? In enforcement efforts, in this year's policy address, the Development Bureau and has the new KPI which relates to the prosecutions of UBWs. So, like in my main reply, we said that we would instigate around 3,600 prosecutions each year. We will also start reviewing the buildings ordinance. And this covers not only enforcement against UBWs, we would also be looking at the maintenance orders, inspection orders of old and dilapidated buildings. Sometimes they are not being complied with, so these will fall within our review scope. Overall, we will increase the penalty level, and like I said earlier, we would also be mindful about the severity level of the cases and come up with different penalty levels. We will streamline the prosecution procedures and prosecution threshold so that the offenders can will not be liable for other offenses just by complying with the removal orders. Mr. Adrian Ho, we see cases of Red Hill Peninsula land owners unlawfully occupying government land. Well, these can be seen easily, but then for some cases, they may go undetected. For example, for high-rise buildings, sometimes the structural walls may be removed without authorization. Are there more effective ways for you to detect such cases which are not easily detected? President, Secretary, for external parts of the buildings department will select some target buildings and enter the buildings to do inspection. Every year, 180 to 200 buildings will be selected. What are the criteria? Well, some of the cases being reported, and some residents in the district are familiar with the situation in the districts and provide the information to us. And also whether the buildings are old and dilapidated are another criterion. Now, several months ago, the structural wall in a flat in Lohas Park has been removed. And after that, the buildings department has been browsing through websites selling flats online and try to identify leads from there. And also, if people make reports, the participation of the sector will also matter to the buildings department, because for works in the household, and they have to be undertaken by professionals. So we will have to work together with the professionals. If professionals do not comply with the law, they have to be penalized as well. Mr. Andrew Lam, thank you, President. In March or in February, the Ombudsman, in relation to the anti-exempted houses and enforcement actions, has issued an investigative report. Much of the content can also be relevant to the situation in the urban areas. The Secretary said that penalties may be increased in the future legislative amendment exercise. The report also said that in the past 10 years, when cases get to the court, the penalty meted out is very light. One of the recommendations is the buildings department ought to reflect to the court the severity of the problem. Now, even if you have increased the penalty level, how will that pan out? We will review the law and increase the penalty level. That's one area. The member is right in pointing out that even if we have increased the penalty levels, the courts may make their own decisions on how to mete out the sentence. They will take reference from other factors as well. The court will also be looking at penalties of similar cases. And the comparability may be one factor the court will consider. We have accumulated different cases, and in the review exercise, I will be communicating with the DOJ. But in the end, we have to respect the court's judgment. But anyway, we will communicate with the DOJ, in particular about the severity of the cases, and also we will tell the court how we come up with our policy, but then we will not interfere in the court's judgment.
Question for the Honorable Tan Ka-piu. Thank you, President. The government granted in 2016 the operation of flyover 01, 02, and 03 sites situated by the Kwun Tong Promenade to Hong Kong ALPs Limited, or Hong Kong Alps for Creativity, Arts and Cultural Uses for a period of 4 years, with a view to bringing vibrancy to the Kwun Tong waterfront. Hong Kong Alps has developed the site as vessel. However, there are views pointing out that due to the low usage rate of vessel resulting from its complicated booking procedures and high venue rentals, the Kwun Tong waterfront has been underutilized, thus failing to create sufficient social values and economic benefits. In this connection, will the government inform this council, one, of the annual income including government subsidies such as special subsidies during the epidemic and expenditure of Hong Kong Alps since it was granted operation of the site? 2, whether the government has, upon expiry of the first 4 years operation period of the site, assessed whether the vessel can achieve the objective of bringing vibrancy to the Kwun Tong waterfront and invited other arts groups to operate the site. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. And 3, whether it has plans to introduce diversified cultural tourism experience projects at the Kwun Tong waterfront, example, setting up a night market on a long-term basis, as well as bring in marine restaurants or retro floating seafood restaurants and revitalize adjacent waterfront areas yet to be developed, such as building a yacht club in Yau Tong Bay. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. Thank you. Secretary for Development. President, my replies to the various parts of the question are as follows. First, the flyover operation under the Kwun Tong bypass is run by the Energizing Kowloon East Office, EKEO, and the operator under a partnership approach. By way of the operation, unused spaces beneath Kwun Tong bypass were converted into spaces for creative arts and cultural users, providing not only leisure and entertainment space for the public, but also adding vibrancy and local character to the waterfront in Kwun Tong, facilitating the development of the second core business district in Kowloon East. In October 2016, EKEO signed the tenancy agreement with Hong Kong Alps to operate the sites of the flyover operation or the venue. Hong Kong Alps is an approved non-profit making organization and operates the venue in a self-financing mode. Under this mode, the operator can set charges for renting the venue for commercial and other kinds of activities, but the income generated must be plowed back into the operation of the venue. Government facilities at the venue, together with surplus made, shall be returned to the government upon expiry of the tenancy. The major sources of income include venue rentals, sponsorship from charity trust funds for various activities, and special subsidies from the government during the pandemic. Total annual incomes ranged from about $3 million to $7+ million. Major expenditure items include staff wages, cleansing and security expenses, and insurance premiums, etc. Total annual expenditures ranged from about $4 million to $7+ million. Losses were recorded in the first 4 years of the operation. It was only in 2021 that the operation started to record a surplus. The second part of the question, EKEO closely monitors the operation of Hong Kong Alps. The latter must submit to EKEO on a monthly basis the venue's usage report and details of events organized. Half-yearly and year-end reports listing out events organized, occupancy rates of the venue and improvement proposals, financial statement, as well as the plan for the future year also required. Through collaboration with more than 300 organizations, Hong Kong Alps has established an extensive network in KE, a long-term partnership with social welfare, commercial, local, and school organizations. The operation has established a unique branding and image and is now a popular place for hosting various public events. During the first 4 years of operation, over 700 large and small-scale events were held at the venue, that is, 3 to 4 events per week on average. Large-scale events include the International Dragon Boat Championships in 2018, Social Enterprise Carnival in 2019, and Social Innovation Experience in 2020. Other events include arts festivals, exhibitions, bazaars, workshops, and urban farming experience, which cater to different interests and needs of the public. Besides, the venue provides a platform for nurturing diverse creative talents. The public are free to use the place for busking, photo shooting, skateboarding, bike riding, hip-hop dancing, street workout, etc., when the venue is not rented out. Since society resumed normalcy earlier this year, the venue has become more busy. Recently, the operator has organized with Development Bureau a series of Night Vibes in Hong Kong events, which were well received by the public. Taking into consideration Hong Kong Alps performance and achievement in the first 4 years of operation, the Bureau renewed its tenancy in May 2021 for another 4 years until the end of May 2025 based on the option to renew clause in the tenancy agreement. Hong Kong Alps has undertaken to further strengthen creative arts and culture development, green living, as well as community engagement, and to focus on providing more events in response to community aspirations in the coming 4 years. We plan to select the operator for the next term by open tender, which is to be conducted 1 year before expiry of the renewed tenancy, that is in around mid-2024, and the arrangement and details of tendering will be announced in due course. The third part of the question, we've worked hard to connect the waterfront promenades and provide high-quality public space at both sides of the Victoria Harbour, so as to place equal emphasis on quality and quantity. In terms of quantity, we are going to develop promenades in Kowloon in future. In 2028 or before, we are going to open up promenades of over 5 kilometers in KE, covering the Kwun Tong development area, Cha Kwan Ling, Kwun Tong, and Yau Tong. The promenades open to the public will increase from 3 kilometers to over 8 kilometers. Moreover, another 3.6 kilometers of the waterfront in KU will be incorporated into future developments. The majority of the waterfront areas in Yau Tong Bay are located in private landlords. The landowners are required under the relevant outline zoning plan to provide a public waterfront promenade within the landlord during development. We will also amend the zoning in future so as to allow the landowner of the designated landlord within the area to provide marina-related landside facilities through planning applications. As regards quality, apart from activities like Night Vibes Hong Kong, as mentioned in part 2 of the reply, other organizations have also organized water-related activities at Kwun Tong Promenade recently. With the more developments commissioned, we will have more waterfront areas. For instance, the Kai Tak Sports Park facing Victoria Harbour will have the dining cove. It will offer unique dining experience for the public, and the adjacent Kai Tak base camp with about 15,000 odd square meters will also provide leisure space and viewing stations for the public. Both projects expected to be completed in 2024 will continue to make good use of the waterfront sites to provide diversified activities and facilities, and we take into account the aspirations of the public as users of the sites. Mr. Tan Ka Pil, the reason why I asked this question is in July, an organization wanted to organize a youth music festival together with the Kwun Tong District Office, a 3-day event, free of charge, and then the rental was $50,000. A free event had to pay $50,000 for using the site, and that's the reason for my question. Now, Hong Kong is not like what it was in the past. In the past, we could only we talk about developing arts and culture, but now our hardcore mission is to develop the economy and improve livelihood. The crux of my question is how we can use the Kwun Tong waterfront to create social values and economic benefits. Right now, the place is rather ugly. I'd like to ask whether the government will support turning Yau Tong Bay into an international yacht club. Now, we can see from here that the shape of the bay is comparable to Morocco, and they are already coast that rather than developing Yau Tong, we should turn it into an international yacht club so that it will be a very pretty coastline for Kowloon East Sector. First, I'd like to respond to the question raised by Mr. Tan Ka Pil, a youth music festival charged a commercial rent earlier. Now, this is because apart from free musical performances, there were also profit-making commercial activities. And so the co-organizer did not apply for free rental. I believe that in future, with better communication, if there should be a clear delineation of free and also paid activities at the event. As for whether we can have a yacht club in Yaotong Bay, the land involved is mainly private land. Hopefully, we want to simplify approving procedures and made available possible conditions. As I said, we would like to rezone the land there. The purpose is, should the future landowner want to use the site for developing a yacht club, then a planning application will suffice. Planning applications are usually simpler and the processing time is usually a few months. So our position is for the market to make proposals. The government will remove the constraints and red tapes during the processing procedure. Professor Lau Chi-Pang, when it comes to adding vibrancy to the Kwun Tong waterfront, I'd like to know whether it should be related to the overall development of the district, because Kwun Tong used to be the most important industrial areas in Hong Kong. A few years back, I joined the work of the energizing Kowloon East. Back then, we wanted to incorporate both the industrial characteristics and the waterfront in our future development. I'd like to know whether this requirement will be added to future development projects. Secretary. Thank you. Professor Lau made a very valid point. While Kwun Tong will be the second core business area in Hong Kong, its unique character is integration of the old and the new. There will be new commercial buildings, and there are also older industrial buildings in the process of transformation. We have explored this theme in talks and forums, which some members here participated as well. The point is whether we can bring out the industrial history of Kwun Tong in future development. If you have visited the Kwun Tong promenade recently, you can see the pillars of the flyover operation with cartoons posted there, exhibiting the old industrial stories of Kwun Tong. When we host activities at this site, we very often work with industrialists in order to showcase this theme, and we're going to continue. Mr. Yo Pak Leung, thank you. I am very concerned about the development of the Kwun Tong waterfront promenade. In 2009, phase 1 started, and then in 2011 it was open to the public, and then for the third phase works started in 2013 for completion in 2015. That means the whole waterfront promenade took 4 years, and it was 10 years afterwards, that is in August 2023, that we formally opened the Cha Kwa Ling Waterfront Promenade. That is, at long last, we have over 2 kilometers of the waterfront for use by the public. According to the main reply, in 2018 or before, we can have a continuous waterfront from Kai Tak Development Park to Yaotong. I look forward to the commissioning of this stretch. After all, we have waited long enough. Now I'm concerned about the progress of works. I'm also concerned about the use of our waterfront area, whether we talk about Kwun Tong or Hong Kong Island or Tsim Sha Tsui or Kowloon. I think it's a waste if we only use it for leisurely activities. This is a waste because we talk about very valuable stretches of land. I'd like to know for Kwun Tong, is there room for commercial elements to be included? I went to the Charcoaling Park, which was newly opened. It was an excellent spot for viewing the sunset. In particular, Mr. Lee, you've already asked your question. Please do not continue to comment. Secretary. In our main reply and also on other occasions, we said that from now to 2028, we hope to extend the length of our waterfront promenade by around 9 kilometers. This is a real KPI. In the additional 9 kilometers, we are confident that it can be completed within schedule. Most of the 9 kilometer will be in Kowloon, and a large proportion of it is in Kowloon East. In the past, we focused on Hong Kong Island. We have to admit this after its effect, but in the coming few years, we will see more waterfront promenades commissioned in Kowloon. Now, it was mentioned that we placed too much emphasis on leisure and recreation, and there is limited commercial activity. In fact, for a 3-kilometer long waterfront promenade, we should give unique features and characteristics to different sections. We've heard views from the public that they want a spacious waterfront for jogging, for meeting with friends. They don't want fairs or carnivals there. But there are other people who want carnivals and fairs, festivals, so long as the area is not used for fairs and carnivals throughout the day, throughout the year, so that they could not use it for leisure. All in all, the direction is to provide different types of activities and arrangements at different promenades at different times of the year. I'm sure you all want novelty. If we have the same setup and the same kind of activities there, that is rather dull. On various occasions, we've heard comments that many promenades already open. They may not be used for large-scale commercial activities. At least there should be more food and beverage facilities so that people can buy a drink or snack when they walk along the promenades. This is the next step. The first step is to connect our promenades, and the next step is to beautify it and to provide more facilities. We are happy to hear suggestions from the public as to how we should proceed. Mr. Peter Shield, speakers of mic. Now for Night Vibes Hong Kong, we could see how successful the events were in terms of circulation, and even operators of small stores have said that the revenue was higher than expected. Members of the public and visitors welcome Night Vibes Hong Kong events. I hope the government can keep up with this good work and provide similar events. Now, Mr. Peter Shield, this question is about adding vibrancy to the Kwun Tong promenade. Can you come to your question, please? Well, there were Night Vibes Hong Kong events at Kwun Tong waterfront promenade as well. I hope this secretary can continue to host similar events, and most important of all, there should be more performances. Secretary, indeed. we had 3 venues for Night Vibes Hong Kong events, of which Kwun Tong is one. And the theme was arts and creative activities, and for food stalls. There were fewer compared to the event in Wan Chai, but there are more stores for creative and arts and small startups. And this is the character of Kwun Tong waterfront after all. We welcome Mr. Shields' suggestion that we have more similar events at Kwun Tong waterfront, and then we will consider the aspirations and wish of the community as well. Thank you.
Yes.
Question 5, Dr. David Lim. Thank you, President. In 2013, the Ombudsman published a direct investigation report on control of healthcare professions not subject to statutory regulation, which put forward the recommendation to map out a long-term review strategy for the scope and ways to strengthen regulatory control of unregulated healthcare personnel, and also the need for putting them under statutory control. In December 2016, the government launched the voluntary AR scheme, that is the accredited register scheme for healthcare professions. There are views that while at present the relevant professional bodies of 5 healthcare professions, including clinical psychologists, educational psychologists, dietitians, speech therapists, and audiologists, have been granted full accreditation status under the AR scheme by an independent accreditation agent, the government has not yet taken forward a statutory registration regime for such healthcare professions in the past 7 years, giving rise to the situation where persons whose healthcare professional competencies are not up to standard can continue to claim themselves to be healthcare professionals and mislead members of the public. In this connection, will the government inform this council whether it has formulated a specific timetable for implementing a statutory registration regime for such professions? If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that and the factors for consideration. Secretary for Health. President, I thank Dr. Lam for the question. According to the classification of the World Health Organization, the work of healthcare professions mainly involves the provision of recommendations and services for the prevention, treatment, rehabilitation and promotion of health, and the technical support for diagnosis and treatment for illnesses and injuries. Thanks to the reputation built up by various healthcare professionals over the years in their respective fields, the professional standard of healthcare professions in Hong Kong ranked high among developed economies. Healthcare professionals are the gatekeeper of the health of citizens. The government attaches great importance to their professional standard and conduct to ensure the quality of our healthcare services meets the requisite standard to protect the health of citizens. Healthcare professions in Hong Kong have all along observed the principle of professional autonomy. Various healthcare professions are subject to different levels of regulation based on their professional risks and development. Such regulation includes mainly 3 types of systems. First, mandatory statutory registration, under which practicing the profession without registration is not allowed. Second, registration under accredited systems, under which non-compulsory registration and non-registrants are not prohibited from practicing the profession. Third, voluntary registration under a society-based arrangement. Mandatory statutory registration is not the only effective mode of regulation, nor is it applicable to the actual situation of all healthcare professions. The government's policy is to adopt a risk-based approach and consider the mode of regulation applicable to various healthcare professions based on the level of risk on public health and healthcare quality and safety posed by the healthcare professions when providing services. In general, the government would prioritize the implementation of mandatory statutory registration for healthcare professionals carrying out medical procedures which are invasive or with a higher risk. At the same time, the government maintains communication with the professions and regulates the healthcare professions, taking into consideration the actual situation of their development including the following 4 factors. First, whether the profession has a broadly representative organization or association with an effective governance structure. Second, whether the profession is capable of formulating professional standards and registration criteria with recognition. Third, the scale of the profession, including the service volume and the number of professionals. And lastly, the views of the organizations and members of the profession. In December 2016, the government launched the AR scheme to improve the society-based self-regulatory arrangement for non-statutorily regulated healthcare professions under the principle of professional autonomy. The AR scheme is operated according to the principle of one profession, one professional body, one register, and healthcare professional organizations may choose to participate in the AI scheme according to their wishes and situation. The Jockey Club School of Public Health and Primary Care of the Chinese University of Hong Kong has been appointed as the accreditation agent of the AI scheme to carry out accreditation procedures for the participating healthcare professional organizations. Relevant healthcare professional organizations will only be granted accreditation status upon passing the accreditation assessment. Accredited bodies are responsible for managing the register of the relevant profession, and members of the public may inspect the register through the accredited bodies. Since the launch of the AR scheme, there have been 5 healthcare professions, namely audiologists, clinical psychologists, dietitians, educational psychologists, and speech therapists, with each having one professional organization passing the accreditation assessment from 2018 to 2019 and granted full accreditation status. The reassessment of the 5 accredited bodies under the assessment of the second accreditation cycle has commenced by phases beginning in 2022. The Hong Kong Institute of Speech Therapists has successfully passed the accreditation assessment, while the assessment procedures for the other professional organizations will be completed shortly. The accreditation agent has earlier commenced the review of the effectiveness of the first accreditation cycle. It has preliminarily affirmed that the AI scheme operated largely smoothly and has achieved its objective of ensuring the professional standard of healthcare professionals, while facilitating members of the public to make decisions in choosing healthcare services by providing them with more information. When the review is completed, the accreditation agent will submit a report to the government and make recommendations on enhancing the AI scheme and the way forward. To enhance the recognition of the AI scheme, the Department of Health and the Hospital Authority have enhanced their employment arrangements by including registration with the accredited bodies as one of the priority considerations in the recruitment for positions of the relevant healthcare professions. Also, starting from April 2023, the government has extended the scope of the elderly healthcare voucher scheme to cover primary healthcare services provided by 4 categories of healthcare professionals registered under the AR scheme, namely audiologists, dietitians, clinical psychologists, and speech therapists. This notwithstanding, there remains room for further increase in the number of registrants and ratio of registration under the AR scheme. For some professions, it's estimated that only less than around 40% of practitioners were registered with the accredited bodies. I believe more healthcare professionals will apply for registration when accredited bodies step up the publicity of their accreditation status and enhance their professional representation. This will further enhance the recognition of the scheme and enable it to better demonstrate its effectiveness. As for the suggestion to set up mandatory statutory registration regimes for the 5 healthcare professions under the scheme, it concerns the regulation of the overall healthcare profession, and the government must prudently and comprehensively consider the issue. We have at present no intention to legislate in respect of the relevant healthcare professions to set up mandatory registration regimes and to preclude non-registrants from practicing. The government will continue to keep in view the actual situation of the healthcare professions under the AI scheme and consider suitable regulatory regimes for the relevant healthcare professions, having regard to the recommendations of the review report. Thank you, President. Dr. David Lam. President, I thank Secretary for his main reply. The Secretary pointed out that there are currently 3 types of registration systems, including a mandatory statutory registration for nurses and doctors, and society-based registration systems such as for lawyers, as well as a ordinary registration system. Be it society-based or statutory registration, without registration, you cannot call or claim yourself a lawyer or a doctor. Under the current system, anyone can claim himself to be a dietitian or a psychologist. Therefore, less than 40% of the practitioners are willing to have their registration registered, and they can put up advertisements as they wish. There are different types of advertisements put up by dietitians. They claim that they can, through food therapy, improve the ADHD problem of children. They're selling their products in these ads, and this is undermining the health of our citizens. The Secretary pointed out in his main reply that he has expanded the scope of the elderly healthcare voucher scheme to cover the 5 healthcare professions. However, citizens still don't know who are qualified. First, anyone can have their name put up publicly. Also, this little trademark here cannot be included in their name cards or in their offices. So there's no way for citizens to find out who are qualified. And it is easy for citizens to fall into traps, and it is hard for us to maintain the service standards of different healthcare professions. Has the government considered having practitioners who are registered under the regulated scheme to claim themselves as psychologists or clinical psychologists, etc.? Secretary, for the accreditation scheme, that is the AR scheme, it allows practitioners to put up the trademark on their business cards or offices. The accreditation schemes has its merits and backdrops or drawbacks, and we have to legislate for the system. We have the accreditation scheme, and it allows for more flexibility. Dr. Lam raised dietitians as an example. About 40% of them have registered. According to the standards of the current AR schemes, about 60% of the practitioners are not up to standard. We value the professional autonomy of the professions. That is, what kind of training is required, what kind of education qualification is required, and they have to reach a consensus in terms of the standards required. Then we can come up with legislation. The current system allows more flexibility. Thank you, President. Mrs. Regina Ip. President, Professor Lo mentioned in his main reply the 3 types of registration system, and that the health of the public is a major consideration when the government decides which registrations to use. I understand that clinical psychologists would like a statutory registration regime. It was mentioned that it is time-consuming and troublesome to set up such a regime, but that's not true. We are seeing a more efficient administrative system now. Just now it was mentioned that there is an accreditation agent, which is the Jockey Club School of the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Can the Secretary really think about whether it is that troublesome to set up a statutory registration regime? Well, you said that there is an accreditation agent, but we don't know who is behind the accreditation agent. So would the government reconsider the proposal of the statutory registration regime? Secretary. The Department of Health has done a lot of work to promote the accreditation scheme, and we require the professions to promote about the scheme themselves. We have already completed a review, and we're now waiting for the review of the second accreditation cycle. We commissioned TMHK to conduct a review for us because it's more objective that way. There are 5 standards they look at, including the governance, the training of the professions, as well as the management of the register, to decide whether the professional bodies should be granted accreditation in the second cycle. To respond to the question of Mrs. Ip about clinical psychologists, for clinical psychologists, there are Hong Kong Institute of Clinical Psychologists as well as other body to regulate the registration or the practitioner qualification of its members. And their members have undergone different training, and they are granted accreditation by these bodies. And it was finally decided that the Hong Kong Institute of Clinical Psychologists can become accredited under the accredited scheme. There are discussions ongoing about the level of recognition of their members. And there are things to be decided by the professional body. Mr. Tang Fei, I thank Dr. Lam for putting this question. And as an educator, I now understand that there are 3 types of registration systems. My question is this. These 5 healthcare professions mentioned, including clinical psychologists, speech therapists, and audiologists, they have to do with education. For students with special educational needs, well, they are requiring more and more services nowadays. My question is this. If parents and schools have complaints about the services they receive concerning the 4 professions I mentioned, is the current registration system capable of dealing with the disputes or complaints arising from the services concerning these 4 professions? Secretary. I won't categorize some of these professional services as medical or healthcare services. That's my first point. Also, we may not have to deal with problems from the legal perspective. They may be able to dealt with through the internal system of the relevant professions. Also, there is a complaint mechanism set up by the relevant professional bodies, and professional bodies accredited can take disciplinary action against practitioners violating the code of practice, and they can be deregistered by the relevant body. And the register is made public to members of the general public so that they know the result of the disciplinary actions taken. The relevant employers can also follow the same mechanism to deal with non-compliances. So we don't have to use legal means necessarily to deal with these problems. Ms. Carmen Khan. Thank you, President. I believe David Lam put this question to the Secretary because he wants to know what the government thinks or the considerations behind for not putting up statutory registration system for the 5 healthcare professions? The government's reply is that it will wait until the report of the relevant review to make a decision. My question is this. Are any fees being charged to these professional bodies under the AI scheme? Thank you. Secretary. As to the fees of the accreditation agent, the government covers the cost, and there is a register provided by the agent. And there are 15 healthcare professions which are non-statutorily regulated, and we are currently conducting review on these professions. And the factors they look at is the governance, as well as the training required, as well as the management of the relevant register, etc. And the government covers the cost of the review by the accreditation agent. As for the professional bodies concerned, they run on a self-financing basis. Mr. Chen Chenying. Thank you, President. In his main reply, the Secretary said the government considers whether the healthcare services provided is invasive or critical when it decides whether a mandatory statutory registration system should be set up. However, for some professions, such as chiropractic, a lot of people need such services from them. It's not invasive, but it has its risks. For the complaints concerning these services, will the government look at these complaints to decide whether the healthcare services concerned are at higher risks? Secretary, chiropractic is one of the 13 professions under regulation. We understand that there's a certain kind of risk incurred in services provided by chiropractic. Thank you.
Last question seeking an oral reply, Mr. Holden Chow. President, some citizens have relayed that making appointments for general outpatient clinic services over the phone rarely works. After conducting real-life tests, some media have found that except for using the Hospital Authority mobile app HA Go to make service appointments, which is more likely to work, making appointments through other phone channels is unsuccessful due to either the call cannot be answered at the moment or the appointment quota is full. There are views that it is simply tough for seniors who are not smartphone savvy to make appointments for GOPC services. In this connection, will the government inform this council if it knows one? The average daily number of GOPC consultation quotas provided in each of the 18 districts across Hong Kong, as well as the respective numbers of person times who managed to make appointments for GOPC services over the phone and HA Go in various districts, and their percentages in the total numbers of GOPC attendances in various districts in each of the past 5 years, and set out the breakdown in the table. 2. Whether the HA will take measures to enhance and improve the telephone appointment service of GOPCs so that more citizens can make appointments via the system with success. If so, of the details, if not, the reasons for that. And 3, the manpower employed by the HA to run the phone appointment service of GOPCs, including those answering the calls in each of the past 5 years. Secretary for Health. President, now, having consulted the Hospital Authority, I give my consolidated reply to the various parts of Mr. Chow's question as follows. The general outpatient clinics, or GOPCs, of the HA mainly provide over an annual attendance of over 5 million, serving the low-income persons and vulnerable groups, especially seniors, low-income families, and chronic disease patients. The primary healthcare needs of most people are taken care of by the private health medical sector, with roughly 20 million outpatient visits each year. Now, GOPCs offer a daily consultation quota of around 20,000 on weekdays. 10,000 such slots are reserved for patients with episodic illnesses. These patients have two ways to book GOPC slots. One, over the phone, and second, using the HA's one-stop mobile app, that is HA Go. There's a function called Book GOPC. They can book slots within the next 24 hours. The HA has already uploaded onto a web page information about the average daily quotas for the preceding 4 weeks. Now, for the annual quotas in each district over the past 5 years, members can refer to the information in the annex. In the first 8 months this year, over the phone, the number of quotas there made up nearly 80% of the total slots available. Over the mobile app, just 20% of the slots. For the GOPC phone system, it's a round-the-clock automated computerized system. Patients can book or cancel a slot on their own. Here, no staff is needed to manually handle the booking calls. The point is to save manpower and to automate the process so that the HA can focus the manpower on clinics where they can serve the patients directly. To make things easier for people, on the phone system, patients can call the clinic directly. They can pick the clinic of choice and book a slot there. During the peak hours, the line may be busy. There's a chance that people cannot book a slot. They cannot get through temporarily. So this is where it's different from HA Go, the mobile app, because there's a capacity for the phone system. We now have 800 lines. The people call clinics individually instead of call all the clinics in one go. Since the launch of the phone system, the HA has been listening to the public's views and provide support. The HA has been improving the system. First, enhancing the system. The HA has gradually enhanced the system. The number of lines has gone up to 800 to meet the needs of GOPCs. But then these are analog phone systems. The system has been in place for more than 10 years, with limited room for further enhancement. The HA strives to digitalize the whole system in 3 years. The point is to achieve a breakthrough over the limit imposed by the analog phone system. This will give people an easier time accessing the system. Now, there will also be an effort to link up the clinics in a district to form a network. So someone calls a clinic, this person gets told about the slots available in the next 24 hours. If all the slots are filled up, the phone system searches the slots available in nearby clinics to make life easier for the patient. There will also be real-time updates. Now, the phone system works around the clock. A caller cancels a slot, the system makes that slot available for booking by other patients. So there's no need for the patient to book a slot at a particular time. This can boost efficiency. If someone cannot get a slot at the time of calling, they can call again later. The fourth point is about greater ease for seniors. The HA looks at the distribution of target service users. The HA has set aside elderly appointment quotas for seniors aged 65 or above. The seniors can sign up with a Hong Kong ID number and then they can enjoy the service. As I just said, in the first 8 months of 2023, 80% of the slots went to the phone system. Just 20% of the slots went to the mobile app. Among those who managed to book a slot over the mobile app, nearly 40% were seniors, comparable to the rate on the phone system. This shows seniors are gradually mastering the way the mobile app works. Compared with the conventional phone system, the mobile app offers greater ease, especially given the fact that seniors tend to have hearing problems. The benefits of the mobile app include there's no constraint on the limit, so we don't have this limit of just having 800 lines. On the mobile app, there's a personalized function that can store the patient's information. This way, the patient won't have to input the information every time they call a clinic. This can make things faster. The procedure on the mobile app can save 50% of the time that would have taken over the phone system. Patients can store their frequently used clinics. They can check their booking status, the slots available of all GOPCs, appointment reminders, and also appointment history. With the mobile app, people can also check their health records, drug details. They can also do a personalized form of health management. The HA will continue to enhance the mobile app. In the long run, the HA wants to encourage more people to use this convenient way to book GOPC services. As we develop a smart city and we have this aging population, there's a need to help people, especially seniors, use technology. We need to further promote the use of the mobile app among seniors for their health management. This can help us better cope with Hong Kong's aging population, which is a challenge. Given the rapidly aging population, increasing prevalence of chronic diseases, rising medical demand, the public healthcare system, as the cornerstone and safety net of the local healthcare system, needs to focus resources on accident and emergency services, specialist care, and secondary and tertiary healthcare, which require advanced clinical expertise. We have put forward a proposal for reform in the primary healthcare blueprint, focusing on strengthening primary healthcare services and easing the pressure on the public healthcare system, especially the specialist outpatient clinics under public hospitals. We will continue to promote a family doctor for all, and we will launch the chronic disease co-care pilot scheme in mid-November. Through setting up a family doctor system and the screening system, people with the means can go for this co-payment system, and they can be channeled to the private primary healthcare sector for health management. At the same time, we want to focus the limited resources of public general outpatient services on the care for those who cannot afford private health care. We will gradually reposition GOPCs to focus on care for the vulnerable groups. Mr. Holden Chow. Secretary, some seniors struggle with smartphones. They try hours, they try the entire day to call the phone system. They cannot get through. They think the system is broken, it's useless. But the seniors have expectations. They hope they can make it work. So resentment builds up. The main reply refers to elderly quotas. We need some quotas for seniors who struggle with smartphones. Now, there are teleconsultations. Can we make greater use of this option to free up more GOPC slots to meet seniors' needs? Can this be explored? Secretary. We have slots for seniors. They enter their Hong Kong ID number, and if our system shows they're over the age of 65, they can use those slots. Booking a slot over the phone comes with a constraint. There are just 800 lines, and there are 74 GOPCs. So there's a limit on the number of phone lines for each clinic. Some clinics have more phone lines than the other. Some clinics have just fewer than 10 phone lines. When people call a clinic, they call a specific clinic. This is easier for seniors because they may be used to a clinic nearby. We need to do more in education. Someone calls a clinic, and if it doesn't work, they can consider other clinics nearby. We have an aging population. 20% of our population is over the age of 65. In 10 years, that rate will rise to 30% of the population. We want to be a smart city. We want to do smart healthcare. We will launch the eHealth Plus system. So we want to make use of technology to boost efficiency, because this is a more efficient way to go. We want to encourage seniors to use technology. Our figures show seniors can handle the technology. They can use smartphones. Helping them use smartphones is a way to go. Now, teleconsultations. During COVID, teleconsultations helped us. It helped minimize cross-infection. It was a time when isolation was in place, so teleconsultations worked. For the primary consultation, teleconsultations come with a limit because the doctor doesn't get to see the patient face-to-face. The doctor cannot examine the patient. For episodic illnesses, a patient goes to a doctor for the first time. So we're not talking about diabetes or other kinds of chronic illnesses. In a follow-up consultation, the doctor asks about the blood pressure or the blood sugar level and then prescribes the medicine. But when it comes to the first-time consultation, there can be a variety of symptoms, a cough, diarrhea, fever, shortness of breath, etc. So here, teleconsultations come with constraints. Teleconsultations also take more time for the healthcare worker. A doctor sees the patient face-to-face and can sort out the issues quickly, but arranging a teleconsultation is not efficient. It takes at least double the amount of time to set up that teleconsultation. So this is something we have to bear in mind. So the best way to go is to boost our service capacity. In some districts, there's greater service demand. We will enhance our facilities. We are doing improvement works and increasing manpower. On booking a slot, this year's policy address proposed the eHealth Plus initiative. This will be a mobile app and also a health record for all. We want to encourage more seniors to use eHealth and also book a slot over the app. Thank you. Reverend Peter Kun. President, for most GOPCs, the slots are always filled up. For private hospitals, they do round-the-clock outpatient services too. Will the government consider providing round-the-clock GOPCs in some districts with private hospitals to ease this long-term issue? Secretary, under the hospital authority, there are 23 GOPCs offering evening sessions. On Sundays and public holidays, 14 GOPCs provide outpatient care. We know some people may need the service at those times. To provide the service, we need manpower. In the evening, the non-urgent service demand is rather limited, and we're talking about the non-urgent kind of service need. We will need an entire healthcare team to run an evening clinic. Doctors, nurses, pharmacists, patient assistants, clerical staff, other support staff. Running a clinic means we have to consider the cost effectiveness. So when there's an urgent emergency, people go to the A&E. That's the service provided by an accident and emergency department. But for non-emergency service demand, getting doctors and nurses to work in the evening may not be the most cost-effective way to go. Mr. Kitson Yang, it's hard to access GOPC services. I was at a street booth some seniors came to me. They told me about the problem. They said they could not book a slot through the phone system or HA Go. Some seniors said they had a fever, but they didn't want to use the appointment system because they knew it wouldn't work. They had to go to a private practitioners, but that's costly. The secretary proposed the improvement. I think they are the way to go. But to make things easier for seniors, can we have dedicated lines for seniors to book a slot or a simplified version of HA Go? And can we have walk-in slots for seniors so that they can get medical attention? Secretary, GOPCs serve the vulnerable. Under the primary health care plan or blueprint, we stress that we need to make good use of the private healthcare sector. Most family doctors are in the private market. And this is also a concept in the chronic disease co-care scheme. There's a co-payment model to encourage the public to access private healthcare. That we will continue to run GOPC services at public hospitals. We will continue to enhance the service in the facilities and the recruitment of manpower. We will keep stepping up the efforts, but it will take time before we see results. Now, walk-in slots, we used to have that. Seniors would line up outside the GOPCs. Some started queuing early in the morning. We have the technology. Asking seniors to line up outside GOPCs while exposed to the elements, this is not a scientific way and not a very considerate way for seniors. In that case, you see seniors lining up exposed to the element. We now have a phone system and HA Go. These systems make it easier for seniors because they can book a slot at home, and this is our direction. We have no plan to bring back the walk-in slot. Thank you. Ms. Eunice Yong. President, HA Go offers great ease. It's also now linked with I Am Smart. I believe the app will see greater usage. For GOPCs, are there information booths or is help given to seniors to help them download HA Go so that these seniors can book a slot with the app? Secretary. Now, we've been promoting HA Go. HA Go also comes with other functions. It will be linked with eHealth Plus. That's how we can achieve smart healthcare. At GOPCs, there's staff helping seniors with using the app. So there's staff there to help. This can help more people use the app. Thank you.
Government Bills First Reading. Stamp Duty Amendment Stock Transfers Bill 2023. Inland Revenue Amendment Disposal Gain by Holder of Qualifying Equity Interests Bill 2023. Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2022 to 2023 Bill. Waterworks Amendment Bill 2023. Second reading, Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, I move the second reading of the Stamp Duty Amendment Stock Transfers Bill 2023. The bill seeks to implement the initiative in the 2023 policy address on solidifying the competitiveness of Hong Kong stock market by reducing the rate of stamp duty on stock transfers payable by both the buyer and the seller from 0.13% to 0.1%. After an upward trajectory from 2000 to 2021. The average daily turnover of Hong Kong's stock market is experiencing a downturn, declining from a peak of $167 billion in 2021 to $110 billion in the first months of 2023. In August 2023, the government set up a task force comprising industry experts and representatives from financial regulations and the Hong Kong Act to study the underlying factors and put forward specific proposals for promoting trading and the sustainable development of Hong Kong's stock market. The task force submitted its report to the chief executive in early October 2023 and concludes that the decline in market turnover is primarily attributed to the drop in stock prices caused by various external factors, including a liquidity tightening macro environment, escalated geopolitical tensions, and weaker confidence in the global economic outlook. The task force believes that while the reversal of the current declining trend would depend on an improvement of the external factors, enhancements should still be implemented to address specific structural issues identified in Hong Kong's stock market. The initiatives proposed by the task force cover the listing regime, market structure, trading mechanism, etc. And one of it is to reduce the rate of stamp duty across all equities to lower the transaction cost of stock trading and improve investor sentiment, with the specific reduction rate to be decided by the government. Having considered all factors, the government proposes to lower stamp duty rate to 0.1% to improve market sentiment and enhance the competitiveness of Hong Kong's stock market. The proposal will strike a balance between promoting market development and maintaining a healthy fiscal position. Moreover, the government agrees with the task force analysis that enhancing the competitiveness of the Hong Kong market hinges not only on lowering the stamp duty, but also maintaining the advantages of Hong Kong's systems and the concerted efforts of the government, the Hong Kong Act, the financial regulators, and the industry in promoting market development. As such, the government will therefore actively follow up on the task force other recommendations on improving the listing regime, market structure, and trading mechanism, and offering more quality issuers and products, etc. It will consult the market on the various measures. This, coupled with the improvement in external environment, will hopefully enhance the liquidity in the stock market. I appeal to members' support of the bill so that reduction in the stamp duty for stock transfers can be implemented as soon as possible. President, I so submit.
I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee, Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. Mr. President, I move the second reading of the Inland Revenue Amendment Disposal Gain by Holder of Qualifying Equity Interests Bill 2023. Hong Kong has a simple and competitive tax system which does not tax gains on disposal of equity interests that are of capital nature. To examine the nature of the gains, the Inland Revenue Department, or IRD, presently adopts a badges of trade approach where considerations are given to the relevant facts and circumstances of the case. If the gains are determined to be capital in nature, after the badges of trade analysis, they are not subject to profits tax. If they are determined to be revenue in nature, they are subject to profits tax. Since acquisition and disposal of equity interests are common during the process of business expansion and restructuring, the Financial Secretary subsequently announced in the 2023-24 budget speech that the government will put forward an enhancement proposal to provide greater certainty of non-taxation of onshore gains on disposal of equity interests, or the gains that are of capital nature. The bill seeks to introduce a tax certainty enhancement scheme. For onshore gains on disposal of equity interests, they will be determined as not subject to profits tax without going through the badges of trade analysis if they meet the specified criteria. Specifically, the bill provides that if the investor entity has held certain equity interests in the investee entity throughout the continuous period of 24 months immediately before the date of disposal of the subject interests, and those equity interests have been held throughout the reference period amount to at least 15% of the total equity interest in the investee entity, then the investor entity is exempt from profits tax For the gains on disposal of equity interests, the investor entity must be a legal person, not including a natural person, or an arrangement that prepares separate financial accounts, such as a partnership or a trust. The bill also provides for the calculation of the aggregate equity interest held by an investor entity or a closely related entity of an investor, as well as equity interest disposed of in tranches. The tax certainty enhancement scheme applies to the gains where the disposal occurs on or after the 1st of January 2024, and the gains accrue in the basis period for a year of assessment beginning on or after the 1st of April 2023. To strike a balance between facilitating businesses and upholding the integrity of our tax system, we propose excluding from the scheme the gains which are normally not considered as capital in nature and those arising in circumstances where the risk of abuse is relatively high. The gains of excluded investor entities or in relation to the excluded interest would continue to be examined by the IRD using the badges of trade approach under the existing arrangements in determining the tax position. Similarly, the IRD will continue to adopt the existing badges of trade approach to determine the tax position of the relevant gains accrued by taxpayers who have not elected to join the scheme. The bill provides for other technical matters such as commencement date, computation, and other administrative arrangements. Details can be found in the electoral brief we earlier issued. The Financial Services Bureau and the Treasury actively consulted the sector on the tax certainty enhancement scheme, covering over 80 business and sector organizations with a view to drawing up the scheme and implementation details. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the stakeholders for their support and their invaluable input. I implore members to support the passage of the bill for the early implementation of the tax certainty enhancement scheme so that businesses may know in advance if the gains are taxable and how much. This will help lower their compliance costs and further enhance our tax competitiveness. I so submit. Thank you, Mr. President.
I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, I move the second reading of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2022 to 2023 bill. Section 9 of the Public Finance Ordinance provides that if at the close of account of any financial year it is found that the expenditure charged to any head is in excess of the sum appropriated for that head by an appropriation ordinance, the excess shall be included in a supplementary appropriation bill to be introduced into the legislature as soon as practicable after the close of the financial year. The 2022-23 financial year has ended. For 18 of the 84 heads of expenditure, the actual expenditure exceeded the original appropriation in the Appropriation Bill 2021, which could be attributed mainly to the injection into the anti-epidemic fund and the creation of a new head of expenditure for the Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau established on the 1st of July 2022. All these supplementary provisions have been approved by the Financial Committee or approved under delegated authority. I now introduce the Supplementary Appropriation 2022 to 2023 bill to seek approval for supplementary appropriation of $47.5 billion for the above 80 heads of expenditure to comply with the Section 9 of the Public Finance Ordinance. President, I so submit. I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
Secretary for Development. President, I move that the Waterworks Amendments Bill 2023 be read a second time. The bill's purpose is to strengthen the power of the Water Authority in evidence collection and information disclosure, as well as for increasing the penalty level for water overcharging cases, so as to clamp down on the law-breaking behavior. The Waterworks regulations were amended by way of a private bill in year 2021. The amended regulations specify that a registered consumer of the Water Services Department, usually the landlords, can only recover from the occupants of the premises, usually the tenants, the water charge paid to the Water Services Department. No other fees can be charged, for example, maintenance fee of the premises pipeworks. However, There is currently no provision in the Waterworks Ordinance and Waterworks Regulations to empower the Water Authority to mandate the parties involved to provide information or documents in relation to suspected water overcharging cases, or to mandate the payee to provide a receipt to the payer and keep a copy of it. There is difficulty for the Water Authority to obtain evidence and prosecute those who overcharge their tenants. In fact, since the amendment of the Waterworks Regulations in May 2021, as at the middle of October this year, the WSD received 113 complaints against suspected water overcharging. Only 12 cases were successfully brought for prosecution and conviction. 1 case is still pending trial. 12 cases are still under investigation. For the remaining 88 cases, there were insufficient evidence to institute prosecution as the complainants were not willing to be witnesses or unable to provide relevant information. Besides, the current penalty level does not carry sufficient deterrence. The Waterworks Ordinance does not prohibit the sale of water in subdivided units. Still, all 113 complaints involved subdivided units. We expect that the current legislative amendments will benefit SDU tenants. There are 6 amendments proposed under the bill. 1. We propose to empower the Water Authority when performing the Water Authority's duties to request the registered owner, tenants or subtenants or occupiers of the relevant premises or the agents of these persons to provide information or documents relating to water supplied by the Water Authority, including tenancy agreements or receipts or record of payments of rent or water charges. Any person who without reasonable excuse fails to comply with such request commits an offense. A fine at level 3 or $10,000 with a further fine of $1,000 for each day during which the offense continues is proposed. 2. To ensure the receipts of charges for water, which are key documents for investigation of overcharging for water, will be available on request of the Water Authority. We propose to impose an obligation on a person who receives charges for water from an occupant to give a receipt to the payer within 7 days after the date of payment and keep a copy for 2 years from the date of payment. The receipts must show some key information, such as the names of the payer and payee, the payer's address, period to which the charges relate, and the date of payment. Offenders are liable to a fine at level 3, that is $10,000. 3. In order to enhance the deterrence effect against providing any false or misleading information or documents, we propose introducing a new offense for any person who knowingly or recklessly provides any false or misleading information or documents to the Water Authority on suspected cases of overcharging for water. The fine is level 3 and imprisonment for 3 months. 4. With a view to enhancing the deterrence effect of the prohibition on overcharging for water, we propose that the penalty for water overcharging be increased from a single level to a 2-tier penalty level. On first conviction, level 3 fine and level 4 fine, $25,000 on subsequent convictions. We also propose to add a new provision that the court may order any person convicted of water overcharging to repay to the payer the overcharged money. 5. To provide a better protection to tenants of SDUs, we propose to empower the Water Authority to disclose information or documents obtained from the investigation of water overcharging cases to the Rating and Valuation Departments, or RVD, for related follow-up under the Landlord and Tenants Consolidation Ordinance, or LTCO, as appropriate. A related amendment is proposed to be made to the LTCO such that the RVD is also empowered to disclose information or documents relevant to suspected water overcharging obtained under the LTCO to the Water Services Department. 6. The current Waterworks regulations do not specify the time of recovering water charges. An opportunity is taken in this legislative amendment exercise to clarify that any person may only receive reimbursement for water charge from the occupants of their premises after a water bill is issued by the Water Authority. We consulted the electrical panel on development in June on the preliminary proposals in the bill. Members generally supported the proposals and urged for early implementation. The government is keen to tackle water overcharging and has adopted a cross-departmental multi-pronged approach in enforcing the law. There is a strong call in society for the government to crack down on offenders with greater force. I implore members to support the bill, and I look forward to the early completion of scrutiny work and the eventual passage of the bill. I so submit. Thank you, President. I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
議員法案。
Members' Bill. This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendment Bill 2023. Professor Priscilla Leung, Chair of the Bills Committee on the Bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Professor Priscilla Leung. As Chair of the Bills Committee, Mr. President, I table this report into the Council. The Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendment Bill 2023 is a bill introduced jointly by Mr. Tommy Cheung, Mr. Edward Lau, and Mr. Bill Tang as private members' bill, hereinafter referred to as the three members. The bill seeks to amend the Chinese University of Hong Kong Ordinance Cap 1109, including the statutes of CUHK in Schedule 1 to Cap 1109 to 1, provide for the role and status of the masters of additional colleges of CUHK. 2. Revise the methods of appointing the Vice-Chancellor, the Provost and the Treasurer of CUHK, the Chairman, Vice-Chairman of the Council. 3. Provide for the reorganization of the Council. And 4. Provide for matters connected with these purposes. The Bills Committee has held 3 meetings with the Chinese University of Hong Kong, or CUHK, and the administration, and invited written views from the public on the bill. As at the submission deadline, a total of 86 submissions have been received by the Bills Committee. In the course of deliberations, members note that according to the report on higher education in Hong Kong, and the governance in UGC-funded higher education institutions in Hong Kong, published by the University Grant Committee, or UGC, in 2002 and 2016, respectively, the governing bodies of UGC-funded institutions should review their governance and management structures. Since then, all UGC-funded universities had undergone reorganization of their councils except CUHK. Report number 40 of the Director of Audit, issued in 2003, recommended that CUHK reduce the size of the council to enhance efficiency. However, the CUHK has not made the necessary changes. Moreover, following the series of incidents that happened in CUHK in recent years, including the 2019 campus incident, reappointment of its existing vice-chancellor in 2022, launch of a new emblem in 2022, etc., have reflected poorly on the governance of CUHK. Members generally agree that as a UGC-funded university, CUHK should improve its governance, accountability, and transparency like other institutions. Hence, members support any measure to enhance the CUHK's governance. As the CUHK has told the 3 members who tabled the bill that it will take about 5 years for the university to introduce a bill to amend Cap 1109. Hence, the 3 members believe that the introduction of a members' bill to amend Cap 1109 jointly is the only way to rationalize properly CUHK's administration and governance problems. In addition, as pointed out by CUHK at the Bills Committee's meetings, all council members should have been well aware of the proposed amendments to Cap 1109 set out in the bill. CUHK will give full support to the proposed amendments. Regarding the proposal in the bill, concerns have been raised by members as well as submission from the public on the reorganization of the CUHK Council, appointment of Vice-Chancellor, and quorum of the Council. The bill proposes to reduce the membership size of the Council to not more than 34 members, which would comprise a majority of external members at a ratio of about 2 to 1 relative to the number of internal members. Members agree that to achieve good governance, the structure of the Council should be streamlined, with external members in the Council in a majority over internal members. Some submissions, however, have expressed concern that a significant increase in external members in the Council will have a negative impact on the institutional autonomy of the university, and the number of Chancellor-appointed Council members, that is, those appointed by the Chief Executive, should be reduced from 9 to 6. Members have pointed out that in most UGC-funded universities, Chancellor-appointed Council members, that is, those appointed by the Chief Executive, occupy more than half of the seats of the Council. However, CUHK will have fewer Chancellor-appointed members than other UGC-funded universities even upon passage of the bill, and this is not desirable. CUHK, being a publicly funded university, is required to maintain public accountability in its operations for good governance while upholding academic freedom and institutional autonomy. That is why members are of the view that the number of Chancellor-appointed members, that is, those appointed by the Chief Executive, should not be reduced in number. Some submissions have suggested that in the light of the proposed decrease in the number of members of the convocation to be elected as a Council member from 3 to 1, the number of seats for electoral members in the Council should also be reduced from 3 to 2. Some members have pointed out that the 3 electoral members sitting in the Council are indeed representatives of the public to monitor CUHK's implementation of effective governance. There is no reason to reduce the seats for electoral members in the Council, as one of the objectives of the Council reorganization is to enhance governance. In addition, members are given to understand that if Council members wish to raise any item for discussion at the Council meeting, a minimum of 5 Council members in writing is required. This has demonstrated that 3 seats of electoral members in the Council may not be sufficient to perform the functions of monitoring proper management and ensuring good governance of the CUHK. Therefore, it is essential to maintain the 3 seats of electoral members in the Council. There should not be any further reduction. On the appointment of Vice-Chancellor, the bill provides that the Vice-Chancellor is to be appointed by resolution of the Council passed by the votes of not less than 3/4 of the whole membership of the Council for the time being. Concerns have been raised in some submissions that with such a high proposed threshold, it would be difficult for CUHK to recruit a suitable Vice-Chancellor. On the other hand, members consider that the Vice-Chancellor is the highest authority in CUHK. Their appointment should be well acknowledged by the Council and the public. In fact, the President of the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology is appointed by resolution of its Council passed by the votes of not less than 3/4 of external Council members for the time being. Therefore, setting the threshold for approving the appointment at not less than 3/4 of the whole membership of the Council for the time being under the bill is not unique in Hong Kong. Members are of the view that it is entirely appropriate. In addition, in light of the observations made by the Legal Services Division and suggestions from members and the administration, Mr. Tommy Cheung will move amendments to the bill. The Bills Committee has no objection to the amendments. Neither will the Bills Committee move any further amendments to the bill. Deputy President, I'd like to offer my views on the bill. This is an amendment bill to the CUHK ordinance. At the outset, objections were received. They suggest that institutional autonomy would be undermined if LegCo were to proceed with the amendment. In fact, 20 years ago, in this council, when I led a group of victims to attend hearings, the same allegation had been put forward. There was a heated debate. The Chinese University of Hong Kong is a publicly funded university. Under the common law system in Hong Kong, there are provisions that the publicly funded universities are regarded as a public body. In 1994, in the case Polytechnic University versus Next magazine, the court pointed out that if the university is funded with public money, it should be subject to public scrutiny. There are public functions to fulfill. That means they need to give an account to the Legislative Council on their revenue and expenditure. Then the university would be regarded as a public institution. Now, all along, the university enjoys the highest level of credibility and institutional autonomy. I've been in a higher education institution for 30 years. I very much cherish institutional autonomy. There is so much trust coming from the public. We need to bring our academic level on a par with the trust given in us. I've been in the chair of a panel for 15 years. I would say that we have always been very generous in providing funding support to universities. We support their development. At the same time, there are laws to be complied with. The University Grant Committee, or UGC, is responsible for monitoring the governance of universities. To be exact, the UGC directly supervises the use of funding in research among the universities. In the Council of Universities, there are external members, including the Chancellor-appointed members. They are responsible for monitoring the development and governance of universities. The public are reassured that these institutions are run under the principle of autonomy. Well, of course, one must not write articles inciting others to break the law. This will go against or go beyond institutional autonomy. Like I said, 20 years ago, I helped some victims requesting assistance. I was teaching in City University or the law school, and a scandal was embroiled, and in the end, the matter was discussed by the United Nations because it involved race discrimination. 10 Asian professors had seen their contracts not renewed by a UK dean, accounting for 1/3 of the teaching force. Fortunately, I was not one of them. In fact, most of these colleagues of mine were not locals. They were not familiar with our system. And then in the LegCo, 4 meetings were held. The vice-chancellor, as well as representatives of other organizations of the university, expressed their views on academic freedom and institutional autonomy enjoyed by higher education institutions. And there is a question on whether these two things can be the shield. And in the end, it was unanimously agreed that when certain problems surfaced relating to the governance of universities, there is no excuse of institutional autonomy and academic freedom. In the end, an investigation panel was set up relating to the City University incident. The dean was accused of age discrimination. The complaint was substantiated. Leung Nai Pang was the chair. And then 20 years on, I am chair of this Bills Committee. I'm also chair of the panel on education. And Mr. Norman Leung, once again, is the one responsible for looking into this matter. Now, about appointment of the Vice Chancellor of CUHK, the appointment was renewed without a global recruitment exercise. His handling of the affairs in 2019 was very controversial. When the chairman of the council asked for further information, when the three members of the Legislative Council tried to raise an item for discussion at the council meeting, they were both rejected. It shows clearly that the council of the university is out of order. They are free from any control because of certain matters. In fact, the Sutherland report stemmed from the 2002 incident of the City University. For the membership size of the Council of City University, the proportion of external members, that is CE-appointed members, increased substantially. For City University, 65%, for Education University, 53%, and then for Baptist University, 51%, 63% for UST, and over 60% for Hong Kong U. Whereas for the CUHK, no change has been made. Even upon Mr. Tommy Cheung's proposed amendment, the percentage will only stand at 26%. Perhaps future amendments will be made. But I think at this stage, the CUHK is only catching up with the glaring gap. In 2006, 2016, amendments were proposed, only that because of the social atmosphere, these amendments had not been taken forward. But times have changed. LegCo members are now putting forward the amendments on their behalf. I think Mr. Tommy Cheung has made reference and modeled his bill on the 2016 proposal. It's very moderate. According to the management structure of the CUHK, we are of the view that this is an independent kingdom. Future amendments may not be that easy, but still we need to take the first step. I also graduated from the CUHK. I really hope that they would accept the bill with humility. It's not an issue of interference. We all act with one mind. We hope that upon passage of the bill, the Council of the CUHK can give play to its original function so that they could meet public expectations and set a good example of governance for our younger generation so that they continue to enjoy worldwide acclaim as a top-notch university in the world. Only by doing so will they be fulfilling the social responsibility as a university in Hong Kong. Mr. Martin Yao. Deputy President, I thank Mr. Tommy Cheung for moving this bill together with Mr. Edward Lau and Mr. Bill Tang. The bill is called the Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendment Bill 2023. CUHK was established in 1963, and all along it has remained a top-notch university. According to the latest report in June about Global University Ranking 2024, the CUHK ranked the 47th place. 60 years since its establishment in terms of academic and innovation technology research, the CUHK excelled, nurturing a large number of talents. It is important to have good governance for the sustained development of the university. The CUHK is one of the UGC-funded universities. In theory, it is subject to public scrutiny as well as the government's oversight. To enhance governance, in 2002, the UGC published a report called Report on Higher Education in Hong Kong. The report clearly points to an enhancement of governance of local universities to enhance oversight and accountability. For example, external members of the council should form the majority over internal members of the council. That means remunerated staff. Apart from CUHK, the remaining 7 UGC-funded universities have reorganized their councils. On 2 occasions, the CUHK put forward 2 proposals to reform the council in 2009 and 2016, respectively, to no avail. That is why, at present, 28 out of the 55 members of the council are remunerated staff, over 50%. It is far from desirable. Times are changing. Against competitors around the world, CUHK very much needs a reform, or it will be lagging behind. 20 years down the road, because of lack of a reorganization of the council, there was overlapping of duties and mismanagement. During the 2019 Black Hat riots, the CUHK Council did not hold any meetings. In the end of the day, CUHK became the riotous university, with the campus being an arsenal. In October 2022, there was another incident relating to the university emblem. The university adopted the new design without consulting the council. Expenses were made out without the approval of the council. When being questioned, the management of the university played the delay tactic without divulging information as requested. The Bills Committee held 3 meetings with the government and the CUHK. And on another occasion, when the CUHK Medical Center applied for a government loan, in the LegCo meetings, the Vice-Chancellor of CUHK failed to attend these meetings. He failed to explain to members the problems with governance and management of the CUHK. It is beyond dispute that there are problems relating to the management of the university. Under the current mechanism, the CUHK Council could not fulfill its original function. It is necessary, therefore, to amend the CUHK ordinance. There should not be any further delay. In order to facilitate the development of the CUHK and for the overall interests of society, CUHK ordinance should be amended as quickly as possible. The amendment bill was tabled in the Council on the 16th of October. The 3 members modeled the bill on the draft proposal in 2016 and consulted the stakeholders. Together with the 2022 proposal put forward by the 3 members, the CUHK Council were made aware of this proposal. On the 12th of December, upon deliberations, the 3 members briefed the CUHK Council on their latest proposal, and there and then a task force was set up On the 17th of April, the CHK Council endorsed the 2022 proposal. The current proposal by 3 members are 90% similar to the 2016 proposal. There were 4 meetings held to discuss the members' proposal. No objections were received. Subsequently, 1,500 petitions were made by COHK alumni relating to accusing members of not consulting the COHK Council. This is misinformation. They haven't set the facts straight. There is support for the joint bill submitted by the 3 members. The bill contains, for example, formulation or composition or method of forming the council, appointment of a vice chancellor, etc. For membership size of the council, it is proposed that the size be reduced from 55 to 34. At the ratio of 2 to 1, there should be 23 external members versus 11 internal members. This is a direct response to the report. It is also a reasonable range as put forward by the task force to achieve good governance. This ratio is also on a par with the membership composition of the Council of other universities. As for chancellor-appointed members, the number should increase from 6 to 9, and also for the convocation representative, the number of seats should reduce from 3 to 1. For electrical members, there should be 3 seats. There should be 2 more student representatives, 1 coming from undergraduate level and 2 from postgraduate courses. There is also an additional requirement. The bill differs from the report of the task force in the sense that the number of electrical member seats would be different. There is a question on whether the number of electrical member seats in the council should remain at 3. I'm of the view that the number should be kept status quo because of the recent COHK incidents. The number should not be reduced. The council has a heavy responsibility, especially relating to the appointment of chancellor by resolution. There should be not less than 3/4 of external council members. So I believe the proposal is reasonable. According to Article 136 of the Basic Law, it is for the universities to draw policies and put forward reforms, etc. On this basis, Mr. Tommy Cheung, under Article 74 of the Basic Law, obtained approval by the CN Council in writing on the 29th of June. I think it's only appropriate for the members to submit a members' bill. In the interest of the COHK, before they are able to complete the reorganization of the council, which should have been done a decade ago, the electrical members are doing it on their behalf. And the principle enshrined in Article 137 of the Basic Law can be upheld. Things could be done in an orderly manner. Deputy President, upon passage of the bill, I hope that the COHK can turn a new leaf to achieve better governance and salvage confidence, public confidence in the university. The G19 members of this council support the bill. I so submit. Mr. Ronnie Chan. Madam Deputy, I didn't want to speak on this bill in the first place, but because of the series of recent incidents, such as problems with the orientation camps of universities and abuse of power of the university management, there are questions on the governance of universities. I've been a company secretary for many years. I have very strong feelings about achieving good governance. So I'd like to share my views on governance in universities as well. Corporate governance and governance in a university are very much similar. We have stakeholders such as shareholders. The objective is to make out dividends to shareholders. Many stakeholders are involved when it comes to a company, whereas for a university, the majority of universities are publicly funded. The UGC, Education Bureau, taxpayers, students, or prospective students, aren't they all stakeholders? The focus of universities' operation is, of course, to provide quality education and research and development outcomes. There is no objective of reaping a bigger profit like a corporation. Now, when it comes to decision making, the management of a company will be required to make decisions. They are required to inform stakeholders of their decisions and their books, whereas for the university, education is the primary objective. They should also draw policies that align with social interests. The universities are not required to be accountable to external monitoring authorities. On the contrary, they should focus on accreditation, assessment of teaching, learning, quality, etc. Now, these two seem to be different, but I think that they share some similarities. At least, there should be accountability and transparency. When it comes to academic freedom, or institutional autonomy, public credibility, these are important matters of ensuring sustainable development of universities. For CUHK, we should bear in mind that transparency is of importance. The management should be transparent so that both internal and external stakeholders understand the decision-making process. Enhancing transparency can also increase public confidence in CUHK. This can help raise their profile. In order to enhance the quality of administrative and academic decisions, it is important to allow external participation. That is why, for a public listed entity, certain non-executive directors should be appointed. There should also be representatives of minority shareholders. These NEDs take up important positions as chair of certain committees. They are the gatekeepers. For universities, independent external personnel should also be appointed to be gatekeepers. The third point is that as universities strive for excellence, they should put in place a proper mechanism to ensure good governance. Managerial and executive staff of different levels should be accountable. Now, Mr. Tommy Cheung, Mr. Edward Lau, and Mr. Bill Tang, the three LegCo members, have jointly put forward the members' bill on this occasion to cater for the needs of CUHK. The bill provides for the masters of additional colleges, revises the methods of appointing the vice-chancellor, provides for the reorganization of the council, that is to reduce the size from 55 to 34 members. These are important arrangements to enhance governance of the CHK. I support the bill and the amendments. This is a small step, but I hope that this can help enhance the governance of CUHK to promote academic and administrative developments to provide quality learning environment for the students and the workplace.
Dr. Teck Chi Yun, Deputy President, As mentioned by the previous members, the TMHK is a world-renowned university. The reputation is hard-earned. We must treasure it. On the operation of university, we respect university autonomy and academic freedom. University is a publicly funded body subject to the monitoring of society. Now, the TMHK's efforts to strive for excellence continuously is up to the expectation of society. The Council has discussed many times on how to reorganize the Council. In 2016, a proposal was reached. Now, that proposal was to reduce the size of the Council. The ratio between the external and internal members in the Council would be adjusted so that the Council would be dominated by external members. All along, the TMHK Council has 3 members who are elected amongst Legislative Council members. They have served the responsibility to monitor the functioning of the Council. And also, there must be internal members to handle the required amendments. Now, usually the Council would propose the restructuring plan, and then the Legislative Council members in the Council would introduce a bill. Now, usually there would be a consensus among the Council, and then the three LegCo members would introduce the members' bill by way of formality. Now, it is no small task to amend the university ordinance. There must be sufficient discussion inside and outside the school as well as society as a whole. Consensus is the norm in dealing with matters involving the governance of the university. For matters with diverging views, the stakeholders would find a common ground. Now, this norm of consensus is of key importance. First, the views of stakeholders inside and outside must be heard. The university and the council would consult teaching staff, students, and society as a whole concerning the proposals. Now, that's how we can find the common ground. Now, we have to reach a proposal which is supported by most to avoid any instability. Now, if a reform has violated this rule of thumb, then it would be unsettling and it would cause distrust. It would be not beneficial for the future developments of the TMHK and the council. In the consultation process, we must find common ground by listening to as many views as possible. That's how a reform should be conducted. Now, in this exercise, within the council and among various stakeholders in the TMHK, there were very diverged views. That was regretful, and it would hinder the long-term development of the TMHK. I don't see any fundamental issue concerning the proposal. For example, it seems that there is a consensus on reducing the size of the council. It is just the magnitude of reduction and the composition and ratio between external and internal members. I believe that a common ground can be found. And also the threshold of confirming the appointments of vice-chancellor. Should it be a simple majority or 3/4? Well, it is not such a controversial issue. We can find consensus on this. Now, on a reform, there are different views among stakeholders. We are concerned that it may bring about a rift and distrust in future collaboration between stakeholders. I'm just concerned whether we can achieve what we seek after this reform. That's why I'm going to abstain from this bill, and I call for a division at the third reading. Thank you. Mr. Edward Lau. Thank you, Deputy President. As the previous members said, the TMHK is indeed a world-renowned academic institution. It is the pride of Hong Kong, China. Now, as a alumnus, I'm proud to be part of the school. However, the school has been called the riotous university, and the president and the vice chancellor, Mr. Rocky Tuan, has been called names, and our emblem, the pheasant, has been called a phoenix. I'm ashamed. I support the reform. Together with Mr. Tommy Cheung and Mr. Bill Tang, we introduced this bill to reorganize the TMHK Council. This bill should have been introduced by the TMHK itself. It is their responsibility. Now, according to the 2002 and the 2016 Sutherland and Newby reports, TMHK must undergo restructuring in its council. In fact, other UGC-funded institutions have done that. TMHK is the only one left. Reforming the University Council is not something novel. In the past, the TMHK Council has had a discussion on the restructuring of the council. The council agreed to reduce the size of the council and change the ratio between external and internal members. Still, the attempts failed. That's why the TMHK is the only one university yet to impose governance changes. Now, I believe that during the discussion in the meeting of the council, there was a discussion on whether the bill should be introduced by the council itself or by way of a private member's bill. Now, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Mr. Eric Ng, who is also a controversial figure, said that it will take years to do that if it is done by the school itself. The most expeditious way would be to introduce a private member's bill by the LegCo members. That's why in 2022, when we sponsored the bill, it was supported by the majority of the members on the council. Together with the other two members, we put forward this bill. Now, as mentioned by other members, we seek to reduce the size of the council from 55 members to 34 members. This is for streamlining the governance structure, and also we have increased the number of external members in the council, so that's the ratio between external and internal members will be 2:1. And we are also raising the threshold for confirming the appointments of vice chancellor. This is for holding the council to accountable, and also to enhance the transparency of the process. Now, there are criticisms that we haven't consulted all the stakeholders and that we are progressing too fast. Well, actually, the council has made a lot of efforts behind the scene. Now, besides the meetings held, we have established a task force on the issue. Like in 2016, a task force was established for canvassing stakeholders' views on the proposals. After the establishment of the task force, since January, mass emails were sent to alumni, students, and teaching staff to gauge their views. There were some 880 submissions received. numerous consultation sessions were held. As a statutory body, the TMHK must be held accountable by the public. On consultation, there was indeed sufficient consultation. On the 17th of April, the task force submitted the report to the Council. And based on the 2016 model, some proposals were made. The proposals were endorsed by the Council. The position of the Council is clear. All Council members are aware that we 3 members are proposing reforms to the Council, and the direction is clear. Concerning the pace of the amendments, we have delayed for 20 years, and only now are we taking actions. This is also related to the criticisms received by the TMHK in terms of governance in recent years. For example, the name Riotous University. During the Black Lives Violence saga, the Chinese faculty of the TMHK was held hostage by rioters and used as an arsenal for petrol bombs. We were stigmatized. Now the school emblem instance is ridiculous. It has nothing to do with academic freedom. This is the 60th anniversary of the university. We want a new emblem to show that we are ushering into a new age. Well, that's supposed to be a good thing. However, it was changed from a phoenix to a pheasant. There was no consultation with the school council. The university management announced that made public their design without consulting the council first, and then the design was criticized by alumni, teaching staff, and students as a whole. In the end, the design was withdrawn. Well, how much money was wasted on this poor design? To this date, we still don't know. So reform is only the first step. After the reorganization, there are still much to do. But this is a step that we must take. And we must pass this bill. And with the leadership of Dr. Priscilla Leung, we have discussed upon the problems within the TMHK, and we have listened to a lot of views on what these problems are. Some senior management in the TMHK attempted to usurp the school council. They have circumvented the council. Some university managements try to lobby legislative council members without the consent of the council. Investigation is due. Now, with the proposals to reorganize the school's council, we expect the governance become more transparent. I thank members and our alumni and stakeholders in society for your invaluable views. We all want the TMHK to scale new heights so that it can continue to make contributions to Hong Kong and the country. This is our intention. We want the school to become better. As I said, this is the 60th anniversary of the TMHK. Now we have the purest intent, and we just want the best for the school. Now, as council members, we have a responsibility to press ahead with this reorganization and gradually enhance our governance. Let's strive together so that the CUHK can become a pride of Hong Kong and the country. Thank you.
Reverend Peter Kuhn. Madam Deputy, the CUHK has a long history, and I have heard every now and then about problems in its governance. Its council has a history of over 50 years, and also internal members make up an excessively high ratio of the members of the council. But without the Bills Committee, I would not have learned so much. At the Bills Committee, the council chairman admitted honestly that he was bypassed. And many members have also talked about issues relating to the appointment of the Vice-Chancellor and the Vice-Chancellor taking leave and the emblem. And the council chairman admitted that he was unaware of the details. So at the Bills Committee, we learned a lot of new things, and there were a lot of Rosamond versions of what happened. So it is necessary for us to amend the CUHK ordinance. Most criticisms center around the composition of the council. Many members have talked about this. Well, there is a consensus that we should go back to the 2016 package. And then some former council members have queries on the number of lawmakers as council members, and they said that the number should be reduced by 1. And the criticism is like this: we deliberately used unethical means to muddle things through. I don't know why there is this criticism. On what basis was that criticism made? One of our responsibilities of the LegCo is to scrutinize the bill, whether it was introduced by the members or the government. During the scrutiny, if we identify anything inappropriate, we can raise amendments. So we are no rubber stamp. But then there are criticisms that we are but a rubber stamp. And as long as there is a consensus, then the LegCo members must endorse it. Well, if that is the case, there is no need to have a legislative council. And in the process, we have heard so many new things, and things which are inconceivable and astonishing. And that can never happen in university. And I have said that the university is no better than a kindergarten. The governance is so appalling. And the council chairman admitted to all these unbelievable happenings at legislative council meetings openly. So I was dumbfounded. So this should be a happy day. After lengthy discussions, we come to today, and I believe that the bill will be passed today. Upon passage of the bill, the governance issues can be resolved, and I hope that the stakeholders can put aside their differences. I believe that people always have different views on issues, and today we must come up with a conclusion, and everyone, including the lawmakers, would like CUHK to do better. It would be like the what's in the emblem. And there is a phoenix. It will rise from the ashes, and it will contribute to building Hong Kong into a hub for higher education institutions. I support the bill and all the amendments. Mr. Benson Look. Madam Deputy, I'd like to thank Mr. Tommy Zhang, Mr. Edward Lau, and Mr. Bill Tang to jointly introduce the CUHK Amendment Bill 2023 bill. I am also a member of the Bills Committee. I speak in support of the bill. According to the 2002 UGC report on higher education in Hong Kong, and that is a Sutherland report, it is said that UGC universities must review their own governance and management structure. All other universities have embarked on improving their governance structure. During the scrutiny this time, as a lot of members have said, there are a number of views, and one of the concerns has to do with the streamlining of the council and reduction in the number of council members. And TMHK students may find this, according to the paper, the council used not to have any student representative. Now we will have a student representatives, including undergraduate students representative and also postgraduate students representative. I think these proposals can enhance governance efficiency. And at the Bills Committee, I also said that students' participation in the council can enhance governance efficiency. Some members held different views. Some supported this saying. Others said that there is no need for student representation in the council. I have been concerned about youth development, and I think it's important for young people to have a way to express their views and take part in the public affairs. So students should have a formal channel to take part in university matters, and they can serve as a bridge between the university management and students, and that can help with the governance of the university. And students must put in two-way communication between the council and the students. So students can reflect students' views to the top management, and at the same time, students' representatives should also explain to the students the constraints in management and also management policy. So that can pull the closer distance between the management and the students. Now, how can we ensure that the students' representatives love the country and are passionate about Hong Kong? Mr. Cheng Yan-hong, in a seminar yesterday, said there are objective standards in what is a patriot. The person have to be sincere in upholding the sovereignty and the constitutional order and prosperity and stability of Hong Kong. And expanding on this, apart from this criterion, that is loving Hong Kong country and the university, and actually not just the students' representatives, but all council members should embrace that kind of mindset. I so submit.
Ms. Doreen Kong. Deputy President, I'm a member of the Bills Committee. I took part in the deliberations of the bill. This bill seeks to improve governance of CUHK. The bone of contention is the proportion of external members. At the moment, it stands at 28 to 27. Upon reform, the ratio will be 23 to 11, bringing the ratio on a par with the ratio in other universities. That's external members versus internal members. Increasing the number of external members in the council will ensure good governance to ensure that public money is spent in an appropriate manner to make sure that the education institution fulfills its primary objective. But I wonder if the bill went through the consultation process. Apart from the joint petition and some of the written submissions, I don't see any ground in the objection. Now, there is objection on Mr. Tommy Cheung's submission of the bill. However, the university management failed to send representatives to our meetings. In fact, I haven't heard any objection to the bill. On the contrary, at the meetings, I found that There are a number of management problems in relation to the council, such as failure to serve papers to members in advance of meetings. I'm not a member of the TMHK. I consider the perspective and the merits of the bill. On the basis of the merits of the bill, I'm going to support this bill. The TMHK is an education institution. Its primary objective is to nurture talents and achieve academic excellence. Now, I find it regrettable that in the process of deliberations, things have become too politicized. We need to cherish our next generation and give them a good learning environment. The TMHK is a place for education. It's not a place for politics. We should not bring politics into the campus. The university should also focus on nurturing students. The council should help Vice-Chancellor in achieving this objective. These are no easy tasks. I hope that the bickering will be set aside with passage of the bill today, so that the management of the university can bear in mind the overall interests of the university instead of incessant bickering. I will continue to pay attention to the development of the TMHK. I so submit. Professor Lau Chi-Pang. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the bill jointly submitted by Mr. Tommy Cheung, Mr. Edward Lau, and Mr. Bill Tang. This is the Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendment Bill 2023. I support the amendments as well. I need to declare that I work in one of the UGC-funded universities. I'm also a council member of the university. I'd like to share my views on the bill as per my experience, as my expertise. The 8 UGC-funded universities operate on the basis of public funds. In other words, public funding is a major source of supporting the operations. However, the UGC does not directly interfere with the day-to-day management of universities. There is trust and there are clear delineations of responsibilities and functions. This is the spirit of the 8 universities. The 8 universities had a diverse background with different objectives. The relevant legislation, therefore, are not the same. But in terms of governing structures, they are similar. Many provisions apply to 8 universities, including chairman, vice-chairman of the council, treasury, secretary, vice-chancellor, so on and so forth. There are provisions governing the appointment of these positions. The important governing structure is the University Council, and there is a proposal accepted by all as fair. That is, internal members of council should not form the majority over external members. For a long time, including the university where I worked, improvements have been made to enhance governing structure of the universities. Basically, the 8 UGC-funded universities share the same goal. Internal members should form the minority of the council. The majority should constitute external members with representatives from all walks of life in a community. So this bill will make an improvement on the existing TMHK Council ratio of between external and internal members, so that following the mainstream practices, there will be more extensive participation of external members in the council over internal members. This is what we've agreed for the development of university governance. There is also another suggestion. That is, universities should enjoy academic freedom and institutional autonomy, and these are represented in the existing management structure. I've been in the sector for many years. I've experienced numerous reforms. Would I say that the freedom that I enjoy in my research, in my day-to-day work, is undermined because of a change in the governing structure of the university? So far, I have not experienced this. These 8 universities enjoyed world acclaim. In terms of teaching, academic staff, research staff, again, we have a world-class team. The universities are governed by their respective legislation. The public also respects institutional autonomy of the universities. But it doesn't mean that we should go against public expectation by maintaining the structure of the council as it is, so as to achieve institutional autonomy. So on the governing structure of the council and the spirit of institutional autonomy, having made these remarks, I support the bill and the amendments.
Mr. Tony Xie. Thank you, Deputy President. I'm not an expert in the education sector, but I have always attached importance to the development of education in Hong Kong, especially the quality of governance in university, how they make use of the public funding, and how well they are doing in terms of nurturing talents and their accountability. In 2014, when the law-breaking Occupy Central campaign was ongoing, I wrote to the President and the Vice Chancellor of the HKU and the CUHK, questioning them why some teaching staff abandoned their teaching positions and occupied the streets. In 2018, concerning teaching staff being treated violently in campus and facilities in campus being damaged, I wrote a question. At the time, the campus was occupied, and even the East Rail Line station, the Chinese University station, was vandalized. It's still fresh in our memory. A series of law-breaking, violent incidents took place in the campus. Hundreds of young people had lost their future because of it. This is all down to the poor governance of the CUHK. A reform is overdue. We can't hide behind the so-called university autonomy. Now, the Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendment Bill 2023, which receives its second reading today, seeks to improve the CUHK's governance and public accountability. Now, as early as 2002, in the Sutherland report and the 2016 Newby report, that is the UGC report on the governance of higher education institutions, the proposals were made. The other UGC-funded universities have implemented the proposals. Only the CUHK has been dragging its feet on implementing the proposals. So much so that the 3 LegCo members in the CUHK Council have to take action. Now, the proposals include a reduction in the size of the council and also increasing the ratio of external members to strengthen accountability. Now, this is the general trend of modern governance, be it the board of directors of listed companies or school board. There is a requirement for external members. Now, for other universities, some of the council have a ratio of external members more than half. Now, I think concerning the suggestions that we should reduce the number of legislative council representations in the council because of political interference, I cannot agree. The university is mostly run on public money. The facilities in campus and also student accommodation facilities were all funded with public funding. And considering the incidents which took place in the TMHK over the past several years, we think it is necessary to maintain the Legislative Council representation in the Council. Another proposal is to enhance the threshold for confirming the appointments of Vice-Chancellor to 3/4 of the Council membership. It is to ensure that appointments or renewal of appointments would not be decided by a small bunch of people. It is sensible and reasonable, especially on reappointments. Some vice-chancellors trade for the support of council for his renewal with some tricks. We want to prevent that. Now, Hong Kong wants to develop itself into an education hub. With the huge fiscal deficits and the decline in the number of local students, the government still wants to enhance the resources allocated to higher education. I support this policy. To achieve the goal, good governance is a prerequisite. The policy address proposed to establish university for applied science and also promotes the status of vocational training so that there is a progression pathway for every young person. I support this. We have to enhance the speed and quantity and quality of development. We have to identify land for housing. We need sufficient frontline construction workers, middle management, and experts, including my constituency, that is town planning, landscaping, and surveying. Now, my trade has been stressing the importance of local nurturing of talents and retaining local talents on top of labor importation. We have to build more professional schools. According to the UGC, program and course decision, as well as the quota of various courses, fall within the realm of university autonomy. Well, I think that is unacceptable or even irresponsible. The UGC is the funding approval body for university. It has the responsibility to ensure that the resources are utilized in a way that meets the government's policy direction and talent's demand. This is a huge responsibility. They can't hide behind the shield of university autonomy. I so submit I support the second reading of the bill and also the amendments. Mr. Dennis Leung. Deputy President, I declare that I am an alumnus of the TMHK. I support the CUHK Amendments Bill 2023. I'm a member of the Bills Committee. I thank the work of all members of the Bills Committee so that we can have an open discussion about the bill to ensure that the proposals made are sensible, reasonable, and legal. Now, I would like to clarify some misunderstanding that some people have about the bill. And I want to give credit to the 3 members who introduced the bill. First, I confirm that universities in Hong Kong enjoy university autonomy and academic freedom. But it doesn't mean that they are an independent kingdom. Each school must act in accordance with their own university ordinance, and they have to respond to expectation in society. Whenever an amendment is needed, LegCo members in the council must introduce a bill for that purpose. They are not acting ultra vires, but they are just assisting the council to deal with the legal side of the matter. This legislative amendment exercise is fully in compliance with law. On the 21st of June, when we had the first reading of the Lingnan University Amendments Bill and also the HKUST Amendments Bill, they were introduced by way of a private member bill. Second, the CUHK Amendments Bill 2023 has undergone wide and sufficient consultation. The 3 members proposed the amendments to the council and conducted wide consultation. There were 4 meetings held for that purpose, and a task force was established to canvass views. The proposals made in the bill were based on the 2002 and 2016 proposals. It is not against the council's position, and the proposal today is supported by the council. Now, the only view is that there may be room for adjustment concerning the number of seats of LegCo members in the council. It shows that the 3 legislative council members are diligently assisting the council to fulfill its responsibility. 3, the CUHK Council has to answer to the public. According to the 2002 report on higher education in Hong Kong, that is the Sutherland report, and the 2016 report on governance in UGC-funded higher education institutions in Hong Kong. UGC-funded institutions must review their governance and management structures to ensure that they are fit for purpose. Now, other UGC-funded institutions have complied with the requirements and amended their ordinances. CUHK is the only one left. Now, the 3 LegCo council members were hoping that the CUHK would do its job, but it failed. The 3 members were attacked for their work. That is unacceptable. Me and the FTU support the work of the 3 members, and we salute them. 4, the recent incidents with the CUHK has cast doubt on the developments of the CUHK and the operation, including the 2019 campus incident, the 2020 reappointments of the Vice-Chancellor, the redesign of the emblem, and also the failure to repay the government for the construction of the Chinese University Medical School. It shows that there is a problem with the governance. Now, in 2022, the proposals for restructuring failed. Now, during the meeting, we learned that the chairman of the council was obstructed by the secretariat. He had no say over the agenda item on the meeting, and he has no access to confidential documents. For example, the recruitment terms of the renewal of appointments of the Vice-Chancellor. It shows that it is just the tip of the iceberg. We must address the problem within the governance structure of the council promptly so that it can run properly to address all the issues and make the CHK better. 5, the council is large in size, but the quorum is low. A quorum of 12 is needed to decide on any matters. Now, there are 55 council members. With less than half of the members present, a decision can be made. By reducing the size of council to 34 and raise the quorum to no less than half of the serving members, this is an important move. It will allow efficient conduct of the meeting and ensure that at least half of the members are present when the decision is made. 6, during the amendment exercise, I found that the serving CUHK teaching staff are very passionate about this. They have been reaching out to electrical members and they have been putting statements in newspaper. Well, I wonder why that is. They even requested electrical members to introduce amendments on their behalf. It shows that the CUHK Council is not in control. The Council has become a puppet. Who is in control? Even the Council chairman cannot exercise his statutory power. I think this bill is the important first step to rectify the situation. After the passage of the bill, the Council chairman can finally put CUHK back on track of development. Now, we are standing in front of the goal line, but there are still people who don't want to see the passage of this bill. They are still bad-mouthing the bill and hurl untruthful criticisms against the bill. Are they serving their own interests or the interests of the CUHK? Are they working for parties with vested interest? What they do seems to be for clinging onto power. Now, I think these are selfish people. They are not acting on behalf of the interests of the CHK. I'm ashamed for them. Now, according to the World University Ranking in 2023, the CHK ranked 38th. If the council can function as is intended, I believe the CHK can contribute more in terms of talent nurturing. After the amendment bill is passed, I hope that the CHK can focus its efforts on nurturing IMT talents and nurture students who have an affection for the Hong Kong and the country and who are familiar with the national development. And I hope that more patriotic teaching staff members will be hired. Serving teaching staff must be educated to love the country, to align with the developments of the university. I hope that in the future, members of the council will do their best to make the CUHK a patriotic university and make it a prime example for other universities in the country. Now, we should open our eyes and see the problems for they are and support the bill and support the healthy developments of the CUHK. Concerning the CUHK Amendments Bill 2023, I give my support. Thank you.
Dr. Chow Man Kwong, Madam Deputy, in December 2022, the CUHK Amendment Bill 2023 was first discussed at the Education Panel. It aims to align the university's developments with the practices in the rest of the world. It aims to clamp down on black box operations and illegal undertakings. I am from the higher education institution sector, and I have been participating throughout the amendment process, and I think it's necessary to amend the law. So I'm speaking to appeal to all members to support this bill, which is a very reasonable piece of legislation. In December 2022, the bill got first discussed at the education panel, and I also raised some concerns. One of it is that, well, as mentioned by some other members, 20 years ago, the governance and management structure should have been revamped. But now it's been 20 years on, there's not any changes. So it's necessary to amend the ordinance. According to the 2020-21 annual report, in 2022, TMHK has received $5.6 billion from the university, taking up 62.6% of the overall revenue, a marked increase. This goes to show that the government attaches a lot of importance to TMHK, and it showed as a heavy mission and responsibility. Article 73 of the Basic Law, it says that the LegCo has the power to approve expenditure, and it can debate on any issues of public interest. So once we identify that there are problems with TMHK, lawmakers who have the responsibility to monitor public bodies should pay attention to the matter, or else it will be irresponsible. So Mr. Tommy Zhang introduces a private member's bill to amend the ordinance. I think it's just right. And despite the many attacks he has stomached, he is still pressing ahead, and this is most laudable. And after the amendment, I believe that the university will thrive further. The management style of the university is relevant to the appointment of the vice-chancellor. I have checked through the practices of other universities, and I found that TMHK has a lot of outdated practices which have to be rectified. Up to May 2022, there are 52 council members ranking top among all UGC universities in terms of the number of council members. And for the external and internal members ratio is 1-to-1 on the surface, but in reality, internal members outnumber external members. And this gives the public a negative impression on the council, and the bill seeks to downsize the council member numbers to not more than 34, and the ratio of external to internal members will be adjusted to 2-to-1. And also, for the council appointed members, one of which should be a graduate of TMHK, that can enhance the governance. During the Bills Committee, some people with ulterior motives say that we are trying to ram things through. No, I must refute that. The bill has undergone a lengthy consultation process and over 20 years of discussion. A small number of people are using the pretext of academic freedom and institutional autonomy to try to evade LegCo's legitimate monitoring of the TMHK. Upon the passage of the bill, I believe that the governance of TMHK will be enhanced, and Hong Kong's and TMHK's academic freedom, institutional autonomy will further be consolidated, and it can enhance the university's status as a whole. We have now 50 or so council members now, but then the quorum is only 12. This actually encourages sectarianism in the council, and also decisions can be made only by over half of the council members. In the extreme case, 7 people are needed to make decisions on reappointment of the Vice Chancellor. This is seldom seen and is grossly unacceptable. And the bill also proposes that the quorum should be not less than 1/2 of the whole membership of the council for the time being, and this aligns with other universities. This is a right ratification. And a number of provisions in the bill are seldom mentioned by the public, but then many of them can greatly enhance the governance of the CUHK. So we should look at this in a reasonable way. And the 7 universities and 14 self-funded higher education institutions should learn from the CUHK exercise. People may use the pretext of academic freedom and institutional autonomy in order to operate in a black box. They should be stopped in what they are doing, or else they will be criticized by all people of Hong Kong. Hong Kong's higher education institutions are well renowned for their excellence. We have 5 institutions which are ranked the top 100, much higher than the 2 in Singapore, 2 in Japan, and 4 in South Korea. And we are well positioned to build ourselves into an international higher education hub, and we can contribute to the country in building itself into a strong education state. I so submit. Mr. Dominic Lee. Thank you. While the CUHK's governor has been criticized in the 2019 anti-extradition bill saga, Professor Rocky Chun, the Vice Chancellor, openly condoned the students wreaking havoc in the campus, blocking the Tolo Highway. So it was called the riotous university back then. And students also badmouthed the police and said that the police had sexually assaulted the students. And Professor Rakun Tun didn't criticize that. And also, his reappointment was made ahead of schedule. This is most outrageous. The council and Professor Rocky Tun have never apologized for their condoning of such incidents. And the society is extremely unhappy with Professor Rocky Tun. And also, the university, without consulting the council, attempted to change the emblem. So the society was extremely dissatisfied with the management of university. So I'd like to thank the 3 lawmaker council members, Mr. Tommy Zhang, Mr. Edward Lau, Mr. Tang Piu, for moving the private members' bill to propose changes to the composition of the council and raising the threshold of appointing the vice chancellor. The number of council members will be downsized from 55 to 34. External members to internal members ratio will be changed from 1:1 to 2:1. And the vice chancellor and the provost will be appointed by 3/4 of the majority of the council members, and then transitional arrangements or provisions be added. So from the enactment to the commencement date of the bill, then 9 categories of council members will have to stop being council members, and the lawmaker council members will continue to be council members during the transition period. On the 3 members' reform proposal, we support that increasing the number of external members will help effectively monitor the CUHK's operation. These are indeed very bold proposals. Professor Priscilla Leung thinks it's a moderate or a conservative proposal, but I think it's okay. But of course, those with vested interest will be unhappy. Some, the convocation member in the council ignored his own conflict of interest and initiated a signature petition, which was published in a number of newspapers. In this news advertisement, it was said that the private members' bill has not been approved by the council. They found this most regrettable, and they said that the 2016 proposals should be used as a basis for reforms, including the number of lawmaker council members should be reduced from 3 to 2. I think it's obviously a revengeful act, and they would like to protect their own interest. And they have raised this query that if the lawmaker council members moved a private member's bill, it is going against the basic law. Because in Article 136 of the Basic Law, it is said that in formulating policies on the development and improvement of education, this falls within the responsibility of the SAR. Now, it's been 4 years on from 2019. Words like institutional autonomy, academic freedom are still being abused. And this, again, demonstrates the need to reorganize the council. Now, academic freedom can never be absolute freedom. And then reorganize the initiative to reorganize the council should rest with the university. That's also a wrong thinking. Well, the initiative should always be rests with the government, and the lawmakers should have also responsibility in this. So the university management would not have all the say. Now, during 2019, the anti-extradition saga, the CUHK and Rocky Tuan have such behavior that has disappointed members of the public. So personal interest should never override the university's interest and also public interest. So the New People's Party will support the CUHK Amendment Bill 2023 and the amendments. So I submit.
Mr. Bill Tang, thank you. Deputy President, I've just heard the remarks made by members and I am moved. I'm sure that they very much cherish the Chinese University of Hong Kong and they acknowledge our efforts. The gratitude should go to Mr. Tommy Cheung for his hard work in participating in the affairs of the Council of the CUHK. Mr. Tommy Cheung actually took part in various task forces in taking forward the reform proposals of the CUHK. So, thanks to his effort, we're able to table this bill now. And I've never imagined working so well with Mr. Tommy Cheung. So thanks to you. I graduated from the CUHK in 2001, and then I also graduated from a master's program in 2010 in CUHK. I actually met my wife in the same university. On 11th of November 2019, it was the district council's election day. I had a home visit at 9 p.m. in Shoshin O Estate. Friend drove me home. I live in Tai Po actually. As you may know from the recent news, that night there was a riot in the vicinity of CUHK. The East Rail and the Tolo Harbour were paralyzed. I dared not get out of the car because I was afraid of being recognized by rioters. That would pose a danger to myself. So after dinner, we made a detour and it took a very long journey before I could finally reach home. I was disheartened. The CUHK had a very good campus. The environment was so nice. It is a very important cradle for nurturing our love for the country and the Chinese culture. I was disheartened as to see this riot happening. And apparently, some people from the university took part in the riot. I was saddened by what I saw. Now Hong Kong has entered a new phase of prosperity from stability. It is an opportune time for us to grasp every opportunity to take forward the necessary reforms and to improve people's livelihood, which includes making improvements to our education system and helping our students. We should not continue to drag on our feet. We must not allow the university itself to draw up the bill, taking up 3 to 4 years' time before things slowly move on to the Legislative Council. And I can't help but wonder whether there is any deliberate attempt by anyone to play the delay tactic. It's already suspicious enough that numerous reform proposals have been put forward. For example, the Sutherland Report was published in 2002, and subsequently, all UGC-funded universities followed the recommendations and reformed the council. And like Mr. Dennis Leung said, at the final furlong, on numerous occasions, the TMHK failed to implement the reorganization. Well, the Chinese University of Hong Kong is supposed to be the cultural melting pot, and we have great affection for the Chinese university. This university is like a porcelain shop. When there is rodent infestation, what should we do about the mice scurrying around? Is it that in the name of autonomy, we must not do anything about it? I'm very grateful to Mr. Tommy Cheung for his personal effort. In the past 3 years, he personally took part in the task force and lay his grounds supporting the reorganization. Let me also explain why we need to put forward this proposal. Well, I sat on the TMHK Council for just 1 year. I am the one with the least experience. And only during that year did it come to my attention that secret balloting is allowed at the council meetings. In fact, a media veteran already made it clear that in fact, 2 of the council members never attended any meetings. So only 53 council members maintained the function of the council, not to mention the secret balloting arrangements. As you can imagine, in terms of public or governance of a public body, this is like a black box operation where the majority rules. Another example is the emblem incident. The emblem was changed without proper approval. I believe I am putting it correctly. Now, I became a council member in July or August, and then the 17th of October, on the foundation day, they held a press conference introducing the new emblem, and in the press release there and then, the new emblem was used. And then as a council member, I received a letter on the 18th of October informing us of the new design. But in fact, we have regular council meeting scheduled for the 25th of October. That means we're not even here for window dressing. We're just the passers-by. There is no need to go through the council for approving the new design of the emblem. And this clearly illustrates that there is a problem with the running of the council. I hope that the management is also watching this webcast. They should reflect on themselves. Let me turn to the salient points of this amendment bill in response to the various issues we've raised. For example, the internal members of the council forming the majority. Now, I could never tell exactly the membership size of the council. Finally, I am told at this stage that there are 55 council members. According to the statutes of the TMHK, there are 11 ways of getting a seat in this council. We propose reducing the number to 34. Some ask why we do not further downsize the council to just 20, as have other universities. That is why in the CUHK there are different colleges. I am a graduate of New Asia College. As we have constituent colleges, we need to keep it as a distinct feature. 8 members of the council are directly related to the colleges. We propose downsizing the council to just slightly over 30 because of this college system. Some question why we propose this amendment. Now, for 5 of the colleges, they have operated for more than 5 years, but more than a decade, but so far they are not represented in the council. Once the bill is passed, the representatives of these 5 new colleges will become members of the council. The other proposal is to have more external members forming the majority over internal members in the council, so that we can bring in views from outside the university to enhance governance. I believe this is a consensus forged. I support the bill. I urge members to support the bill. I once again thank Mr. Tommy Cheung for his effort. Dr. Junice Ho. Thank you, Deputy President. I'm moved by the conciliation between Mr. Bill Tang and Mr. Tommy Cheung. It's like resolving a labor dispute. This is a good omen. In this peaceful atmosphere, we're here to discuss the Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendment Bill 2023, and I have every confidence in achieving results. Not many members have spoken today because I've been told that we should not make lengthy speeches. We should instead pass the bill as quickly as possible so that the reorganization and the reform proposal can be taken forward right away, so that we can all make a concerted effort to help the next generation of the CUHK in our society. There are 5 reasons why I support this bill. I think that there are 5 sins relating to the CUHK. First, mismanagement. I don't think we need to go through that again. It's apparent. 2, the university condoned the students in 2019. They allowed students to become rioters. The name, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, should be something we're all proud of, but now it's turned into something really negative. They were then proud of being the riotous university. We provide an annual university grant of $20 billion just to groom this kind of students to shout profanities. Is a kind of citing literature. Well, if you want to be good at shouting profanities, you should work in a garage rather than studying in a university. Because, well, I have no intention of insulting the mechanics in the garage, but indeed you have, exhaust pipe emissions coming from vehicles. and we have the similar kind of exhaust in the form of profanities. This is outrageous. And point number 3, so far the TMHK has not given an account of the 2019 incident when TMHK became the right to university. Despite my numerous requests, I haven't been given this report. They are totally disregarding the authority of the Legislative Council. They don't respect us, and that is why we need to give a response. We need to take immediate action. Point number 4, nobody from the management of the TMHK has so far stood up to what happened to students in 2019. Now, the Pro-Vice Chancellor attended the LegCo meeting. They told us that these students are responsible adults. They should be responsible for the deeds. I can't believe this is coming from the Vice Chair of the Council, that is the management of the TMHK. I mean, we've sacrificed 100 students. What kind of attitude is that? Number 5, without answering any question, like I said, the TMHK Council refused to mend its ways. Instead, they renewed the appointment of the problematic Vice Chancellor Rocky Tuan. Is it a kind of promotion or demotion after all? And in any event, this is public money. This is a publicly funded university. I don't think I need to go further explaining the 5 sins. I believe I have the public support. I support the amendment bill. I think we should all support the reorganization of the TMHK Council so that we can right the wrong and make breakthroughs. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now first call upon the Secretary for Education to speak, and afterwards the Honourable Tommy Zhang will reply. Then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. Madam Deputy, I thank Mr. Tommy Zhang, Mr. Edward Lau, and Mr. Bill Tang for moving the TMHK Amendment Bill 2023. This motion reflects the strong concern and aspiration of the society for effectively enhancing governance in UGC-funded institutions. As in the past, the government supports UGC-funded institutions to continuously review and improve their governance regime, enhance management efficiency to ensure that the University Council and the governing team can discharge their own functions respectively and lead the university in moving ahead with the times, provide quality education, and nurture talents for the society. As such, the government welcomes the 3 members' motion. In fact, since the UGC released the report on higher education in March 2002 and the report on the governance in UGC-funded higher education institutions in Hong Kong in March 2016, the Council of TMHK had twice attempted to launch reforms to enhance governance in 2013 and 2016, but to no avail. The members' motion is to continue with this uncompleted mission. The motion has taken reference from the principles stated in the above review reports and the best practices internationally and locally. It is proposed that the composition of the TMHK Council be revamped, including raising the ratio of external members to enhance CUHK's governance. After receiving the 3 members' proposal to amend CUHK Ordinance Cap 1109, the Chief Executive, in accordance with Article 74 of the Basic Law and the Rules of Procedures Article 51(4), has consented the introduction of the bill to the Legislative Council. The three Bills Committee meetings were held in July and August 2023 to discuss the bill, with representatives from the CUHK Council, ECB, and the UGC attending the meeting. I note that during the scrutiny of the Bills Committee had consulted the public and gauged views for members' reference. It shows that the bill has undergone public and detailed scrutiny in accordance with the established procedure. Upon the enactment and implementation of the bill, the CUHK Council will continue to be the highest governing and administrative body in CUHK and should discharge its duties in accordance with the CUHKO. In short, the amendment will not undermine CUHK's institutional autonomy, but will in fact enhance the university's governance structure and improve its management and governance efficiency. Also, if the bill is passed, all UGC-funded universities will have successfully enhanced their governance regime, representing a significant cornerstone in the development of Hong Kong's higher education system. It will support the universities in forging ahead and nurturing top-notch talents for the country and Hong Kong and facilitate Hong Kong's development. President, the government welcomes the amendments and thank the 3 members once again for their efforts. I so submit.
I now call upon Mr. Tommy Cheung to reply. Deputy President, I declare that I am a member of the CUHK Council. The legislative work of the Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendment Bill 2023 began last year in December. We submitted a draft of the bill to the panel on education for consultation. Today, we are receiving the 2nd and 3rd reading for the bill. Now, in 1 year's time, we have completed the legislative procedures thanks to many parties. First of all, I thank Dr. Priscilla Leung, Chairperson of the Bills Committee on the bill, for her powerful leadership and support during the bill scrutiny. Her clear grasp on the relevant issues ensure that our work is completed in a highly efficient manner during the summer recess, so that the 2nd reading of the bill may resume today. I also thank fellow Bills Committee members who passionately participated in the scrutiny work. They diligently conveyed the views of various stakeholders and have greatly enriched our discussion. Besides, I thank the Bills Committee for its support for the bill. The bill has also received support from the government, as evidenced in Dr. Choi Yuk-lin's speech. The primary objective of the bill is to restructure the Council of the CUHK with a view to fulfilling the crucial task set out in the 2002 Sutherland Report and the 2016 Newby Report, published by the UGC. That is, UGC-funded institutions should review the governance and management structures to achieve good governance. Now, a proposal includes enhancing the ratio between external members and internal members to 2:1. In order to improve the governance of CUHK, reforms are also introduced to the method of recruitment or appointment of the university's vice-chancellor, provost, chairman and vice-chairman of the council, as well as the treasurer. The role and status of masters of additional colleges of CUHK under its collegiate system are made explicit, and also the quorum of council meeting is also adjusted. 20 years have passed since the Sutherland Report, was published, during which the TMHK has seen 5 council chairmen, 4 vice-chancellors, and 2 failed attempts to restructure the council. The procrastination has spilled over to the university's management, causing a 10-year delay to the amendment work of the TMHK ordinance and the statutes of TMHK, which is only technical in nature. This would seem absolutely ludicrous to any person with functioning faculties. The TMHK's governance is completely divorced from its remarkable academic achievements made in recent years. Poor governance has become a stumbling block on TMHK's path forward. I believe all of you and society as a whole would agree with me on this. The situation is unsustainable and unacceptable. Some say that by introducing this bill, we are overreaching beyond our realm. However, we would be complicit with the absurd reality by not taking action. We can't stress enough that our private members' bill only seeks to implement the long overdue reforms on school governance, which the Council should have implemented 20 years ago. Deputy President, the Bills Committee has held 3 meetings to study the bill. I give my heartfelt thanks to the representatives of TMHK for attending the meetings. In particular, Professor John Chai, the Council's chairman, Dr. Norman Chan, the vice chairman, and Professor Alan Chan, the provost. The candid responses and their frankness before the committee have made effective discussion possible. I am especially grateful to Dr. Norman Chan, who chaired the task force for the review of the size and composition of the TMHK Council. Over the span of 4 months, his task force consulted some 300,000 stakeholders via email and organized 2 consultation sessions in the campus to collect views on the matter. The report submitted by the task force was unbiased, which the Council subsequently endorsed. It provided a solid foundation for the proposals in the bill. The 3 members have adopted the recommendations in the reports when drafting the bill. Deputy President, from the inception of the bill to the 3rd reading today, Mr. Edward Lau and Mr. Bill Tang, my fellow sponsors of the bill, have been passionately involved in the legislative exercise. To them, I give my heartfelt thanks. I owe my thanks to another person. She is Ms. Alice Mack, Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs, who is also present today. Before joining the administration, she was also a electoral member appointed to the TMHK Council. At the inception stage of the bill, Ms. Alice Mack has made immense contribution. Subsequently, Mr. Bill Tang took over her position as a council member. As her successor, he spent a great deal of time identifying the problems within the structure of the TMHK Council. He was absolutely devoted to his work. When the university management refused to pay the gazette fee of the bill, which amounted to $700,000, Bill told me that he would pay his share, even if it cost his daughter's dowry. I was moved beyond words. Deputy President, it is sensible to introduce a private member bill to restructure the council. However, we have encountered a lot of challenges. After the 2 failed attempts to restructure the council, there was a mountain of documents to go through, many of which involved intricate details in relation to the university's running. The sheer complexity of the legal and technical issues made it such a daunting task to introduce this bill. For that, I have to thank the team in the Legal Service Division of the Electoral Secretariat. Without their expertise, it would be nigh impossible to draft a bill that is up to standard in terms of contents and formats. I also thank the colleagues in the Council Business Division for their assistance in procedural matters. Of course, I owe my thanks to the Law Drafting Division of the Department of Justice. The team offered us legal advice with endless patience in the early drafting stage, so that the bill is in conformity with the rules of procedures and the stringent standards of law drafting. The bill has put a heavy workload on the colleagues in my office too, in particular, my own legal advisor. The bill was amended a number of times during the drafting stage to incorporate views collected. I'm grateful for the help of my legal advisor. Deputy President, after the bill's introduction by the three of us, we have become the subject of groundless attacks, but we have also received words of encouragement from friends and strangers alike. I am pleased that the bill enjoys support from within and outside the university. I firmly believe that the bill is in line with public opinion. After the passage of the bill, the CUHK Council will enter a transitional period and undergo reconstruction in accordance with the bill. We look forward to the CUHK resolving its governance issues so that it can make greater strides on the path forward. I also thank the dozen members who have spoken and for their encouragement. President, I so submit. I implore members to support the bill and the amendments to be moved in a moment. Thank you, President. I put the question to you that the Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. The Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendments Bill 2023. The Council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendments Bill 2023. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 20. Mr. Tommy Cheung will move amendments which seek to amend clauses 3, 7, 9, 10, 15, and 19. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendments. Members may now proceed to a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I will first call upon Mr. Tommy Cheung to speak, but he is not required to move the amendments at this stage. Then I will call upon other members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing part of the bill, and then vote on the amendments. Mr. Tommy Cheung. President, I now move technical amendments on clauses 1 to 20 of the CUHK Amendments Bill 2023. For the details of the amendments, please refer to the annex of the script. The amendments can be categorized into two aspects. First, on proposed definition. Second, on drafting. On proposed definition, first, amendments in relation to clause 3, the proposed definition for master of an additional college. Under clause 3, brackets 1 of the bill, a new definition of master is proposed to be added to section 2, brackets 1 of the CUO to mean in relation to an additional college, the master of college concerned. Under the existing section 2, brackets 1 of the CUO, head is defined to mean in relation to an original college, that is the Chung Chi College, the United College of Hong Kong, or New Asia College, or Shaw College, the head of the college concerned. Since head and master in the English text is or would be rendered as 园长 in the Chinese text, the amendment seeks to replace the definition of master originally proposed in the bill with the proposed definition of master of an additional college to avoid possible confusion. Second, in relation to Clause 19, proposed definition of commencement date in the transitional provisions. The amendment seeks to clarify that commencement date for the purposes of the transitional provisions would mean the date on which the enacted ordinance comes into operation under Section 1(2) of the enacted ordinance. That is, the day on which the enacted ordinance is published in the Gazette. On drafting, first of all, in relation to clauses 7, 9, and 10 of the bill, in the English text, the word shall will be replaced with is to, are to, or must. The update is for ensuring consistency between various provisions. Second, amendments to clauses 10 and 15 of the bill. In the English text, the word normally would be replaced by ordinarily. This is to replace the English rendition of 通常居住 in the Chinese text. The original wording, that is ordinarily resident or normally residents, would be replaced with ordinarily residents so that it is in line with other legislation. President, the above amendments do not affect the original meaning of the provisions. The amendments have incorporated views put forward by members during the scrutiny period and the legal advice put forward by the Legal Service Division. I give them my heartfelt thanks. The Bills Committee has no objection to the above amendments. I implore members to support and pass the amendments. I so submit. Thank you, members, and thank you, President. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing parts of the bill. I put the question to you that the clauses with no amendments as set out in the appendix to the script stand parts of the bill. Would those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. We now vote on the amendments. Mr. Tommy Cheung, you may move your amendments. Chairman, I move the amendments set out in the appendix to the script. I propose the question to you that Mr. Tommy Cheung's amendments be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendments passed. Clauses 3, 7, 9, 10, 15, and 19 as amended. I now put the question to you that the clauses as amended just read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendments Bill 2023 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Mr. Tommy Cheung. President, I now report to the Council that the Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendments Bill 2023 has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council with amendments. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose the question to you that Mr. Tommy Cheung's motion be passed. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. The Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendments Bill 2023. Mr. Tommy Cheung. President, I move that the Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendments Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. I now propose the question to you that the Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendments Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? I now put the question to you as stated. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Dr. Tik-Chi Yun calls for a division. The division bell will be rung for 5 minutes.
Voting begins. Please check your votes. If there is no further question, voting comes to an end. Display of results. 34 present, 34 for, and from FC and GC, 46 present, 42 for, and 3 abstentions. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the 2 groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. The Chinese University of Hong Kong Amendment Bill 2023.
Members' motion with no legislative effect. Ms. Connie Lam will move a motion on improving policies and measures relating to family support. Mr. Stanley Lee will move an amendment to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendment. Later, I will first call upon Ms. Connie Lam to speak and move the motion. Then I will call upon Mr. Stanley Lee to speak, but he may not move the amendment at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. I now call upon Ms. Connie Lam to speak and move the motion. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. The National 14th Five-Year Plan has mentioned strengthening family building, including establishing a legal and policy system to support family development, to promote family and marriage counseling services, and to resolve family conflicts and disputes. Now, there's been an upward trend in the divorce rate in Hong Kong in recent years, and social issues arising from divorced families are in dire need of concern from the community. According to the Census and Statistics Department, in the past decade, every year, close to 18,000 couples divorced. The divorce rate increased from 37% in 2017 to 43% in 2019. That means 4 out of 10 married couples will end up divorced. But it seems that there is little understanding of what marriage means and what impact will be brought by divorce. I hope that through different channels, the government can enhance family education and education on marriage and divorce. The government should promote premarital counseling. This can help couples about to be married to be prepared for their new life. There should be different assessments such as the analysis of their characters, resolution of conflicts, and how close the couples is, so as to help them understand the strengths of their partners and how they should grow old together. This could help them explore the changes that will take place after they form the bond, so that they understand better division of work in the family, and to understand the challenges facing their partners in different stages of their life, for them to consider whether their partner is the perfect spouse. Family life is an important part to anybody, including physical and mental well-being. This can also help enhance understanding of oneself and the other. This can help resolve conflicts. Now, I am in the social service sector. I've come across many cases. Many women are not sure about what to expect for the marriage. Let me share this case with you. A middle-aged woman have been married for 5 times, and every time she became the victim of domestic violence and abuse. And for a prolonged period of time, the marriage undermined her mental well-being. She would get into another marriage, and then the vicious cycle would just continue. She would be abused by her spouse. With premarital counseling, we can help this woman Starting from 2021, our country requires each marriage registry to set up a counseling service center to provide premarital counseling to couples to reduce marriage conflicts. In Hong Kong, however, there are NGOs and religious organizations providing marriage and premarital counseling services. But unfortunately, each session would cost $1,000 to $3,000. Only very few NGOs are able to provide affordable services. With such a high divorce rate, as I mentioned, 4 out of 10 married couples in Hong Kong ends up in divorce. We should enhance the marriage counseling services, make it more accessible, so that every couple about to be married can first receive counseling so that they can have proper family planning. And should they run into conflict, they can have affordable counseling services. The Home and Youth Affairs Bureau should provide subsidies to organizations providing counseling services. We should not wait until a married couple runs into serious conflicts or domestic violence before the social workers of the Integrated Family Services centers to intervene, because by then it will be too late. Earlier, together with Mr. Ambrose Lam and Ms. Doreen Kong, I met with a number of women organizations. We also held multi-party forums to explore setting up a mechanism to help recover maintenance payments. In fact, we explained the same to the Secretary. According to many organizations, for over a decade, there hasn't been any change to the mechanism of maintenance orders and payments. The procedures are so cumbersome that nobody would go down the legal avenue to recover maintenance payments. I visited an organization in Shenzhen Longgang precinct, and they have a very good system. They have an advisory center providing legal consultation free of charge for those registered for the system. Whereas in Hong Kong, if you want to seek advice from a lawyer on recovering maintenance payments, it will cost you several thousand, if not $10,000 a session. In the process, the claimant will need to go through a lot of hardship. It's like being harmed a second time. As a result, the divorced individual would rather rely on CSSA instead of recovering maintenance payments. This, in turn, poses a heavy burden on the public coffers. So in terms of improving the mechanism of maintenance payments, the government should improve coordination among departments, or else the problem will become more serious. Through our efforts in this year's policy address, I understand that a pilot scheme will be rolled out on the recovery of maintenance payments, and I'm grateful. The government should also put in place family-friendly employment practices. Now, on the issue of maintenance payments, I have the following comments. First, the government should set up a family responsibility center. This center should be a one-stop resource center to provide various assistance measures to divorcees, to help them recover maintenance payments and to provide financial assistance to tide over the hardship. Different professionals can gather at this platform, such as clinical psychologists, family therapists, lawyers, so on and so forth, to provide legal advice, psychological assessments, financial assistance, etc. to the needy. The center can also provide counseling for divorcees so that the patients can reflect on themselves and on their needs in the previous relationship so that they can find their own self and rebuild confidence, at least so that they are confident in starting a new and healthy relationship. An integrated database should be set up to better gauge the divorce situation in Hong Kong so as to provide the empirical backing for the maintenance mechanism. Improving policies and measures relating to family support rely on a coordinated effort, be it before, during, or after at the end of the marriage. Suitable support should be provided to each family so as to ensure the physical and mental well-being. In light of the current situation, I urge the government to follow up on these matters to safeguard the interests of the families concerned. I'll be listening carefully to members' suggestions.
林素蔚議員
I now propose a question to you that the Honourable Lam Soo-wai's motion be passed. Honourable Stanley Lee. President, on this motion, improving policies and measures relating to family support, I have the following views. President Lee said that if a family is harmonious, the society will be stable. And if a family is civilized, there will be civilization in the society. So our country comprises thousands of families. So provided that the families can stay harmonious, our country will stay. Population policy should be drawn up to facilitate family harmony and development. Now, families are getting smaller today, and the fertility rate for every couple is 0.97. And we must come up with measures to protect family. Now, childbearing is a heavy responsibility. Parents have to do a lot to make sure that the child grows up happily. So in my amendment, I said the family is the unit for building a society. And if a family is built well, there will be stability in the society. In 2019, the divorce rate is 21,000. It's up 40% in the past 20 years. And the family problems may extend to the next generation, creating further social problems. So I support the motion saying that the government should improve policies and measures relating to family support. I am going to speak on 3 fronts. First, we must help high-risk families. Now, it's difficult to raise a child. The government must promote premarital and counseling, encourage social welfare organizations to provide premarital counseling and family education to those who are about to get married so that the couples can have in-depth understanding on the role of parents. And then for those who have become pregnant before wedding and those who are abusing drugs, the government should proactively reach out to them to prevent accidents happening. Second, the government should strive to resolve family problems. The Integrated Family Service Center is a place where members of the public can get information. So its role should be strengthened. There should be family mediators stationed at these centers to provide professional services to members of the public. There should also be redeployment of manpower and resources to step up the services in these centers. And in my amendment, I also suggest that we should increase resources to enhance the roles and services of parents' resource centers. We should provide more channels for Hong Kong people to seek help. So there should be parents' resource centers in every district. And then the service centers can also intervene at an early stage, the at-risk families, provide appropriate support and cut down on the divorces and prevent family violence or domestic violence. Now, in the end, if there is no way to salvage marriage, the government should provide support, especially for those children under a divorced parents. These children may suffer from mental and psychological issues. So the government should provide services to help these children and minimize the negative impact on the divorce on their life. Parents are always concerned about their children. The last week, the CUCE has announced a number of measures to encourage childbirth, and $8 million will be provided for the funding scheme on the promotion of family education. I hope that the government can do the best job with this. And I hope that my amendment can be supported by fellow members so that Hong Kong can realize what President Xi said, that we should foster harmonious families in Hong Kong.
Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs. President, I thank Ms. Connie Lam for moving the motion on improving policies and measures relating to family support, Mr. Stanley Lee for his amendments, and other members for their concern on the policy area of family support. Today's debate provides us with a platform to take stock of the policies and measures in support of families. The family portfolio spans across various policy areas and bureaus. To allow more time for members to speak their mind, I will briefly explain the HYAB's portfolio in the opening remarks, while the Undersecretary for Labour and Welfare will respond to matters in relation to his bureau in his closing remarks. The Chinese people value family above all else. It is the cornerstone of society. Harmonious families make a stable society. As mentioned in Ms. Lam's motion, the National 14th Five-Year Plan endorsed by the National People's Congress in March 2021 proposed strengthening family building, promoting diversified development of family services, and giving play to family education in governance at community level. Like the country, the HKSAR government attaches importance to families and family support. Before I go into details of the relevant policy measures under my bureau, allow me to give you the general picture and trend of families in Hong Kong. According to the quarterly report on General Household Survey for the second quarter of 2023, published by the Census and Statistics Department, the average household size has dropped from 3.9 persons in 1981 to 2.6 persons in 2023. There is a rising trend in the number of 1 to 3 person households, while the number of households with 5 or more members have been dropping every year. The report projects that the average household size will remain as 2.6 persons for the coming 20 years. This reflects a shift of our family structure towards nuclear families comprising 2 to 3 members. Marital status is a crucial factor behind family composition, structure, and childbearing. According to the feature article of the January 2020 issue of Hong Kong Monthly Digest of Statistics, titled Marriage and Divorce Trends in Hong Kong, 1991 to 2020, the number of divorces has increased in the past 3 decades or so, with the crude divorce rate per 1,000 population increasing from 1.11 in 1991 to 2.82 in 2019. At the same time, remarriages has become more common. In 2020, the number of remarriages constituted some 23% of all registered marriages that year, notably higher than that in 1991 at 11.5%. This represents a shift in the concepts of family and marriage in Hong Kong. Such a shift brings impact to the long-term development of our society and poses challenges to our social policies and services. One such challenge is how to foster a favorable family environment and a caring family culture in a society comprising predominantly small families. Family is a core value of our society. The government attaches much importance to the healthy development of families in Hong Kong. The HYAB has always supported the work of the Family Council, a cross-sectoral and cross-bureaus platform which advises the government on family policies and promotes the culture of caring family to the wider public. Every year, the Family Council conducts thematic publicity campaigns to promote the loving family culture and family education in a focused manner. This is achieved through various means and channels. Over the past 2 years, the Council released 2 series of family education videos titled Family, a Hub to Cheer You Up and Strengthening Family Cohesion and Solidarity to illustrate how one can overcome the challenges of family life. The videos feature real stories of families with different backgrounds, including single mothers, rare disease patients, and their carers. These families share how they overcome challenges and adversities with the support of each other, as well as tips on handling the pressure of parenting. Also, through children's book, interactive plays at schools, and programs in collaboration with radio and TV stations, the Council educates the public on the importance of harmony at home and skills to that end. Besides, through the thematic sponsorship scheme to support family-related initiatives, one-off sponsorship is offered to non-government organizations to take forward family-related initiatives under the themes, including divorced families, parents' education, and prevention and resolution of family conflicts. By subsidizing various programs or activities organized by non-profit-making organizations like counseling, support hotline, mutual assistance groups, and workshops for parents, families in need are given the necessary help to deal with their problems. A new round of sponsorship was launched last October. 4 sponsored programs are being implemented between this April and June next year, with a funding amount of some $3.5 million. From the 1st of April 2013 onwards, all policies must undergo an assessment on their impact on families. Bureaus and departments are required to assess the impact of the policies on the structure and functions of families based on the 3 family core values established by the Family Council, that is, love and care, respect and responsibility, and communication and harmony. As at the 30th of September 2023, more than 1,000 Legislative Council briefs have undergone family impact assessments. Today's motion also mentioned that enterprises should be encouraged to implement family-friendly employment policy. The Family Council is actively taking forward publicity work in this regard. For instance, just this June, the Council launched a series of promotional videos titled Family-Friendly Workplace, introducing various family-friendly employment measures adopted by local enterprises or institutions, including breastfeeding policy, parents' gratitude allowance, and elderly care leave. Employers and employees were invited to share their thoughts. In Ms. Connie Lam's speech, she mentioned that the Chief Executive announced a number of measures in relation to family in the 2023 policy address, including 1. 5-year funding scheme on the promotion of family education through community projects. 2. A one-stop information platform for family and women. 3. Hosting the first Family and Women Development Summit to collect views for the formulation of focused measures. And 4. A maintenance mediation pilot scheme through the Community Care Fund to assist parties concerned to resolve disputes through mediation. The HYAB will actively follow up on the relevant work. Besides the HYAB, other bureaus are also actively implementing policies and measures to support families. On promoting and enhancing mental health in working families, the Health Bureau's Mental Health Initiatives Funding Scheme enhances support for people with mental needs at the community level. Programs for enhancing family ties are also covered by the scheme. Also, basic health risk assessments are provided in district health centers. For those assessed to be emotionally troubled, health consultation and counseling will be offered by nurses and social workers at the DHCs. On the promotion of family education or parents' education, the Education Bureau has been promoting homeschool cooperation and parents' education with schools as a primary platform and the community as a complementary. At the same time, the Positive Parents campaign educates the public on the importance of happy learning and healthy development for children, and enhances parents' awareness on positive parenting. The EDB will continue to promote collaboration between schools, the Committee on Homeschool Cooperation, the Federation of Parents-Teacher Associations, and the wider community in promoting positive parenting. Ms. Lam's motion and Mr. Lee's amendments also touch upon family support services provided by the LWB, including integrated family service centers, parents resource center, and after-school care services. In a moment, the Undersecretary will brief members on the relevant work and progress in his closing remarks. President, the motion and the amendments moved by the 2 members cover various family support measures. We understand the harmonious families are the building blocks of a peaceful society, which is why we have been playing an active role in family support. Me and my team, as well as my colleagues, will strive to enhance support for family development. President, the Under-Secretary for Labour and Welfare and I will listen closely to members' views and give a response in our closing remarks. Thank you, President.
Ms. Nixie Lam. Thank you, President. I would like to thank Ms. Lam So-wai, Connie Lam, for moving the motion. In the policy address, the Chief Executive has announced a number of childbirth or childbearing encouragement measures, responding the number of proposals that I made last year. All along, I've thought that to promote the healthy development of society, family-friendly policies are required, whether we're talking about single families or otherwise. We must have comprehensive integrated policies encompassing the community forces and the government and people of Hong Kong as well. Ms. Lam referred to the last point on Ms. Lam's motion is to encourage enterprises to implement family-friendly employment practices. The government is the largest employer in Hong Kong, and it should play a leading role in implementing family-friendly practices. It can help encourage private enterprises to do the same. So public bodies and governments should take the lead in implementing or creating a family-friendly environment in the workplace. Looking around the world, family-friendly practices include flexi working hours, offering part-time work, working at home, allowing the employees to take their children to work as well, so that employees can have the flexibility and can pursue their career as well as take care of the family. We've talked to a number of moms, and they said generally for working moms that support is insufficient. And generally, enterprises don't want them to work part-time. They hope that these women can work full-time. And very often, they have to choose between the family and the work or career. And ultimately, the women have to leave the workplace or the labor market. And as a result, they will have to rely on the husbands as the breadwinner. And as a result, many conflicts have been created. How can we do better? The policy address proposes a number of policies, and Ms. Mack also said that the Family Council has done some work, and support from the business sector is also crucial. For large enterprises, they will spend quite a substantial amount of funds to work to fulfill their corporate social responsibility. Sometimes they will pick garbage and visit the old age homes and so on. Well, why can't they do something otherwise? Why can't the government channel them or steer them into providing their employees with a family-friendly environment? I've talked to some bus companies. I asked whether they can provide childcare services in their premises. They welcome my proposal, and they are embarking on working on these proposals. Well, I have given them some ideas. So many companies are willing to walk the extra mile to create a family-friendly environment. And if the government can come up with some rewards like a gold badge or whatever to help encourage or incentivize companies to do such things, then that would be very good. And we hopefully can achieve the results that we desire. And then we can also address the manpower shortage. A lot more people can work part-time or work in flexible hours, and this will be a win-win situation for all. For SMEs, it might be a bit difficult for them, resource-wise, but then will the Labour Department give them some recommendations or advice as to how they can do it? So maybe the government can issue some guidelines to them so that they can allow their employees to take care of their family as well as their career. So this will be a win-win situation. President, I've been married for 5 years. I've just given birth to my child. And I understand at different stages of our life, we are under pressure. So I hope that the government and the enterprises can join hands to create a better working environment for all. Mr. Chen Xiuhong, I speak to thank Ms. Connie Lam's motion to improve policies and measures on family support and Mr. Stanley Lee's amendment. I'm happy to see that in the policy address, a number of friendly family policies are proposed. And we should strengthen support services for separated families. There has been a rising trend in divorce rate, and problems created by separated families are worth our attention. And a lot of problems with the youth have to do with their families or family background. And when parents are fighting over in a divorce, and they would get very emotional, and very often they ignore the feelings of their children. And parents are the source of a sense of safety for their children when they grow up. So if parents ignore the feelings of the children, then children's psychological being will be harmed. The government has subsidized 5 NGOs to operate 5 specialized co-parenting support centers to provide one-stop service for divorcees, including various services, custody services, and so on. And to help parents discharge their duties as parents, and they will support children affected by their divorced parents. The government should review the effectiveness of these centers and how resources can be better deployed. And then for a number of years, the government has undertaken a study on single families and review the relevant policies. The government should undertake a study right away and come up with more targeted policies and come up with carer-centered policies to support the family, especially the single parent families. And parents in these single parent families should be supported in employment. And one of the motions has to do with encouraging enterprises to implement family-friendly employment practices. I support that. This can create a family-friendly work environment so that the employees can take care of both their families and their career, and they can devote themselves totally to their work. And the efficiency of the enterprises should also be enhanced. Well, the employees can take care of both their families and their work, and the relevant enterprises can also have a positive image. Many large-sized enterprises are implementing family-friendly policies, including implementing 5-day work week, flexible work hours, working from home, and hybrid work mode, and giving extra holidays, say parents' leave day to employees. And the Labor Department has implemented the Good Employees Charter 2020, and it has received a response from many employers. I think that this should be an ongoing effort on the part of the government, and the government should also set a good example, requiring public bodies, subvented organizations, bureaus and departments, education institutions, and social enterprises, where practicable, should adopt family-friendly employment practices. The government should also collect data relating to these different social services, and should also collect information or data gathered by the care teams, and then use big data analytics to identify and intervene at an early stage at risk families. And targeted family support should be given to these at-risk families. And also the policy address and also proposed the 5-year funding scheme on promotion of family education involving a funding of $8 million. I believe that that can help minimize family or domestic violence. I so submit.
Mr. Robert Lee. Thank you, President. I thank Ms. Connie Lam for his motion and Mr. Stanley Lee's amendment. Families are the building block of the society. Enhancing family support measures will be beneficial to enhance the healthy development of children, caring for elderly family members, and also resolving family issues. Under the National 14th Five-Year Plan, the central government proposed strengthening family building, including strengthening the policy institutions for supporting families and enhancing family and marital services, and prevent the occurrence of familial disputes. I support these measures. Through enhancing counseling services, ties between spouses can be strengthened, and it will prevent disputes, and it will play an active role in enhancing family harmony. I support enhancing the mental health services for family members, including elderly people. Now, in July, I met with some elderly singletons, and I've listened to proposals on how we can enhance support for elderly singleton. In October, together with Bill Tang, Joby Chan, and several other members, we went to the Tai Wo Hao estate to visit elderly singletons. I was deeply touched. Now, sometimes elderly singleton would get depressed at home because they were on their own. Now, through talking with them, we can understand the pressure and stress that they feel. Some of the elderly singletons feel lonely or even suicidal. I felt deeply that we must pay more attention to the mental health of elderly people in Hong Kong. We have to give them more support in terms of counseling and relieve their depression symptoms, and also provide support for their carers. Also, I agree with the proposal in the original motion, that is, we have to enhance the formulation of carer-centric policy. I'm pleased to see the measures announced in the latest policy address. There would be a one-stop information platform for carers and also a hotline to support carers. Also, there will be an expansion to the respite network. And also, there will be a thematic publicity campaign on supporting carers, and also a funding scheme to relieve the stress of carers. I'm pleased to see that the service scope of respite services would be expanded beyond carers for elderly people and people with disabilities. Carers of children will also be offered emergency respite services. This can help alleviate the pressure of parents. I am pleased to see that there is collaboration between non-government organizations and the integrated family service centers run by the SWD. I hope these services will be extended to more people. Professor Chen Wing-Kwong. Thank you, President. I speak in support of Ms. Connie Lam's motion and Mr. Stanley Lee's amendments. Families are the building blocks of society. They reduce the functions in families would cause a dent in the sense of happiness among people. I think the government must continuously enhance family support measures. This is how we can enhance the sense of happiness in society. Now, we have been calling for the enhancements of family support measures, in particular support for divorced and single parent families. In the past 3 decades, The crude divorce rate per 1,000 population increased from 1.11 in 1991 to 2.82 in 2019. Decree 9 sign has increased from some 6,000 per year to 16,000 in year 2021. Still, the government has been giving limited support to single-parent families. Now, besides the SWD, over the past 3 years, the government has established 5 one-stop co-parenting centers for these families. They only served some 500 cases per year. Now, the lack of support made a tragedy possible. Now, in last September, a single-parent family residing in a SDU in Shamshui-Bo has seen a tragedy. A 5-year-old was killed. Now, it shows that it is imminent to render support to single parents and divorced families. We can't wait. Now, on how to enhance the measures, constructive proposals are made in the original motion and the amendments. I support them, but I want to stress 3 points. First, I think the government must strengthen its encouragement for enterprises to offer family-friendly employment measures. Now, for many single parents, because of their charge, they can't join the labor force. They can't realize their potential, and they are prone to get depressed. Now, we should move away from the old mindset through public funding. We should offer matching services so that single parents can be matched with childcare services, so that their potential can be unleashed in the workplace, and so that they can get a sense of fulfillment. Second, besides enhancement of policies, we must enhance service quality as well. Using the Shamshui-Bo tragedy as an example, the family in question was followed up by social workers. However, the mother in the family refused to see the social worker, and the children in the family stopped going to schools for 9 months. Now, I believe the social workers are passionate in helping cases. However, do they have enough time to follow up on each and every case? Maybe the SWD has to dedicate more resources to ensure that the support services are adequate. Now, these are questions we must think about. Now, besides enhancement of policies, the government should also enhance the service quality. They should not be given on a perfunctory basis. There should be in-depth and tailor-made support services for each and every family. And the care team should also identify problematic families and offer them with timely counseling to resolve family disputes and prevent tragedies. President, the new policy address proposed encouraging childbearing. I think family harmony is the prerequisite for all these measures. So I hope the government would take action and enhance the family support measures to build a happier and more harmonious Hong Kong. I also submit to support the motion and the amendments. Ms. Eunice Yung, I support the motion moved by Ms. Connie Lam on improving policies and measures relating to family support, and also the amendments. I've read a book written by President Xi on enhancing family building. President Xi said that it is his wish that everyone would pay attention to family building. Family is the cell of the society. Healthy family would make society healthy, and a civilized family would make the society civilized. The destiny of family is closely related to the destiny of the nation. Now, under the National 14th Five-Year Plan, the government mentioned strengthening family building, including establishing a legal and policy system to support family development and promote the process of family education legislation and strengthen the implementation of the anti-domestic violence law. The Hong Kong SAR government has the responsibility to continuously enhance the existing family support policy. As mentioned in the motion, every family faces different challenges. It is the government's job to establish tailor-made policy to give support to different families. Now, in last week's policy address, a number of new measures to support family were proposed. I thank the government for listening to the New People's Party to introduce the new $20,000 newborn baby bonus, and also a tax deduction for homeowners, as well as the priority allocation arrangements for families with newborns. Now, these will help families with newborn to have a sense of happiness. Now, besides, the New People's Party have been promoting the enhancements of childcare services, for example, enhancing the financial incentives for community-based carers. Once again, we thank the government for taking on board our suggestions. Other measures include enhancing the daycare quotas in childcare centers, as well as enhancing the subsidy amounts. We support all these measures. These can enhance the quality of childcare services and will unleash the potential women labor force. Now, we have to review the efficacy of these measures. If necessary, we will have to redirect resources to help families in need. And also, the original motions mentioned the support for divorced families. Now, about maintenance recovery. We have made a suggestion to the government that an independent maintenance department should be established to help divorced women to recover their maintenance. They are already under a great deal of stress. If there is no support for them, well, it would exacerbate their plight further. So I hope the government would reconsider our proposal to establish an individual department to help women to recover maintenance. Now, in the past 5 years, during the pandemic, the divorce rate has rocketed. In year 2019, the divorce rate was 48%, equivalent to 21,000 divorce cases every year. We know that there are various reasons behind divorce. Some is because the spouses have fallen out of love. Sometimes it may be due to pressure and the lack of skills to handle disputes. So the government must intervene in terms of mediation. The DOJ has been talking about the mediation first policy. But it is just hot air. Now, during the policy address consultation, I have been advocating the use of mediation to save marriages. With marital counseling, we can address the issues on the part of the husband and the wives. Mediation is very important. The government should reconsider community mediation. We can use mediation to intervene, and we should nurture more mediation talents so that mediators can go deep into the community to help families. The government must create a family-friendly environment in society so that there is comprehensive support for families. Thank you.
Ms. Lillian Kwok, thank you, President. I thank Ms. Connie Lam for her motion on improving policies and measures relating to family support. Now, families are the foundation of the country. It's the basis of the community. Starting from January 1st, 2021, our country launched a law on fostering family. Article 15 says that promoting the traditional Chinese culture, fostering harmony, harmonious family relations are good for the growth of young people. Our country's law says that we need a harmonious family that will create a favorable environment for children to grow up. But sadly, as members argued, Hong Kong's divorce rate rose. From the 1990s to the 2020, the divorce numbers doubled. On divorce maintenance, the government has announced new measures. The measures may not solve everything, but that's a good start. We have to keep working on this to ease the stress on divorcees. Broken marriages are not something we want to see. A marriage that works out is something we want to see. That highlights the importance of counseling. Premarital counseling. Living together is tough. I met a young couple married for 2 years. They just had a child. But now they are considering divorce. After marriage, there are role changes. New couples are under immense stress. Tensions arise over trivial matters or lifestyles. Premarital counseling can help couples to learn more about their partners. A deeper understanding can help them get a better sense of the problems to expect. Premarital relationship, sex life, communication skills, managing family finances, expectations, couples need to get prepared beforehand. This way, a couple can rise to the major transitions and challenges in life. Christians, Catholics can access free premarital counseling at church, but for the ordinary citizen, they only have paid options. It's hard to find free premarital counseling in the community. Studies show premarital counseling can help reduce divorce numbers. I hope the government can provide and increase free premarital counseling slots to better prepare new couples so that they can build a happy family. Premarital preparations are needed. Post-marriage support also matters. So we need to review the existing family counseling services. Say a family dispute arises. A person wants to get help. The existing services are provided for a fee by NGOs or private practitioners. Once a dispute arises, it's hard to find free family counseling. The crisis is there, and then you get family violence, and only then the social welfare department or the integrated family service center come in. By that time, it's too late to step in. So we need a review of the existing family counseling services. We need free family counseling. Timely support and guidance can help ease tensions in families. This can help families get out of problems, and this can help rebuild harmonious families. We need services that are easier to find and book. And we need timely intervention. Family crises also have to do with mental well-being and children. Problematic families affect the growth of children. We don't have free premarital and family counseling. We have the people there, but the government has yet to call upon them. For children, the government needs to review the counseling services, improve the family counseling services to give children a harmonious family environment where they can grow up. I so submit I support the motion and the amendment. Mr. Holden Chow. President, I thank Ms. Connie Lam for her motion and also Mr. Stanley Lee's amendment. I support both the motion and the amendment. First, I thank the government for taking on board our ideas about the whole community nannies. The hourly rate goes up from $25 to $60. This can help grassroots families with their child care needs. The motion today discusses maintenance payment. I was a chairman of a Bills committee about family procedure. My colleagues and I raised this point time and again. We need a maintenance payment board in Hong Kong. Estranged partners get into tough times when trying to recover maintenance in arrears because the other side has gone missing. And the legal procedures are protracted. When someone turns to a lawyer, getting a court order alone takes years, and this may get nowhere in the end. So a statutory body like a maintenance payment board helping with the maintenance arrangements would be helpful for many in Hong Kong. Family support also has to do with safeguarding traditional family cultures. Some recent events got me worried. Time and again, the government lost lawsuits about homosexual couples' rights. We respect different sexual orientations, but losing such lawsuits one after another may undermine traditional family values. This week, we will see the gay games. This is a highly contentious event. We respect different sexual orientations. But holding such events may affect views on traditional family values, and this may have far-reaching implications for the community. The government should step up education about traditional family values. President, I so submit. Dr. So Chang-Wing. Thank you, President. Families are vital for personal growth. When we get into difficult times, we turn to our family. Families are also the last line of defense before a tragedy. 2019 saw social incidents, and then we got years of COVID. Politics, stress from daily life, these factors weigh on family well-being and also affect the growth of young people. These incidents also hurt social cohesion. I support Ms. Connie Lam's motion and Mr. Stanley Lee's amendment. In recent years, Hong Kong was ranked as the city of divorce just after London. In 10 years, divorce numbers rose by 2.6 times. The divorce numbers kept rising year after year. We have seen one family tragedy after another. Some involved ethnic minorities. A woman of an ethnic minority was put over the edge and killed her children. Another incident saw a middle-aged mother overwhelmed by the burden to look after two children with mental struggles. The mother hurt her children and then harmed herself. Young people also took their lives within incidents like that. Before these people were put over the edge, timely intervention might have been able to prevent such tragedies. Vulnerable and low-income families are struggling to cope. They cannot afford the family and marriage counseling, which can come at $500 to $3,000 per hour. The negativity builds up. As they're in distress, they see no way out. That's one cause of family tragedies. So for estranged families, we need better counseling, better marriage counseling. We need to ease the hardship of single-parent families. We need to end family violence and also more resources for public child care. We need to keep working on policies and make a greater effort. the government should consider the following measures. First, the government and social welfare organizations should take a targeted approach. Early intervention for target groups. For young couples, cross-boundary couples, there should be free talks about marriage and child rearing. Second, the support hotline should be made easier to use. The people involved in the incident may have privacy concerns. They may be loath to access counseling. So we should consider allowing people accessing counseling on an anonymous basis. This may help those people. Third, we should consider handing out counseling vouchers. Family and marriage issues are harder to spot than children's issues or seniors' issues. People don't want to see their own problems being made public. So we should leverage care teams and community organizations to help. They can help refer cases to the government or relevant bodies for follow-up. I so submit. Reverend Peter Kun.
President, family is an important foundation for social harmony. However, marital views and family structures have changed drastically. We no longer have the traditional family system. Divorce, separation, cohabitation are becoming more common. According to the 2021 population census thematic report, single parents, with over 72,000 single parents in 2021, the number of dependent children of single parents amounted to over 90,000. 20,000. And divorce rate grew by sixfold from 2016 to now. So there's an increasing number of single parents. However, integrated family service centers operated by the government and NGOs are dealing with fewer and fewer divorced families. Does that mean that these families are not providing effective support to these families and there is room for improvement? As the number of single-parent families grows, many of them are from grassroots. I believe the government should enhance support for these families on various fronts. Now, for the fault of maintenance payments are becoming more common. We lack a dedicated authority to recover the arrears, and the situation is worsening. Most people affected would rather give up trying to recover those payments. Although the government has got a series of measures to improve the situation, for instance, relaxing the rules for attachment of income order to be imposed and to add a surcharge to those payments. I think there are many loopholes. For a long time, these measures haven't been useful and effective. So I urge the administration to set up a dedicated unit. And there should be a support scheme. And there should also someone to help to enforce the court's attachment of income order to recover maintenance. And then there should be an emergency fund for those on CSSA and low-income earners who are divorcing or trying to recover maintenance, financial support to address their very imminent difficulties. Divorce means the end to a marriage. However, parents should sort out the relationship and they should address the emotional needs and help their children to adapt to changes. As a result, I urge the administration to step up publicity or education of parental responsibilities after divorce to help divorced parents to collaborate, and child based approach should be adopted so that there can be healthy environment for children to grow up. There should be policy changes and also social policy changes. We should enhance the well-being of our children, and we should also consolidate and strengthen the current family structure with the support. It is every child's wish to be brought up and loved by their parents. And so the government should not focus on remedial works. Rather, it should take a preventive approach to protect marriages, to prevent the disintegration of families, and try to offer help to these families. With these remarks, I support the motion and the amendments. Ms. Judy Chen, with these, President, I speak in support of the motion and the amendments. Now, talking about family support, various aspects can be included, including premarital counseling and support after marriage. I'd like to comment on the roles of carers, in particular, support for women and children. I fully support Mr. John Lee's proposals announced in last week's policy address, and that is to have a women's office and also a family support or policy office under the HYAB. The SWD, the Health Bureau, and the Labor and Welfare Bureau are involved. Now, for Commissioner for Women, the government will ensure that it coordinates all women-related policies. I have high hopes for the commissioner because I believe much of the commissioner's work will be about supporting families. After the delivery of the policy address, the focus of debate in the community is the cash incentive or the bonus allowance for newborn babies. $20,000 for a newborn is only a small part of the total package of policies. Now, this is not the only measure in the policy address to promote fertility. There are other measures, including enhancing assisted reproductive services. However, all these are meant to promote fertility. While we promote fertility, we should not just provide financial and assisted reproductive services support. Rearing or raising a child is very important. When families with parents with children, they always talked about how to bring up a child, and very often arguments arise, and there can be damage to the relationship. So we should think about supporting families with children. And for young couples, whenever they think of having a child leading to tensions, they may not want to raise a child, and then the woman might worry whether she still can continue with a job and whether she has enough time to look after her child, or whether there will be flexi working hours and parental leave. We should encourage employers to adopt family-friendly policies, employment policies to enhance harmony in family. All these are external factors to support families. Hopefully, in terms of parental leave and flexi working hours, the government can further promote these arrangements. Come the 1st of September, for instance, is the start of a new term. Can the government take the lead and allow civil servants to report duty at 11 a.m. or to leave a little bit later? So a minor move can give much support to parents. I look forward to the work of the Commissioner for Women. I hope that we can start studies of parental leave and also flexi working hours. I look forward to good news from the Commissioner. In this motion, we want to have family-friendly policies and measures. As we all know, housing is very important to a family. When the living environment is too crowded, then people get agitated easily and tempers may flare. So if we can have more childcare service places, that can do a lot to help families. If we have more childcare places, then women can have the chance to continue with the work, and that will help the whole family, because the cost of living in Hong Kong is high. If both parents can share out the financial burden, then the family may be happier and live more peacefully. I urge the administration to conduct in-depth studies into these measures I mentioned so that all families can live in harmony. Thank you. Mr. Yang Wing-kit. Thank you, President. The divorce rate has risen. In 2020, it was a record high of 58%, close to 60%. Although the number of marriages have been affected by the pandemic, and even before the pandemic, the divorce rate was already as high as 48%. This goes to show that this is a problem that requires urgent attention. I welcome the motion by Ms. Lam So-wai so that we can have the opportunity to discuss comprehensive supporting measures for families. Now, we should provide support before a problem emerges. Now, usually, separation or divorce is caused by some disputes. The government should step up family education, help people to resolve domestic disputes so that people don't have to resort to divorce. Now, staying together is not easy. There can be disputes, and we'll talk about two families. In addition to relationship with the couple, there is also a relationship with in-laws. Very often, the crux of the matter is whether the in-laws treat the other person as part of the family. Premarital counseling can help pre-marriage couples to deal with future challenges. It's just like prenatal classes for mothers-to-be, so they can learn skills to look after their newborns. Such counseling services can help them things like time management and the expectations for marriages, etc. Studies overseas show that premarital counseling can lower the divorce rate. Unfortunately, it's not very common in Hong Kong for people to get premarital counseling. We have family and counseling services. However, they come rather expensive. It's close to $3,000 to $4,000 per program. Although the Family Planning Association offers similar services, yet it still costs $1,900, and every time only 5 couples can join a session. These services do not come in cheap for most people, and many couples feel that it's a waste of money. The government has an important role to play. In Taiwan, there is the Family Education Act. All people are required to engage in 4 hours of education before getting married. And at senior education, there are 4 hours of such education. In 2021, the country started to provide premarital counseling for all couples. Most family and marital counseling rooms have psychologists, social workers, and professionals to provide premarital advisory services to equip them with how they can tackle their future marriages. I suggest that NGOs should provide more affordable premarital counseling, or the Family Planning Association can do that. And all people can only register to get married after taking such a class to prevent future disputes. And there should also be a questionnaire to check their understanding, and also to enhance the understanding of their communication skills, problem-solving skills, etc. And there can be extra lesson hours outside the proper curriculum for secondary students to help them understand this. Now, the younger generation are more liberal. I suggest that the government adopt a more proactive approach and help young people to better understand more about marriages, and that they should not regard divorce as a way out.
Ms. Elizabeth Quat. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of Ms. Connie Lam's motion as well as the amendments raised by Mr. Stanley Lee. I'd like to thank the Secretary and the Chief Executive for taking on board of DAB's views and suggestions in relation to supporting women and family. These include setting up a maintenance mediation pilot scheme, as well as expanding the after-school childcare services, and that the government is going to designate the post of Commissioner for Women Affairs. These are all measures that we have been asking the government to roll out for years. Before the government rolls out these measures, I'd like to tell the government that the issues that we are facing are complex. Due to time interest, I'd like to speak about the issues faced by single-parent families so that the government can take a more targeted approach to help solve these issues. I'm sure you all know that the divorce rate in Hong Kong is high. Every year there are 20,000 divorces in Hong Kong on average. So hundreds and thousands of families, or over 100,000 children in Hong Kong, come from single-parent families. That means in each class there are probably a few students from single-parent families. I myself is one of them. So I can really feel the problems that these children are facing, understand how helpless they can feel. So all along, I have been in the Legislative Council and outside the Council speaking for single-parent families. We've been talking about why we want a maintenance management board. I understand the government is rolling out the maintenance mediation pilot scheme. I think it is feasible and it's going to help some families. But according to my experience, well, I've spoken to lots of families and we are concerned whether mediation can actually help families in need. When a couple decides to get divorced, a lot of times they are in very poor relationship and domestic violence may be involved. Some women think that mediation doesn't really help. If mediation helps, they won't need to break up. Also, when the couple takes out legal proceeding, it's hard for them to actually set up an appointment or a time to meet each other. A lot of times, even when they get to meet, they may resort to violence. Some maintenance payers, they only pay just a portion of it. They, through a lot of means, try to escape from the responsibilities of paying maintenance. That's why a lot of women ended up giving up and not seek help from family court, and they applied for CSSA. I hope the government can review whether it's feasible to roll out other measures to help them. Also, a lot of mothers from or single mothers, they are facing a lot of stresses. Understand that there are different childcare services for pre-primary children. However, primary school children, they need to be cared for as well. There is a legislation enacted in 1913 for offenses against the person ordinance. I can tell you that people age 16, they can already start working. With this legislation, a lot of single-parent families are facing a lot of pressure. we hope that even when parents get divorced, they can still be good parents. So we need to educate divorcees on parenting. We also hope enterprises can roll out more employment friendly measures or family friendly measures. Enterprises are not able to dismiss pregnant women, but they can dismiss their staff after they give birth. So the family-friendly measures we have may not be that helpful. For divorced families and single-parent families, we do not have enough data and information, so we want more data. Ms. Doreen Kong. Deputy President, I speak in support of Ms. Connie Lam's motion as well as the amendments raised by Mr. Stanley Lee. In traditional Chinese families, family is the core of our society. Families have its function. The whole society is stemmed from families, and family is the major force of maintaining the harmony of the society. In Hong Kong, we see Eastern and Western culture. And we have been seeing changes in the demographic structures of Hong Kong as well as the structures of family. When setting up policy, we don't have any clear objectives. In marriage, well, people's marriage as well as family relationship has to do with the socio-economic development of a city. We have to take care of pre-marriage counseling as well as relevant policies, and these are going to help the socio-economic development of Hong Kong. Recently, Hong Kong has become one of the cities in the world with highest divorce rate. In 2019, the divorce rate is 48%, and the rate rose to 60% after 2020. With such a high divorce rate, how is the government going to help people deal with the divorce issues? Only with these measures that we can say we have comprehensive family support measures. I want to talk about single-parent families. As at 2021, according to relevant statistics, there are about 72,000 single parents raising children under the age of 18. There's a high proportion of single-parent families in Hong Kong. If the government does not attach importance to the issue, then it's going to neglect the mental and physical health of children from single-parent families. Because of outdated laws, single-parent families who are old maintenance are alone. They have been waiting for relevant legislations to be enacted. Around the world, a lot of advanced economies have set up public organizations. Since the 1980s, a lot of European countries are setting up maintenance collection order or maintenance recovery organizations to help single-parent families collect maintenance arrears. And we are behind in this regard for 40 years. This May, Singapore Parliament passed the Maintenance Recovery Act. It streamlined the relevant legal procedure for recovering maintenance arrears. The relevant legislative amendments in Singapore, it's enhancing protection for single moms. And this shows that Singaporean government attaches importance to families. An end of a marriage doesn't mean an end to the responsibilities of a parent. We have to think about therapeutic jurisprudence too when we review our legal system. We should set up relevant organizations or agencies to help single parents recover maintenance arrears. We should help divorcees to start a new chapter. Martin Bauer once said, be it government or enterprise, there are very few policies that can be implemented by just one single unit. It is useless if there is a good book and you don't read it. Thank you. Mr. Lam Chun Sing. Thank you, Deputy President. I thank Ms. Connie Lam for raising the original motion. According to 2021 statistics, in Hong Kong, there are about 72,000 single parents. Most of them are single mothers. Employment is one of the difficulties faced by single mothers. Single mothers have to take care of their children. That's why they opt for low-income jobs with higher flexibility. While single parents have high education qualification, they are facing employment issues or difficulties. According to statistics, the median income of single mothers is about $15,000. Compared to $17,000 for other women, it's quite low. Also, 25% of single mothers, every week, they work less than 35 hours. Recently, the government has included single-parent families as one of the targets for alleviating poverty. The government's effort is commendable. We see after-school childcare services being expanded, but for some districts, 50 primary schools are going to be the pilot schools under the scheme. I believe that in the next phase, the government can invite more primary schools to take part in the scheme so that there are such services in each district. Also, the government should strengthen employment. Apart from the relevant pilot scheme raised by the government should roll out more incentives. For instance, we need aircraft cabin cleaners. And these works are actually suitable for single mothers. There are a lot of single moms in Tuen Mun. There is a new tunnel in the area now. With the relevant transport services, it will only take about half an hour for workers to travel to the airport to work. While we can import foreign workers to work at the airport, but we should take into account administrative costs as well. So it may actually incentivize employers to hire more single mothers. This June, the University of Hong Kong, the University of Education carried out a survey. It shows that in recent years, a lot of large-scale enterprises tried to roll out family-friendly measures such as child-rearing leave. However, the number of beneficiaries is small and only white collars are benefiting from these measures. The government should encourage employers from different sectors to promote flexible working hours or flexible working arrangements. If it is not effective, the government can draw reference from the practices from other countries such as the UK and allow certain groups such as single parents or elderly employees to have the rights to ask for flexible working arrangements from their employers. Employers can exercise discretion to see whether they want to approve the applications. I understand that it will depend on the businesses of certain enterprises, but at least employees in these are able to make such applications with their employers so that single parents have more time to take care of their children. I really hope that the government can strengthen their support for single parents so that family carers can face less pressure. Thank you. I speak in support of this motion.
Mr. Scott Leung. Thank you, Deputy President. Mr. John Lee delivered his second policy address. He proposed many measures to encourage childbearing, including the one-off $20,000 baby bonus and also the priority access to housing for families with newborns. The response is generally positive. Now, even with a new wedding or funeral leave for civil servants, the government needs to work harder on these measures. Pronatalist policies need to go hand in hand with family-friendly measures. Childbearing, in fact, should start with family-friendly measures. We're seeing the aging population issue getting worse. Recent stats show the fertility rate of women has fallen to 0.9. That's a new low. Childbearing is a personal choice. But there are barriers for women who want to have children: long work hours, financial burden, and the heavy burden of raising the children. It's hard to juggle family with work. And there are family tensions. Good family support can help encourage childbearing. This can also contribute to family well-being and cohesion, and also a healthy environment for a child to grow up. We can also have a community that supports employment for people with different family roles. Here are some of my ideas. Childbearing is a personal choice, but the government has a duty to create the conditions for childbearing. For families with newborns, the government should offer greater support. We have been calling for parenting leave. This way, parents get flexibility in taking leave to take better care of their children. This can also encourage couples to have more children, and this can help improve our population structure. Second, we need an employment environment that's friendly to carers of children. Working mother may put their children before work. They need to care for their children. And we cannot just ask working mother to do work and give up on child rearing. So we need flexi hours for these women. We also need flexibility for employers. So here, the government should work with the business sector, and we can start with civil servants. The government can do this and set an example. Foreign domestic helpers can ease the stress on families and carers. They can also help get more local residents to work. This is good for the economy. So we will continue to call for tax breaks for families hiring foreign domestic helpers. This can help ease the burden on those families. We've heard about disputes between foreign domestic helpers and the employment agencies. The government should step up regulation of such agencies. Just like real estate agents, we have the relevant laws. There are rules on licensing. We should have a regulatory system to ensure these agencies and these helpers see their rights respected. Carers are under immense stress. They need support in terms of work, family, financial support. Their physiological and psychological well-being are also affected. So we need to learn more about carers. We need one-stop support and counseling platforms to assess the needs of these carers. That's how we can get them the support they need. Let's make use of technology or online resources to help these carers manage their stress. Better family support will take effort from many sides. The government needs to create an all-round policy, create a family-friendly policy, housing, childcare, etc. These are the areas we should look at. We can also look at tax breaks. That's how we can create better conditions and create an environment where people can thrive. I support the motion and the amendments. Dr. Frankie Ngan. Deputy President, we have a low fertility rate. We all know that. The new policy address has a range of measures to encourage childbearing, 20,000 baby bonus, priority access to housing for families with newborns. This has led to many discussions. the government has departed from the previous non-interventionist stance. A financial incentive is good, but this is not good enough. There's a dearth of family-friendly measures. Young couples are loath to have children. We don't have parenting leave or leave for miscarriages. Many firms don't have flexi hours for workers. Even civil servants don't get flexi hours. At the meeting talking about civil servants, we put a question to the secretary whether there would be family-friendly measures for civil servants, such as flexi hours. So for civil servants who have just had a child, we wondered if there would be flexi hours. The secretary for the civil service said no. She said she had to make sure there would be manpower to keep the government running. She said she would not have more parenting leave and no flexi hours. The government refuses to take the lead. The government is the largest employer, and it's now talking about discipline, manpower deployment. It's not taking the lead. Then how can the average worker expect to have work-life balance? I would like to have a response from the two bureaus here about this family-friendly arrangement. For private firms, can we do tax breaks to encourage these firms to allow their employees work-life balance? There's another social issue we've brought up time and again, the lack of childcare services. That's why many people are loath to have kids. People come to the SWD, but they have to wait for a long time. They have to draw lots before accessing the service. But the policy address has proposed massively bumping up childcare services. There will be 10 extra childcare centers. There will be pre-primary childcare. These are good measures. In the Cheng Kung government offices, there will be a childcare center for children of civil servants. At the same meeting, we asked the Civil Service Bureau, for other government buildings, where else can we see childcare centers? We got a response that about not sure, no idea. We asked if there would be more childcare centers at existing government buildings, but then the government told us they are running out of space. We don't have the civil service college yet, and even now we cannot find a spot to fit in the childcare center. Given that's the case, how can private firms with even more cramped spaces be expected to have childcare centers? So the government needs to think about ways to provide child care for civil servants who want to have children. The DAB would like the government to launch family-friendly measures. In government buildings, we would like to see child care centers so that we can have more child care places. We also need emergency respite and also round-the-clock hotline. We hope the government can come up with a comprehensive family support policy, implement family-friendly measures. We need more than just an employment policy. We need more than an award. The government needs to take the lead to encourage other employers to launch family-friendly measures. I so submit. Mr. Tang Fei. Deputy President, I support Ms. Connie Lam's motion and the amendment. The government statistics said that in 2019, the divorce rate was 48%. After 2020, the rate was at 58%, nearly 60%. So for every 10 couple, 6 are getting divorced. From the police, we know in the first half of 2023, for those who broke the law, 10 to 20 years old, up 23%. Our electrical statistics show that At public primary and secondary schools, SEN children doubled in number. The share at public schools rose from 4.4% to 11%. The problem is that these SEN students lack the support they need. We are seeing child abuse cases one after another. Many members have pointed out after the divorce, there are maintenance payments in arrears. That's a sticky problem. I'm from the education sector. We have a saying. A student or teenager with problems shows there's a family or parents with problems. Many members have made comments like we should learn from the mainland or we learn from the Taiwan. I agree with them on some points, but then let me point this out. Teenager issues, family issues, do we really need a legislative approach, a legal approach, while ditching the community approach, that is having NGOs, community groups to step in? Do we step in to fix the problem only after things have gone wrong? But the community groups have limited resources, so they can only provide limited services. Hong Kong is a common law jurisdiction. Family law falls within the private sphere. It's rare for the government to step in. When things go wrong, say family violence, or a child lacks the care and education, and this affects their child's growth and well-being, that becomes a social problem. So family issues are not private issues. Let's look at the mainland and Taiwan. In 2022 and 2023, laws were passed. The point of these laws is that family education is a key part of education. Government departments work through schools and different parts of the community and implement the education. So even before a family is formed, even when people are still in their teenage years, they receive education about familial responsibility. The mainland's approach is this. They teach people how to be good parents, how to raise a child scientifically. Parents are also empowered to keep learning. When problems come up, they learn about how to go to government agencies for support. Now, such as family support systems. And I emphasize it's a system, not just an organization. In Taiwan, they also have different kinds of family support initiated by the government. Schools also run education on family. The mainland and Taiwan take the legislative approach. The laws empower a public body, and then they mobilize community forces to support the work. President Xi Jinping once said, we need to value family building. Families need to be the starting point of civilization. Family is a key part of the community, and they're the core of the Chinese society. Only Chinese put the concept of country and family together. So we need to seriously consider whether we need to set up a body to implement family education beforehand.
Mr. Tolize. Thank you, Madam Deputy. As said by many members, Hong Kong, like many developed cities, have seen a rise in number of divorce. In 2018 and the beginning of this year, there were questions asked about support for single single-parent families in this council, and we also have manpower crunch in Hong Kong. I'm concerned as to how we can provide more childcare services and promote family-friendly policies so as to encourage single parents to join the workforce. The motion is on co-parenting education to assist families or divorced parents to look after their children together and to ensure that children can be well taken care of. Now, if we only provide support after divorce, many people think that it's more important to work on the preventive side. We should prevent and help resolve family conflicts to reduce the number of divorce. Counseling services in the private sector are very costly, not really affordable to grassroots. Subsidized services are hard to find, and so after office hours and weekend services should be boosted by the government. Many people feel that the great problem we face in Hong Kong is, however, young people are not willing to get married. They don't want to raise a family, and this has aggravated the aging problem and labor crunch in Hong Kong. The fertility rate is low. The government has taken on board the suggestion from G19 to $20,000 cash allowance will be granted for a newborn, and there can be expedited flat allocation and flat selection. But this is not good enough. We have got a number of suggestions on development blueprints and action plan. There should be a dedicated office and also a commissioner with KPIs. These are included in the policy address, but there is no blueprint on boosting fertility. The Family Planning Association had this song, this jingle in its publicity campaign, asking people to raise 2 children in a family. To promote fertility, we do not have similar publicity. Rather, we see publicity of gay games more often. We don't see any publicity from the government to promote the core value of heterogeneous marriages. I think we should coordinate the policies and measures of different departments. Our population now, like Japan, it is also an aging country. They have a dedicated department to boost fertility. There are various support measures and schemes to encourage their people to court, to get married, and to raise children to address the fertility problem. In Hong Kong, we lack initiative on the part of the government. It hasn't got enough foresight. It has waited until our fertility rate is the lowest in the world before it has decided to take action. I hope the government is not really that passive. I hope it will be more proactive and enhance support for families and adopt more measures to encourage our young people to build their families and raise children. With these remarks, I support the motion and the amendment. Mr. Tan Ka-piu. Thank you, President. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I thank Ms. Lam So-wai for moving this motion. I have 3 concerns on this subject. First, I've served in the community for many years. I'm a registered social worker as well. I understand that to support a family, now we focus on families with young kids. Single-parent families should be included. And the concept of collaboration between families and the school is very important. Though we don't have anyone from the Education Bureau here, I have to say that children are have their education in schools, and schools is a place where parents can have common concerns. They can talk about the academic needs and also interpersonal issues of their children. I'm sure if we can adopt this model, we'll be able to enhance support to families that need it. And then it can also help us to identify families at risk and also children at risk. So the collaboration between the community, the family, and the school are important. We can't rely on the care teams operated by the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau. For integrated family services centers, they are big. They have offices of more than 1,000 square feet. Still, it's not as spacious as schools. Hundreds of children and the families behind them can meet at schools. So we should use schools as a venue to build a network for provision of services so as to enhance family support. We must further explore what we can do by means of collaboration between the community, school, and family. Take Tongchong, I served as an example. It was a new town. Community facilities were short, and schools contributed a lot. Now we have 2 bureau secretaries here. Education is most important. Now for young kids, collaboration between the family and the school is most important. Second is support to single-parent families. There is a targeted approach in poverty alleviation. Single parents face financial stress and also the stress in looking after children. The government has been too slow in addressing the needs of single-parent families. According to statistics, the number of single-parent families on CSSA has not reduced because of improvement in the economy, and therefore we must enhance support for these families. The Hong Kong Law Society has press for a bill to be introduced. It is about co-parenting responsibilities. Now, when a couple is parting ways, then it should be the parents' responsibility to look after the child together, regardless of the outcome. Both sides should share the responsibility of bringing up the child properly. I understand that many stakeholders have objection or have views on this. Now, is it really a right or responsibility when it comes to the relationship of divorced parents to a child? This has to be sorted out. In the community, I have received inquiries from divorced women trying to recover maintenance in arrears. And at the same time, we've received outcry from divorced daddies who wanted to see their childbirth refused. Thank you. Professor Priscilla Leung. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak to support the motion sponsored by Ms. Lam So Wai. Madam Deputy, you may recall that in 2021, together with a group of community personnel covering professionals and people who care for the grassroots, set up an organization to promote cohesion in society. And then back then, the hot topic was how we could say goodbye to subdivided units. In one summer, we visited over 1,000 SDU households. We asked parents what they wanted most from us. Of course, housing is very close to their heart. The policy address announced the outcome of has announced a 10-month-long study. A report should be available after 10 months is a good thing. Now, in a capitalist city like Hong Kong, we all know that it's really impossible to eradicate STUs. The question is how we can help people to move out of subdivided units. Most parents, mothers in particular, will tell you that no matter how hard I have to work, I want upward mobility for my children. They want us to help the children to add value. So we gave 2 suggestions to the chief executive during his campaign. First is to set up a program in all 18 districts. And second is the mentorship scheme. Those who retire early at 60 years old, many of them used to be professionals. Some might be teachers in the past. The released manpower can be mobilized to help these children. And we may be able to allow the carer, very often the mother, to engage in gainful employment, and there can be tutorials, lessons offered for these children, and at least the carer can spend half a day in gainful employment. That was the suggestion from us. The chief executive was very good. He devised a Rise and Shine scheme for young people. It was overseen by the CS4A, and there were voluntary teams from many big enterprises. I'm of the view that they should reach out to many more families, because we've seen domestic violence and tragedies among poor families. They need good listeners. Listeners should be trained. If we can set up a few more hotlines and man them with professionals, we can see fewer tragedies and less divorces. We have professionals that are retired. We can offer them an allowance. They need not just take care of STU households. Families in the middle class or even sandwich class are in dire situation as well. Some mothers have to quit their job to look after their children or elders at home. They are also in difficulty. If we can launch a scheme similar to the Rise and Shine scheme, I'm sure we can help many more families. Now, I'm very happy with the government's care teams. We talked about livelihood engineering, but I think it's even better to have care teams. Even retirees can join such care teams. Many retired middle-class persons may not be in the voluntary organizations, we know, but then you can reach out to them and they will be able to help families in need. With these remarks, I hope we can unleash more labor force, and then they can help us to address social problems as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chan Kin-po, thank you, Deputy President. I thank Ms. Connie Lam for raising this motion so that we can have a discussion here today. We have been seeing an increasing divorce rate in Hong Kong, and this is bringing pressure to the next generation and families, and this is undermining the sense of well-being in Hong Kong. It is common for couples to separate because they understand more about each other. For couples who get married, if they are to face marital issues, it will bring them more stress. Some say we have to learn how to be a good person instead of looking for the right person for yourself. So I think pre-marriage education and counseling can help address the high divorce rate problem. Pre-marriage education can help couples understand the importance of marriage, and it can help them learn how to communicate with each other and solve disputes. We can hold pre-marriage seminars and counseling activities. These activities can help married couples to learn how to communicate with each other and prepare them for a married life. This is going to help create a better environment for the next generation, and we will see fewer divorced or separated couples if we have these services. Couples, if they have to divorce, they will face financial pressure. This is going to have an impact on children. 30% of people divorce because of various reasons. In order to give better support to divorced families and separated families, the government should offer more support to these people. I think the government should strengthen support to single-parent families, including after-school care services, so that children can stay at school after school to alleviate the burden of single-parent families, as well as help them to address financial issues. We should also roll out family-friendly employment measures, such as flexi-working hours. This is going to help employees become more loyal to their companies. The government should also roll out co-parenting services. Psychological counseling and mental counseling services at school should also be strengthened to help families build a good relationship. For divorced couples, no matter what the court order is, families or divorced couples should work together to bring up their children, and they should put their children's interests in their top priority. They should take up the responsibility to educate their children together. For instance, the father can take part in the children's school activities, and the mother can take up other responsibilities. This will help children get through any mental issues arising from their divorced parents. The government should provide immediate support to these families, divorced families, to get over with the difficulties and challenges. Thank you. Next, Ms. Judy Chen. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of Ms. Connie Lam's motion that is improving policies and measures relating to family support, as well as the amendments raised by Mr. Stanley Lee. Deputy President, in the Chinese culture, we value families. We want family tradition to be passed on to the next generation. We believe that family harmony is key because it affects the level of harmony in the society. If every family can be harmonious, then it will help stabilize our society. To ensure harmony in families, we should attach importance to family education and family traditions. In the National 14th Five-Year Plan, there's a part about family education. There's mentioning about building civilized families, implementing scientific family education, and passing on good family traditions. Also, we have to implement the happiness and well-being for every family project. The Chief Executive, in his latest policy address, mentioned about the family support measures to be rolled out by the government. I can feel the warmth from him as well as the determination of the government. There are new measures proposed to support families. I'm glad to see these measures being proposed. Next, we will have to see how efficiently the government can roll out these measures. We are all hard-working people. How to form a good family, how to bring up our children, we have to learn this every day. Every child, his or her behavior has to do with their parents' education. According to Social Welfare Department's information, in 2023, from January to July, there are about 700 cases. And 60% of which have to do with their parents. To ensure the harmony of families, we have to say no to violence. In terms of laws, we have to promote family education law. It is an art to be a parent. A parent has to face a lot of pressure. The government should provide more comprehensive support and guidance to parents. This is to show care to them, and this will help bring positive vibes to the society. A parent may be willing to learn. However, he or she may be busy with his or her job every day. How are they going to arrange time for them to pursue further studies? We have to create a good child-rearing environment for parents. Mrs. Ingrid Young said that there is no plan to help civil servants raise their children, and I'm concerned about that. I hope there can be more enhancement measures from the government, and this will encourage employers to be more family friendly. I so submit. Thank you. Mr. Dennis Leung. I'm a married man. I love my wife. This is the 15th anniversary of our wedding this year. I have a good relationship with my family members and my wife, but still I hope that the government can roll out more measures to support families. They should be given support to develop good families, and this is going to raise the quality of families in Hong Kong, and at the end of the day, it's the next generation that's going to benefit from it. We need to attach importance to education to ensure good family development. And it's only by ensuring good family development that we can ensure good fertility rate. The government hasn't been tackling the root cause of the problems. For problems arising from marriages, the government rolled out measures that may not be very helpful. With new governance and new administrative system, the government should think out of the box to ensure sustainable development of families in Hong Kong. We have to take a preventive approach. Therefore, education is key. Pre-marriage education can help build healthy and good families. In secondary schools and universities, schools should teach students about communication skills. My parents went on blind dates, and still they managed to get along. In advanced economies, there are different problems arising from marriages. There are three parts to these problems. First, long working hours. We often have to work 8 hours every day. In the previous generation, the husband is the major breadwinner in the family. Even if parents didn't know how to teach or educate their children also often stayed at home. Therefore, we have to set standard working hours. We have to comprehensively support families. After-school childcare services may not be helpful. I think rather the government should think about setting standard working hours. Also, the salary earned by parents is not enough to raise their children. Working parents have to both work in order to raise their children. Parents are too busy, and that gives rise to relationship problems between parents and children. Therefore, we have to review the statutory minimum wage. Wives have to take care of husband and her children. The government needs to roll out good employment measures in order to solve family problems. Thirdly, it's related to housing. Young people nowadays have to cope with housing issues. They have to learn about the different application schemes in order to apply for public rental housing. Instead of earning more money to purchase homes, they learn about these schemes, and this is passive of them. I hope the government can review the asset limit for applicants of public rental housing. Currently, we are only seeing support measures from the government. The government is not tackling the core problems or the fundamental issues. It is only by tackling the root causes that we can build good families. Thank you.
Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. Deputy President, I thank Ms. Connie Lam for her motion and Mr. Stanley Lee for his amendment. Through different channels, I urge the government to launch short, medium, and long-term population policies. I urged a comprehensive plan over various aspects to increase the population. Better family support is a crucial part. Families are the basic unit of the community. The 14th Five-Year Plan stresses forming families. We need a legal system and a social environment to support families. This can help families play a role in ensuring social cohesion. I agree with the text of the motion. In the latest policy address, to address the falling fertility rate, the policy address proposed an unprecedented baby bonus. It's a one-off bonus of $20,000. Families with newborns also get priority in accessing public or subsidized housing. The goal is to create an environment favorable to childbearing. This is well received. The government has taken on board a range of ideas. They are family-friendly measures. For children below 3, there will be better child care. In the next 3 years, there will be 10 standalone aid child care centers. There will be an extra 900 day child care places starting from April next year. The subsidy for child care center services will also go up from $600 to $1,000 per month. The school-based childcare for primary children will also cover all districts, and there will be a doubling of the places. The community nanny scheme will also be bumped up. The carers will get a higher pay. Starting from 2023 to 24, at 50 schools, there is a pilot scheme. It's the school-based after-school childcare scheme. These steps can help support working families in looking after their children, and they can also get more people to work. The measures deserve our support. But then, more resources, a better support network, more after-school childcare. We also need more. We need family-friendly measures to help workers balance family with work. Flexi hours is one option, remote or hybrid work. This is how we can achieve work-family balance. For single-parent families or estranged couples, we should pay greater attention to these families. The Community Care Fund, we have this pilot scheme on maintenance mediation. Women who are owed maintenance payments will get access to mediation services. We need more resources for family, marriage, and mental health support. We need to prevent family marriage disputes, and we need timely intervention. If we can do that, we will see greater social cohesion, and that will enhance the sense of well-being of the people. I support the motion and the amendment. Members, it's around 6 p.m. now. One more member indicated the wish to speak. If you wish to speak, please press the button now so that I can arrange the lineup. If more members want to speak, then we cannot wrap up the debate this evening. So I will then suspend the debate at 6:30 or so. Mr. Michael Locke. Thank you, President. I support Ms. Connie Lam's motion and Mr. Stanley Lee's amendment about family support. Families are the basic unit of the community. But there's a crisis with families, delayed marriages, eschewing marriages, people deciding against children, and even those with children, there's a high divorce rate. We cannot take happiness for granted. Familial harmony takes community-wide effort to achieve. Our country's leader said that families matter for national rejuvenation. That's why there's the stress on family values, family education. In 2021, our country passed a law to promote family education. Ms. Connie Lam's motion started with this point. I agree. Many family problems have their origins in the life experience of a family member. We cannot generalize for sure. But then good family education should be a part of the healthy growth of a person. And this is a good way to prevent family problems. President Xi argued this. Families are where people learn the first things in life. A young child receives family education. Family education determines the future of this person. Family education covers many things, but most important of all is about values education, character building. If you love a child, you should teach the child right principles. So family education comes down to this. You have to teach your kid. There's a right way to teach the kid and what to teach the kid. Guidance, support, they should be family education. There's a legal definition for family education. Under the law to promote family education means something that parents do to ensure all-round healthy development. So this covers skills, lifestyle, values. This can take the form of guidance and teaching. Family education takes more than just parents. We need a community-wide effort. Government departments need to provide support. So let's come back to Hong Kong. We have family education, but we are too much about treatment but not about the prevention. Something goes wrong, we go to a social worker. Measures are piecemeal. Every year there may be 1 or 2 talks at schools for parents. We lack a clear goal in our family education. Integrated family service also has a pitfall. There's a dedicated unit on family education. There are just 14 such teams. So there is very little on education for parents. Miss Alice Mack once said this: you need to get a license before having a child. And there's a reason for this. People need to learn the right skills before they can raise a child. But it's hard to access such education. You can go to the private sector, it's costly with few slots. Fortunately, the chief executive sees this problem. I thank the government for including this in the policy address. There will be more resources for family education. $8 million in subsidies. That's not a huge sum, but at least that's part of the policy address, and that's a good start. LegCo also set up a subcommittee on promoting family education. We don't have a lot of members on the subcommittee, but we welcome non-members to take part in the discussion. We can talk about the framework of family education and also collaboration between schools, community, families, bringing people together. Members are welcome to provide ideas. Mr. Martin Liao. President, I thank Ms. Connie Lam for her motion and Mr. Stanley Lee for his amendment. The government figures show in 2020 we had more than 16,000 divorces. Divorced families affect the growth of children and they can result in family tragedies. In June this year, young girls were killed by their mother because of an alleged estrangement. We need more support for estranged families. There was a 2020 report. There are 72,000 single parents. The children involved, 95,000. 30% of the single parents are unemployed. They are unpaid carers. Single parents have to look after their kids below the age of 18. They cannot work. So many of them are treated as impoverished. Many single parents who are women are owed maintenance payments. They are under immense stress. I thank the chief executive for devoting part of the policy address to estranged families. So there is the after-school child care and also after-school care for pre-primary students, beefing up community nannies and also bumping up the working family allowances. These steps can help ease the stress on single-parent families. Single parents can then take jobs. This can boost their income and get more people to work. I want to stress this. We need to create the conditions and opportunities for women to contribute to the community. We want more women to contribute to the community so that they can truly hold up half the sky. The government needs to encourage firms to launch family-friendly measures at the workplace so that more single parents can go to work. We also need to review the success of these policies in a timely way. Many call for a dedicated board about maintenance in arrears. In the policy address, there is a pilot scheme on maintenance mediation. I hope the government can announce the details soon and continue to explore the feasibility of setting up a maintenance payment board to help those in need. President, after a divorce happens, the parents who are estranged still need to look after children. The government should consider parenting leave to help them stay rational, work together in raising their children. That way, the children will grow up in a better environment. But there are just 5 co-parenting support centers. Counseling for these families or referral, they happen at integrated family service centers. But they remained at just 65 since 2012, no increase over the years. The government needs to review the number of these families to see if they can cope with the service need. Under the Social Welfare Department, there are just 220 social workers looking after families and children. That's far from enough to cope with the need. The government needs to recruit more people to improve the follow-up work. Or we can mobilize care teams to identify single parents who have the need so that we can give the support early. Divorce is the option of last resort. The government should step up promotion of marital counseling to prevent or resolve marriage disputes to contribute to social cohesion. I support the motion and the amendment.
Mr. Chen Yong. Thank you, President, and I thank the Secretary and the Secretary, and I also thank Ms. Connie Lam and Mr. Stanley for the motion and amendments. We are for improving policy measures relating to family support. We know family harmony is so important because the family is the basic unit of a community and as well as a country. If we have harmonious families, then we have a strong country. Now, we all know that we owe our families time because we are in public service. Yes, we used to have blind marriages, but nowadays many families need our support. In 2020, during the pandemic, there were 16,000 odd divorces, although it was already smaller than now. Now, tens of thousands of people would be affected, and children in these families are also affected. I'm a registered social worker. My colleagues have the heaviest workload looking after children from divorced families. Even behavioral training cannot solve the problem at root because children may have their problems resolved, but then the root is still the family. So I support enhancing policies and measures for enhancing support for families. Another point I'd like to mention is in many counseling centers, one social worker has a caseload of over 10,000, and many families are waiting to be taken care of. We must boost professional support. Care teams are going to help families. Ms. Alice Mack will ensure that care teams can refer cases to social workers, and there should be support for carers, as mentioned by Mr. Stanley Lee. The Federation of Women has suggestion about after-school care services and childcare services and respite services can provide a break to couples when the relations is tense, and then such services can help. DAB is of the view that there should be dedicated manpower from the government to help to recover maintenance. there should be cross-departmental efforts. We will have the district council elections in December. Hopefully, district councillors and care teams and different departments and social welfare units can work together to build a community network to give these families the greatest support they need so that healthy families can even fare better. And for family at crisis, their problems can be resolved when they are still possible to be resolved. Now, we hope we can build a healthy society where all families can live together happily and in harmony. Thank you. Mr. Peter Shield. Thank you, President. I speak in support of Ms. Connie Lam's motion on improving policies and measures relating to family support. Hong Kong has the lowest fertility rate in the world. Why is that so? Some members of the public said this to me. Near Leighton Road in Causeway Bay, there are packs of pigeons. They are rather fat. And in other areas, there are only a few very skinny pigeons. Why? Because at Leighton Road, there are many people feeding those birds, and they are fattened. So after their physical needs are addressed, then they will think of breeding. In other places, those birds are not fed, and so they are unlikely to breed. I think that same can be said to Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, many young people are finding it hard to make ends meet. In particular, housing is so costly in Hong Kong. When families have low income, it's likely for them to have more disputes, and they may have to think twice when it comes to raising a child, because raising a child can mean financial hardship, and there can be disputes between parents. What kind of support can the government give to boost fertility? I am grateful that the administration has included policies in the policy address to promote fertility, such as a one-off cash allowance of $20,000 and a flat allocation scheme for families with newborns, etc. I hope the government can do more. Yes, $20,000 can be regarded as a rag packet, a bonus, but now for an elderly person, one can get over $48,000 a year under the OH living allowance. Perhaps you can consider raising the cash allowance for family with newborns to relieve the financial burden. Childcare services is also critical. The government would like to extend after-school childcare services so that children can be taken care of after school. This is a good measure. I hope the government can enhance this as well. And for marital counseling, I think the government can be more proactive in reaching out. In the community, there can be more publicity so that couples know where to turn to for help when they have conflicts. Mr. Dennis Lam talked about the times when one breadwinner could support the whole family. Yes, that's true. But now the standard working hours is just 8 hours. Can we do that just by raising the statutory minimum wage? I don't think that can be possible. In the past, people could have only one breadwinner in a household because living costs or housing costs used to be much lower. Now, if you ask people to work less and by raising the statutory minimum wage, can their basic needs be satisfied? I don't think that can be the case unless you legislate to the effect that the minimum monthly wage should be $50,000. But if we do that, what will our competitiveness be like? At weekends, many people are out of town, and this is because we are not competitive enough. To address the problem, we must deal with the housing problem. The policy address has announced that we have sufficient land to give us enough housing. When that happens, I'm sure property prices will stabilize and be affordable. And when people's earnings increase and if their living expenses are lower, then they will be more willing to raise a family and there will be less conflicts. Thank you. Mr. Lam Sang-keung, President, I speak to support Ms. Connie Lee's motion and Mr. Stanley Lee's amendment. The government's policies for the family are mainly under the Labor and Welfare Bureau and the HYAB. In fact, if we have good family support measures, we can provide impetus for growth in society. The family can contribute to population growth and supply of manpower, etc. So in formulating family policies, don't think that it is just about welfare and home affairs. There must be timely and appropriate family policies in order to build the future of Hong Kong. The legal sector is always concerned about the government's policy for the family and also family laws. Because many of our family laws are dated, we hope the administration can update our family law as soon as possible. In the interest of time, I will just quote 3 examples. First, rights of children. Divorce is a problem for adults, and we must minimize the impact on children. The Law Reform Commission, the Law Society, and the Bar Association have always asked for legislation on co-parenting responsibility to ensure that the rights of children go first. I thank Mr. Tan Ka-pio for mentioning that bill. However, it's been 18 years for the discussion between the government and the legal sector. Even a child can become an adult in the interim. A similar legislation has already been in place in Australia and is operating well. I urge the administration to present the bill to the council as soon as possible. And secondly, is about recovering maintenance payments. We started to advocate for this issue in 1996. The government has gone down the route of mediation for recovering maintenance payments. Perhaps the government doesn't understand the crux of the matter. Maintenance is an agreement between 2 divorcing parties or is an order by the court. However, it cannot be enforced, and I think it is all about enforcing an order by the court, and mediation is not good enough. People may go for mediation if they are still friendly. But if the relationship is so sour, so bad, then they would rather divorce. And I'm afraid that it is impossible to resolve this problem using mediation. And therefore, I support Ms. Lam So-wai's proposal to set up a dedicated department to assist in recovery of maintenance payments. Thirdly, under the enduring ordinance, now the third party is empowered to act on behalf of a subject who is incapacitated. Then the third party can act on matters about the care and also the finances of the person who is incapacitated. Again, this has been in the drawing board for 10 years. For those who are senior in age, their greatest worry is there is no one to look after the finances or to take care of them when they are incapacitated. So if we can pass this law on continuing powers of this attorney, then I think it will go a long way in avoiding family disputes. I urge the bill to be presented to the Council as soon as possible.
Mr. Kwok Wai Kang, thank you, President. I thank Ms. Connie Lam for moving this motion. I will support the original motion as well as the amendments raised by Mr. Stanley Lee. A lot of members have spoken. As President Xi said, that family is the first class of the society, and children is the first teacher of a parent. Over the years, we've been following this saying. That's why some members mentioned that family is the building block of our society. To strengthen marital relationship, to boost fertility rate, to solve the issues about recovering maintenance arrears. Well, all these issues we have to work on. I also support what Mr. Dennis Leung mentioned about setting standard working hours. A youth group organized an event with the government, and it is to promote entrepreneurship at schools. It teaches students how to run a business. The teacher taught students how to make use of the spirit of entrepreneurship in daily lives. That is to invest money. We need time and we need to have energy for that. The question is, how do we get time? Some employee representatives mentioned about salary, but we also care about whether the standard working hours now is right. In 2018, one of the surveys showed that the average standard working hours in Hong Kong is 52 hours. But according to government statistics, in 2020, the average working hours, that is the median average working hours, is 44. But in 2022, the number has dropped to 40 hours. Have we made improvement in terms of standard working hours? Have we worked 10 hours less compared to 2020? There are views in the community that the statistics from the government doesn't reflect the real situation. The problem with working hours has deteriorated. People are working longer hours instead of that stipulated in their contracts, and that has affected their life. A few days ago, a parent told me that his children had to work very long hours even during late at night. And that's not a one-off occasion. Such situation kept coming up for his children. So our survey results will have to reflect the true situation so that we can have a comprehensive understanding of worker situation. When we go on dates, of course, we are devoted. But after getting married, we may see our spouses less. Is this a good and healthy society if we work too long? We're only seeing reward schemes from the government, and it's not going to help much. In the latest policy address, the government announced measures to boost fertility. It may not help boost the fertility rate much, but at least these measures show what the government is trying to do, what the government is encouraging people to do. The government wants us to catch up. The point is we want the government to take the lead. Perhaps the government should make breakthroughs like Singapore. Also, we are asking for nurseries, services at work. Please stop your speech. Mr. Stephen Ho. I thank Ms. Lam for raising this motion about giving support to families. Every family has its issues. We've heard members talk about what President Xi Jinping had said and also measures rolled out by the government departments. I agree with everything that members have mentioned. I'm going to give an example, and it's not my story, it's my friend's story. There are many problems faced by men, and it's hard for them to voice these problems because our impression of men is that they are strong, and oftentimes we blame men on various problems. When my friend told me this story, he said that he suffered from domestic violence, and he got laughed by his friends. According to statistics, every 8 married couples who suffered from fights and violence, in one couple, men suffered from the violence. There are no channels for men to voice their problems. They can perhaps meet with friends in bars, but this is not going to help. Even though they may be able to voice their problems with friends, they'll have to face the problems when they return home. For women, there are isolation services available in the community. For men, however, such services are not available. Our impression about men is that they should not easily cry, and they're reluctant to tell people about their problems. So I wonder if the Social Welfare Department can give more support to men to help them express their problems. Some members also spoke about the financial situation of married couples. Because of economic environment, poor couples suffer a hard life. With poverty, couples have to face different problems. Mr. Kwok Wai-keun and also Mr. Dennis Leung mentioned about the possibility of employers raising the salary. Is this going to solve all the problems? It may not be the case. So I think the government should really help men and give them more support. You may want to think about or come up with a term to describe men who aren't able to express their problems. According to statistics, men are suffering more compared to women. There was mentioning about 8 centers that support women suffering from domestic violence. In Yuen Long, a victim waited for a long time in the police station, and the victim couldn't be sent to the center. And the victim was asked to go to Choi Hong before being sent to the center. And the victim refused to go to the center because it's too far away from her home. And in the end, we saw tragedies. The center was too far away from the victim's home, and the victim ended up being forced to return home. And that's why we saw so many tragedies in the society. Well, I don't have enough time today, but if there is a chance, I'd like to talk to Ms. Alice Mack and Mr. Ho to explore the reasons behind these tragedies.
Does any member wish to speak? Ms. Connie Lam, you will now speak on the amendment. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Stanley Lee for moving the amendment. In his amendment, he talked about promoting and improving the mental health support services for working families and identifying and intervening in families in crisis in early stage and to provide timely support and prevent the occurrence of family violence. On mental health, I talked about surveys done by some organizations about the mental state of working mothers. About 75% of the mothers polled mentioned a bad temper because of heavy responsibilities, and some felt depressed. I hope for working families, we can enhance mental health support for working parents to help them to cope with stress. This is particularly so for single-parent families. When I was still a social worker, I came into contact with many single-parent families. Many of them are mothers. They told me that they wanted to be self-reliant, but they felt helpless. They lacked confidence, and so they had no choice but to rely on CSSA. They didn't want to, however, on the support for maintenance, collection, and for divorcee, we not very strong, and children are usually affected by the mental health of their parents. I have seen cases where children of divorced families did not know how to express their emotion. They had depression. They had emotional problems. The middle-aged woman I talked about had 5 marriages. Her child had to face family problems, and he was still wetting his bed at the age of 10, and he had depression. He suffered trauma. Many such children may appear normal, but through play therapy and art therapy, it can be found that they were the victim of family or parental conflict. They did not know how to express their anger. They felt that they were to blame for the divorce of their parents. So I hope the administration can really implement a child-focused approach to help divorced families, and the assistance should not be time limited, or please do not just rely on funds. And collaboration between the community, family, and school is important. After all, school is a place for us to learn, and it's also a place for parental education. I hope we can attach importance to children and let their voice be heard. Children from families with violence should be properly taken care of, and their needs should be respected. And we should take care of the mental health of children from broken down families. Now, we all ask for setting up of a dedicated department to assist in recovery of maintenance payments and to support NGOs to provide premarital and marital and divorce counseling. I'm very grateful to members for your suggestions. I urge the administration to consider these proposals. On family-friendly policies, I hope the government can take the lead. Start from the civil service. There should be parental leave, and so that we can all take our children to school at the start of a new term. Ms. Connie Lam, you can only comment on the amendment. This is not the time to reply to comments on your motion. Well, on the amendment, I have this vision. I hope we can all engage in healthy family life. We should be healthy physically and mentally. I urge members to support both the motion and the amendment.
Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs. President, 33 members have spoken in today's motion debate. It shows that members attach importance to the government's policies and measures on family support. I thank the members who have spoken and provided us with different views and valuable suggestions, which will be crucial to the government's formulation of relevant measures in the future. In fact, the respective policy bureaus will continue to proactively take forward work relating to family support under their purview. I will respond further on matters concerning the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau. Afterwards, Undersecretary for Labour and Welfare will share with members work carried out by the government under his bureau's policy area. I think today's debate shows that we all care about the needs of families of different backgrounds, including divorced families, single families, and working families. We all hope the government will provide them with proper support services to help promote harmony and care in families and build a harmonious society. As mentioned in my opening remarks in his 2023 policy address, the Chief Executive announced a number of family-related measures to create an environment that's conducive to family development. In this connection, the HYAB will take forward the following work. The HYAB will, in the second half of next year, together with the Family Council, launch a new funding scheme to support non-profit-making community projects to promote family education. The new scheme will be reconfigured from the existing thematic sponsorship scheme to support family-related initiatives, with the funding scope expanded. We believe the scheme will cover education for families with newborns, parent-child education, maintaining family relationship and topics related to marriage to help families deal with parenting issues and maintain family relationship, including in-laws relationships. Upon consulting the Family Council, the HYAB will draw up details for the new scheme. The annual amount of funding will be increased from the current $4 million to $8 million to provide subsidy to more eligible project proponents. This is to further promote family values as we attach importance to building of the role of family education and family traditions to enhance family happiness. In the second half of next year, we will organize the first Family and Women Development Summit to collect views for formulating more focused measures, including those promoting family education. We want everyone to attach importance to the development of women and family. We'll also launch a one-stop family and women information portal to pull together information on family education, marriage, and women's health, and share legal information relating to family and women affairs. On the other hand, the Family Council will continue to promote family education and the implementation of family-friendly measures. In year 2023 to 24, the Family Council developed a series of family education videos composed of 8 episodes. It promotes the importance of a healthy and strong marital relationship for couples at different stages of marriage and for building a harmonious and happy family. Between this May and next February, the Family Council is launching a series of new promotional programs called Family Friendly Workplace on TMHK to introduce to people different types of family-friendly measures such as flexi working hours, paid leave after the birth of a grandchild, childcare rooms and childcare services, etc. Moreover, to promote better understanding on matters relating to family, the Family Council will in the year 2023 to 24 launch a new round of family survey. Many members have spoken about measures in relation to maintenance. On the issue, we understand that no one wants to be owed maintenance payment after a divorce. Also understand that personal feelings and relationships may be involved. So we're committed to enhancing the effectiveness of the system of collecting maintenance payments and enforcing maintenance orders. Over the years, a series of improvement measures has been implemented to help divorcees recover maintenance payments. Publicity and education programs are also in place to enhance public understanding of the responsibilities of maintenance payers, rights of maintenance payees, and services available to payees when they fail to receive maintenance payments. Since the year 2000 to 2001, the government has implemented community involvement projects on maintenance to provide sponsorship for organizations to organize projects with a view to enhancing public awareness of the rights of maintenance payees and the services available to maintenance payees in the event of default payment by maintenance payers. As at year 2023 to 2024, we've sponsored over 110 projects. We've also listened to the views of different stakeholders. We've been reviewing how to better assist divorcees to recover maintenance payments, especially in the form of short-term measures. In this connection, the Chief Executive announced in his 2023 policy address that the government will introduce a maintenance mediation pilot scheme through the Community Care Fund to subsidize NGOs in providing mediation services on maintenance, to assist the parties concerned to solve the disputes through mediation. When the details are drawn up, we will pass them to the Commission on Poverty. It is expected that the relevant measures will be rolled out by the second half of next year. Members' question about whether there were more effective measures to help people recover maintenance arrears. As mentioned, we are reviewing what we can do to better assist divorcees to recover maintenance payments. And we think that mediation is a relatively more convenient means. And we're not stopping here. We see that there is not enough data in relation to maintenance payments. For instance, we do not have the number of maintenance orders being issued every year, as well as the number of cases in which maintenance payments are in default. We hope to collect further information for analysis so that we can have a comprehensive understanding of the information. We are talking to the Census and Statistics Department to conduct a thematic survey next year so that we can have a better understanding of the relevant data for the work to be carried out in the future. The data mentioned was before October, so we need more data. President, I hereby thank again members who have spoken and provided views on how to improve policies and measures on family support. The administration, including the HYAB and other relevant policy bureaus, will carefully consider the views of each stakeholder and offer support to families on different fronts so as to promote family solidarity and create a conducive environment for family development. President, I so submit.
Undersecretary for Labour and Welfare. Thank you, President. I thank Ms. Connie Lam and Mr. Stanley Lee for their motion and amendments respective, and also speeches by members. I would like to respond in areas under my portfolio. I'd like to thank members for the concern for the support for separated and divorced members. As mentioned by members, we have got 65 integrated family social centers and also 2 integrated services operated by the Social Welfare Department, and also the NGOs to provide a range of services, including preventive support and remedial welfare services of individuals and families in need, including single-parent families. And our social workers will provide appropriate services based on the need of these families. To meet the needs of single parents and their families, these centers organize specifically designed groups and programs to strengthen their supportive work. Moreover, through counseling, family life education, child-parent activities, volunteer training groups and programs, these centers provide single parents with parenting skills and emotional counseling services to help them care for individuals' psychological health, enhance effective parenting, strengthen parent-child relationship, and face life challenge positively. And there will also be in-depth counseling for families at crisis or with trauma. There will be therapeutic groups and crisis intervention to enhance the resilience and to rebuild family functions and to prevent domestic strategies. In 2019, we have extra resources for an extra 5 co-parenting responsibility centers operated by NGOs where we review the services to do even better. And we have different means of publicity at the central and district level. We have got the Parenthood Goes On thematic website, and we have got useful information on co-parenting education. Mr. Peter Shaw mentioned that while we are not offering $40,000 for newborns, in fact, we have special grants up to $10,000. As mentioned, the policy address will be increased by 15% to enhance support for grassroots families. Ms. Judy Chen talked about victims of domestic violence. We have interdepartmental working group to deal with serious cases. There is crisis intervention and respite residential services to help families to address this problem. We will require professionals to, we will mandate the reporting of child abuse. Mr. Robert Lee mentioned carers of elderly persons and also the patients, people with disabilities. We have just launched the 24-hour designated hotline for carers support, and we've also got a respite care to address their needs. Another question is support working families in childcare, mentioned by a number of members. We have a series of measures in the policy address to improve services. We will have 10 extra stand-alone childcare centers. Will increase the childcare center parent subsidy, and the incentive payment under the Neighborhood Support Childcare Project will increase to $60 for children aged 0 to 3, and then also for carers aged 3 to 9, the rate will increase to $40 per hour. And then there is also the after-school care program. We hope to identify 50 schools for this program so that we can serve 3,000 students in extra. And Ms. Nixie Lam and Mr. Lam Chen Sing talked about family-friendly measures. In next year, we're going to launch the Good Employer Charter 24 to encourage employers to deploy family-friendly policies and measures. We will review the services to needy families from time to time to ensure we provide them with timely support. Thank you.
I now call upon Mr. Stanley Lee to move an amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Stanley Lee's amendment be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present, that is, those returned by the election committee and those returned by functional constituencies and geographical constituencies. I declare the amendment passed.
Ms. Lam Soo-wai, you have 34 seconds to reply. I thank Ms. Mag and also Mr. Ho for their responses, and I also thank members for their support for the motion. I hope that the government can really popularize premarital and marriage counseling, and for recovery of maintenance payments and arrears, we can adopt a family-based approach. And I hope that everyone here can promote a caring society so that we can serve the community together. I'll now put a question to you. Is the motion from Ms. Connie Lam as amended by Mr. Stanley Lee be passed? Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those who are against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by majority of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion as amended passed. The meeting is adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.